Am I the asshole for taking my daughter's inheritance and putting it in a 5-year savings account without talking to her first? Okay, so I know how the title sounds, but just let me explain the situation. I, 50 female, have a daughter named E who's 19. In 2018, her father, my ex-husband, passed away and left all the children life insurance policies that were to be paid out at the age of 18. Due to some circumstances and life happening, the payout didn't come for my daughter until she was 19. I would like to add, I did not take my son or other daughter's inheritance. They're all different ages and they received theirs at different times. Basically, the reason I'm asking if I'm the asshole is because my daughter is currently going no contact with me, and I'm second guessing if I made the right choice. Basically, she received the inheritance in the amount of about $50,000. Now, I want to add that at the time of this decision, she was dating a man that we'll call Z, 23 male. He was, from what I could see and was told, extremely controlling and borderline abusive, but she was head over heels for him. My concern began when they first received the check, and immediately the boyfriend was talking about what to do with the money. Example, buy a new truck, a new boat, a four-wheeler, etc. Here's where I'm asking if I'm the asshole. I convinced my daughter to give me the check and deposit it into my personal account, where I would then give her a certain amount of money each month to deposit into her account to make it last. I will be honest and say that I told her this was the only way to prevent her losing her financial aid and having to pay her college tuition out of pocket. So she signed the check over to me under the impression this agreement would last, and I will be honest about that. At some point, however, I noticed that her boyfriend was spending the money on ticket items, such as a four-wheeler and a new truck, that costed roughly $15,000 together. I was very concerned with the spending habits, and as a result, I took the remaining money and put it into a 5-year savings account without speaking to my daughter first. Listen, I get why you did it. I 100% get why you did it. And for that, you're not the asshole, because I truly believe your daughter's going to thank you later on down the line. But doing it without her permission, knowing that it's her money, that is a bit of an asshole move. Justifiable, but still an asshole move. I told her about it after the fact, and she was extremely angry with me and has gone no contact with me since. I just want to know if I'm the asshole or if I made the right decision. I'm seriously second guessing myself, but I don't know what I can do to go back and fix it now if it was an asshole move. And if not, I don't know what to say to my daughter to get her to understand where I was coming from. All opinions are welcomed and appreciated. Okay, listen, I'm going to give you a very soft, you're the asshole. Because you did it for the right reasons. And sometimes being the asshole is necessary. Rarely do we come across a justifiable asshole, but here we are. You did this for the right fucking reasons. And your daughter is 19 right now. She's going to be angry for probably the next 5 years. She's going to be angry for a very long time. But hopefully later on down the line, she will understand exactly why you did it when her boyfriend is now gone and she's only out $15,000 and not the entire 50. As teenagers, we do not look beyond what is in front of us. When I was 18 years old, I won a Hummer from a drawing in a mall. You know how you go to the mall and they be having cars parked in the middle of the mall and you sometimes fill out the piece of paper, put your name in shit, and they pick out the name and you win the car? That happened to me. I won a Hummer. I was 17 years old. And after I filled out the information, completely forgot about it, moved to Louisiana, out of state, across the country. My daddy called me randomly like 2 months later and was like, hey, some people called here and said that you won a car. I told them that you didn't live out here no more and that you were underage. When I tell you I was livid, you would have thought that man went and stole the car that I owned from me. I was so angry. I didn't talk to my daddy for the rest of the summer. At 17, I felt like my anger was justified because I was pissed. How dare you tell those people that I wasn't there? I would have came back and got my car. I won that car fair and fucking square. But at 35, I laugh at my younger self because what the fuck were you thinking? You were 17 when you had nobody's motherfucking job, nobody's fucking money. Who was paying the taxes on that car? Who was going to pay the insurance on it? Who was putting the gas in that fucking tank? We do not think beyond what is right in front of us when we're young. Hopefully your daughter will thank you for doing this for her later.
Am I in the wrong for refusing to give my coworker their office back now that work from home has been canceled? Back in 2023, a woman, Jen, in my building left for maternity leave. After having her child, Jen took advantage of her company's work from home program, which left her office open. I placed in a request for this space with my manager and was given the go, so I got to leave my crappy cubicle for my very own private office. My employer has announced that work from home will end this month. All employees are to be back in office. Yeah, that sucks, I know. Yesterday, Work from home employees came in for tours and desk assignments. When Jen saw that I was in her office, she became agitated and asked if I'd be leaving so that she could take back over. I told her flatly that I had no intent to give up the office. Jen spoke with the manager about this, and management's immediate decision was that I was under no obligation to move out of the office. I was approached and asked if I had any interest in returning to a cubicle. I said no, and there was no follow-up from my manager or HR as they both see the matter closed. Now, just a day later, I'm getting a sting from coworkers who think I'm punishing Jen for something outside her control. Jen has also emailed me, asking me to reconsider the position she's in, and that she's already been punished by the company by being compelled to return to the building, and asking me to consider her feelings. Sincerely, I definitely understand how much this sucks for her and everyone else being forced to come back, but I like having my own office. I have a lot of stuff in here that I'd otherwise have to carry back home. I'd be giving up the privacy that I've become adjusted to, and if I'm being honest, I enjoy actually having a nice window to look out and none of the noise from the cubicles. So, am I in the wrong here?
Am I the arsehole for suing my stepsister after she stole my wedding dress? Storytime! So my stepsister, who we'll call Amy, got married last December, and she had asked if she could borrow my wedding dress after not making a single attempt to find her own. I said no. I stood my ground, and I never ended up actually going to the wedding either. Fast forward to last month, so like 7 months after the wedding, her and her husband separate. However, if you ask her, she's just saying they are taking a break. And over this past month or so, I've taken time to rebuild my relationship with my sister. Everything was going completely well, up until this break when she completely ghosted me. I figured maybe she just needs a bit of time to recuperate. Up until she randomly calls me again. She says she just wants to come over to my house and talk. I was buzzing. I was so happy to have her coming round again. So she comes over, we're having a nice catch up and a coffee. And then she randomly asks if she can see my closet. She said that she was going on a date and she had nothing to wear. And this felt like a really full circle sisterly moment. So I was like, of course, go have a look. We looked through, picked an outfit that we thought would go really nicely. She was like, stunning, put it in a bag, and she left. A few days go by and I'm clearing out my wardrobe. And this is when I noticed the spot where my wedding dress used to be was completely empty. I freaked out, as I'm sure you can imagine. I was searching everywhere I could think of. And that's when I realised the last time I saw that was when I was in there with Amy. I called her just to double check because I didn't want to seem accusatory or maybe I'd misjudged the situation here. However, she got incredibly defensive on the phone and then eventually just hung up. So naturally I get on the phone to my stepdad, who is so angry that I would even accuse her or think that she would do something like that. However, later that evening I do in fact get a phone call from my stepdad telling me that Amy had rang him and spilled the truth. He tells me that she has taken it whilst I was looking for that outfit for her, and naturally I was absolutely fuming. To which he had the nerve to tell me to calm down and act like an adult. Because of this, I was even more riled up. So I gave her a call and I told her to prepare for lawyers. This caused a massive drama within the family. Everyone is saying that I've taken it way too far. However, I saved every penny I could to buy that dress. And at the end of the day, this is theft. So what do you think? Am I wrong here?
Am I the asshole for refusing to help my brother and sister-in-law while they're struggling by meal prepping a few meals a week for them and their kids? I, 17 male, have an older brother, James, 28 male, who's married to Erica, and they have 3 kids with another on the way. James and I don't have a relationship. I feel like he resents me for being born or like I stole our parents from him or something because he's always been a huge jerk to me. I'm talking putting stuff where I couldn't reach them when I was little, locking me in my room because he could, and dropping me off at the neighbor's house when he agreed to babysit and was getting paid for it so our parents could go out. When James met Erica, she was a jerk to me too. She made fun of the way that I talk because of my stutter. She ignored me unless our parents were there. For a while, my parents and James had a bad relationship because of how he and Erica were treating me. But they made up and became close again and stayed close even when he didn't invite me to his wedding. They ignore my birthdays. They ignore me at Christmas. They never invite me to parties they throw. And it's not an age thing because kids younger than me get invited. It's all a me thing. I asked James why he hates me and he ignored me. When I tried to push him to answer, he laughed in my face and told me to get away from him. No, you're absolutely not an asshole. They've made it clear. They do not want a relationship with you. They don't like you. Hell, they would probably be happier if you did not exist. But you're wrong for not wanting to extend a helping hand to them. They should have thought about that. They're bad. James and Erica have 3 kids, who I don't know, by the way, and another one on the way. Erica's had a rough pregnancy, and my parents help keep their house clean and stuff on the weekends. They've sent them money, but my parents don't really cook though. I usually cook on Sundays, and I meal prep lunches for school and other stuff. I pay for the ingredients myself because I don't really like the stuff that my mom and dad sometimes buy, and it's sometimes because they mostly eat takeout for dinner. James started asking for food, so Erica and him didn't need to worry about that so much. My parents said that I should do it since I meal prep already, and James said it would be perfect. I believe you, James. It would absolutely be perfect for me to help you. But you've gone out of your way so many fucking times to show me that you don't like me. Why would I do that? Why would I do anything for you? My parents said to use the stuff they buy and meal prep for James's family. But I told them I won't put time into making food for people who treat me like shit. Period. My parents said they're still our family. And James was like, what the fuck? Why are you okay with hurting my family when our parents told him that? Really? That's insane. My parents said they were very disappointed in me, and this was the chance to build some bridges. So am I the asshole? No, baby, you're absolutely not the asshole. James and his wife have gone out of their way for years to make sure you understood and know they want absolutely nothing to do with you. But because life is getting hard for them, you're supposed to push all of that to the side and allow people who have time and time again disrespected you and treated you like shit to get help from you. Fuck that. Your brother's insane. He's like a psycho or something. Something up here is not wired correctly. You guys have an 11-year age gap. 11 years. There's absolutely nothing in this world that you could have done to make him hate you other than being born, like you said. By the time your brother was a teenager, you were a toddler. You weren't doing anything to him. You were not. Your brother is fucking insane. This shit is crazy as fuck. Because your brother is 28 years old. 28 years old. He went out of his way to make sure someone that did not know you hated you. What the fuck did he tell Erica for her to feel so strongly about you? For her to hate you just as much as your brother hates you when you 100% ain't did shit to her? Bitch, I didn't even know you and you came into the game hating on me. No, this shit is absolutely fucking insane. It is. My brother and I, we have a 12-year age gap. We do. And listen, he wasn't perfect. He far from it. In fact, he picked on me, absolutely. But never once did my brother lock me in a room simply because he could. Never once did he drop me off at someone else's house when he was being paid to watch me. Now, he wasn't the best fucking brother. He was not. But he did not go out of his way to bully me. Honestly, your parents aren't well in the head either. So I guess the apple didn't fall too far from the goddamn tree. Because what the fuck do you mean they're expecting you to start building bridges? It is not your job to fix what you did not break. Personally, I feel like there is a reason. I also feel like that reason is probably fucked up and delusional as hell, but there's got to be something. What did James tell Erica to make her hate you as much as he does? You said, and I quote, "For a while, my parents and James had a bad relationship because of how he and Erica treated me, but they made up and became close again." What did he tell them for them to go from bad relationship to being close again with no change in his behavior towards you? No change in your behavior, period, because you don't know what the fuck the reason is. I think there's a reason and everybody knows about it except for you. All of that just circles back to how fucked up your parents are, because how the fuck are they disappointed in you because you don't want to spend your time and energy doing shit for your fucking bully? He has bullied you your entire goddamn life and then went a step further to introduce another bully into your fucking life. Nah, baby, something's going on here. Do not lift a finger to help them. It's clear as day that your parents aren't fucking shit, so I'm not really surprised, but I'm still going to point out the fact that the moment you refuse to do anything for James, he's family. But James has been refusing to do anything for you your entire life. You got 3.5 nieces and nephews that you will probably never fucking know, but you're expected to cook for them because they're family. James and Erica have never invited you to any event that they've thrown. They purposely exclude you from everything. They don't reach out on your birthday. They ignore you on Christmas. You weren't even invited to their wedding. But they're family. So none of those instances were you family, but because James needs something, they're family. Ah, nah, baby, the favoritism is loud and fucking clear. Your parents are ass. They really are.
Am I in the wrong for asking my wife to do more around the house? I, 45 male, and my wife, 40 female, have 2 kids, both early teenagers, and both work full time. Previously, we split a lot of chores evenly. She's great at cooking, so she did more. I enjoy cleaning, so I did more. And we split the rest evenly, and the kids pitch in too. She has not been lucky recently and got into a really bad car crash about 20 months ago and broke her spine, hip, and leg. She was on heavy-duty painkillers for a while during healing. However, 4 months ago, the painkillers caused her to have a series of seizures. Probably should mention that these injuries from the crash have caused long-term pain for her. She's legally disabled, and she now won't, not can't, take any painkillers in case they start up again. Her choice, but relevant. One of the long-term effects of this is that she can't drive until 12 months seizure-free, and she has to commute to work using public transport. Unfortunately, this is almost 2 hours each way, and there is no way around this. We have explored options like ride shares, etc., and it's not an option. My job is to help pay the bills, and honestly, I'm not a career person like she is. I work much shorter hours and less stressful than hers, but 30 minutes drive in the opposite direction in shifts, so I can't drive her there. Over the last few months, I've had to pick up a lot more around the house. As she leaves so early, 6 a.m. to get to work for 8, and doesn't get back until 6 or 7 p.m. She has a very high-stress job and she's the main breadwinner, so she doesn't want to change jobs. It means a lot of the things that she used to do falls on me now. Also, when she gets back, she often falls asleep around 8. She's also, frankly, useless on the weekends, only doing the bare minimum. Meal prep and laundry. She says because she's tired and in a lot of pain. We live in a very cold, wet area, and now she says the weather contributes to this too, but we can't move right now. Over the weekend, I've asked her to do more around the house. I'm really tired of having to pick up everything myself. We got into a fight. She says we just need to let things go a bit more, called me a perfectionist. This is true, but I feel like she could be doing more around the house. Things she used to handle like having to pick up medication/shopping now falls on me too. Our nearest Walmart is a 15-minute drive from us. She's tired, I get it, but everyone is tired. I also understand that she's in pain, but I feel like the accident was so long ago that she can't keep using this as an excuse. She should be able to drive in 9 months or so, and she says that we just need to adapt to the new normal until then. I might be an a-hole for not being understanding of her needs, but I think she's an a-hole for refusing to do more, especially at evenings and weekends. So, am I in the wrong?
My best friend turned everyone against me, so I stole her boyfriend. Story time. So I recently started at a brand new school and I wore my favourite outfit. I had this green sweater on. I was feeling cute. Even though I was super nervous, I did make a bit of an effort to get to know people, but I think everyone was just a bit weirded out by me. And a few moments after I arrived, this girl walks in. We'll call her Amy. Amy literally looks like she could float through life in a bubble. She is pink, sparkly, but most of all, she is blonde. She started making snide remarks about me as soon as she laid eyes on me in the common areas. She was fully Regina Georging me. But the worst part of all of this was, turns out we were supposed to be roommates. At first, we did not get on. It was claws out. However, slowly but surely, things started to change. I went on a night out one time and I basically was on my own, obviously. She offered to walk home with me. And from there, we really bonded. We were no longer loathing each other. Now, here's where it gets fun. Enter Steve. So sexy. He's like royalty in our town. Amy instantly calls dibs on Steve. The little problem here is that Steve actually started to develop a little thing for me. The chemistry was chemistrying. Now this is where Amy's jealousy really sparked up. I was always a lot smarter than her, so that was one thing. Now her man likes me. So for years, I had never had any recognition for my talents, for my intellect. And finally, I ended up getting recognised by this guy. He was giving like big Jeff Goldblum vibes. He gave me this scholarship that Amy wanted, and I fear this tipped her over the edge. He basically runs like this undergrad scheme that you can be a part of. However, it turns out it was giving big MLM vibes. I wanted absolutely no role in that at all. I didn't agree with any of their practices. So who swoops in? Amy. Just swoops in on her fucking broomstick and takes my place. Amy then proceeds to go on this absolute rampage around the school, around the company, calling me a witch, calling me wicked. And because Amy is the it girl, they take her word. I literally become enemy number one. I ended up having to move schools because it became some sort of witch hunt towards me. So at this point I thought, fine, bet you want to call me wicked, I'll start acting wicked. Full villain arc mode. But here's the kicker. Amy's little happily ever after, Steve, we'd been hooking up behind her back for months. We'd skip classes together, we'd go for walks in the woods. The guy that she claimed was hers picked me. Steve just didn't want to live in a world where everything was fake, sparkly, everything was about being popular. He just wanted something real. So what do you think of this whole situation? Am I really in the wrong?
Am I the asshole for refusing to help my brother and sister-in-law while they're struggling by meal prepping a few meals a week for them and their kids? I, 17 male, have an older brother, James, 28 male, who's married to Erica, and they have 3 kids with another on the way. James and I don't have a relationship. I feel like he resents me for being born, or like I stole our parents from him or something, because he's always been a huge jerk to me. I'm talking putting stuff where I couldn't reach them when I was little, locking me in my room because he could, and dropping me off at the neighbor's house when he agreed to babysit and was getting paid for it so our parents could go out. When James met Erica, she was a jerk to me too. She made fun of the way that I talked because of my stutter. She ignored me unless our parents were there. For a while, my parents and James had a bad relationship because of how he and Erica were treating me. But they made up and became close again and stayed close even when he didn't invite me to his wedding. They ignore my birthdays. They ignore me at Christmas. They never invite me to parties they throw. And it's not an age thing because kids younger than me get invited. It's all a me thing. I asked James why he hates me and he ignored me. When I tried to push him to answer, he laughed in my face and told me to get away from him. No, you're absolutely not an asshole. They've made it clear. They do not want a relationship with you. They don't like you. Hell, they would probably be happier if you did not exist. But you're wrong for not wanting to extend a helping hand to them. They should have thought about that. They're bad. James and Erica have 3 kids, who I don't know, by the way, and another one on the way. Erica's had a rough pregnancy, and my parents help keep their house clean and stuff on the weekends. They've sent them money, but my parents don't really cook, though. I usually cook on Sundays, and I meal prep lunches for school and other stuff. I pay for the ingredients myself because I don't really like the stuff that my mom and dad sometimes buy, and it's sometimes because they mostly eat takeout for dinner. James started asking for food, so Erica and him didn't need to worry about that so much. My parents said that I should do it since I meal prep already, and James said it would be perfect. I believe you, James. It would absolutely be perfect for me to help you. But you've gone out of your way so many fucking times to show me that you don't like me. Why would I do that? Why would I do anything for you? My parents said to use the stuff they buy and meal prep for James's family. But I told them I won't put time into making food for people who treat me like shit. Period. My parents said they're still our family. And James was like, what the fuck? Why are you okay with hurting my family when our parents told him that? Really? That's insane. My parents said they were very disappointed in me, and this was the chance to build some bridges. So am I the asshole? No, baby, you're absolutely not the asshole. James and his wife have gone out of their way for years to make sure you understood and know they want absolutely nothing to do with you. But because life is getting hard for them, you're supposed to push all of that to the side and allow people who have time and time again disrespected you and treated you like shit to get help from you. Fuck that. Your brother's insane. He's like a psycho or something. Something up here is not wired correctly. You guys have an 11-year age gap. 11 years. There's absolutely nothing in this world that you could have done to make him hate you other than being born, like you said. By the time your brother was a teenager, you were a toddler. You weren't doing anything to him. You were not. Your brother is fucking insane. This shit is crazy as fuck. Because your brother is 28 years old. 28 years old. He went out of his way to make sure someone that did not know you hated you. What the fuck did he tell Erica for her to feel so strongly about you? For her to hate you just as much as your brother hates you when you 100% ain't did shit to her? Bitch, I didn't even know you and you came into the game hating on me. No, this shit is absolutely fucking insane. It is. My brother and I, we have a 12-year age gap. We do. And listen, he wasn't perfect. He far from it. In fact, he picked on me. Absolutely. But never once did my brother lock me in a room simply because he could. Never once did he drop me off at someone else's house when he was being paid to watch me. Now, he wasn't the best fucking brother. He was not. But he did not go out of his way to bully me. Honestly, your parents aren't well in the head either. So I guess the apple didn't fall too far from the goddamn tree. Because what the fuck do you mean they're expecting you to start building bridges? It is not your job to fix what you did not break. Personally, I feel like there is a reason. I also feel like that reason's probably fucked up and delusional as hell, but there's got to be something. What did James tell Erica to make her hate you as much as he does? You said, and I quote, for a while my parents and James had a bad relationship because of how he and Erica treated me, but they made up and became close again. What did he tell them for them to go from bad relationship to being close again with no change in his behavior towards you? No change in your behavior, period, because you don't know what the fuck the reason is. I think there's a reason and everybody knows about it except for you. All of that just circles back to how fucked up your parents are, because how the fuck are they disappointed in you because you don't want to spend your time and energy doing shit for your fucking bully? He has bullied you your entire goddamn life and then went a step further to introduce another bully into your fucking life. Nah, baby, something's going on here. Do not lift a finger to help them. It's clear as day that your parents aren't fucking shit, so I'm not really surprised, but I'm still going to point out the fact that the moment you refuse to do anything for James, he's family. But James has been refusing to do anything for you your entire life. You got 3.5 nieces and nephews that you will probably never fucking know. but you're expected to cook for them because they're family. James and Erica have never invited you to any event that they've thrown. They purposely exclude you from everything. They don't reach out on your birthday. They ignore you on Christmas. You weren't even invited to their wedding. But they're family. So none of those instances were you family, but because James needs something, they're family. Nah, baby, the favoritism is loud and fucking clear. Your parents are ass. They really are.
My boyfriend's mad at me because he opened up our relationship and got no dates. Am I in the wrong for how I responded? Me and my boyfriend, both 37, have been dating for just over 3 years. Prior to this, I was single for 8 years. Overall, it's been a healthy relationship. We're both independent with our jobs, living situations, etc. I do love spending time with him. I don't really have any complaints. However, something that startled me was back about 6 months ago, him saying that he wanted to open the relationship, meaning going on dates and sleeping with other women. I've never been in a dynamic like this, so naturally I had a lot of questions. He told me that I could also go on dates and sleep with other men. I honestly was a little skeptical at first, but after doing some research and having time to think, I agreed. He had told me that if at any point I wasn't comfortable, we could stop and close the relationship up again. One of the rules was we don't discuss with each other what we're doing and who we're going on dates with, etc. I signed up to a dating app. Within a few days, I had like 500 plus likes, and it's been pretty steady since. So I started matching with people, texting, and arranging dates. On average, I go on 1 or 2 dates a month. These are also some people in similar dynamics of open relationships that I'm going on dates with and sleeping with regularly. I quite like the fact that everything is non-committal, so even though I was skeptical at first, I am enjoying the open relationship. As decided from before, I hadn't told my boyfriend about any of this. I was at my boyfriend's house the other day and my phone was on the kitchen counter. He saw my notifications and then proceeded to go through my phone and read my messages, including going through the dating app and whatnot. To say he was angry was an understatement. Turns out, he opened the relationship up to take out and date a younger colleague at his work, who misread his idea of a date as just a work lunch. He then openly told me that he wanted to see if it would work with her so that he could ultimately leave me for her. However, she didn't want him, and it seems like no one else did either. In the last 6 months, he's had a few rough dates, but no one additional to sleep with. I feel somewhat embarrassed for him. He demanded that we instantly close the relationship, and I told him that maybe we should just end things or at least take a break. He was outraged and called me names, but he was the one who wanted this dynamic, so what's the problem? I left, and as I walked home, I'm contemplating fully breaking it off with him. He's been blowing my phone up and I'm not quite sure what to say. Am I in the wrong?
Am I wrong for uninviting my family to my wedding over a prank? Story time. So I grew up in a family where men tease and prank each other literally on the daily. Now, recently, me and my boyfriend, who we'll call Steve, got engaged. And when I told my family, my dad, my brother, my uncle, and my cousin all joked about running some tests on Steve. And these tests were all to see what type of man Steve was. So the prank started by getting Steve to play chess 4 times in a row. Shit prank if you ask me. It then progressed to them slashing his tyres to see how well he would cope. They basically wanted to see if he was a man enough to fix the tyre himself or if he'd need to call for help. They would ask him about what his opinion was on like birth control, religion, Jesus. And listen, if you think that's odd, just wait for it. So one week they're thinking, right, let's go out and test his hunting and fishing skills. But even that is not the worst of it. They kept calling him things like slow and soft when referring to his physicality. This is because he literally has asthma, and they just say that this is him making excuses for himself. I would literally beg them to stop, but my dad was like, it's just a bit of fun. This is how they all are with each other. We tease, we joke, we laugh around, and told me to stop butting in and stop ruining their fun. Now, this is when they decided they were going to take my Steve on a 3-day hiking trip. And on this camping trip, they hid his inhaler. Now, here's the thing. Steve obviously felt really bad about this, so he left the trip early and came to tell me exactly what happened straight away. When I spoke to my family about it, my brother actually admitted to hiding it as part of a challenge. And let's just say, when these boys got home, I exploded. They said, "Oh, did little Stevie run home to tattle on us?" I straight up just screamed in their faces and told them that they were not invited to the wedding anymore. My brother absolutely shit himself. They were like, "Oh no, it was a prank. We were always going to give him the inhaler back." My dad was like, "Well, if you insist, I'll apologise." At this moment, I called them all absolutely awful people and me and Steve left. And now my cousin is absolutely begging us to reconcile and talk to him. I haven't heard a single thing from my uncle, but my dad is so mad and he is desperately trying to get my mum involved. However, I refuse to have them at the wedding because I will have no one at that ceremony that doesn't want the best for us, that thinks that this type of thing is acceptable, thinks it's right to treat anyone like this, let alone my future husband. But should I just let bygones be bygones? What do you think?
Am I the asshole for refusing to help my brother and sister-in-law while they're struggling by meal prepping a few meals a week for them and their kids? I, 17 male, have an older brother, James, 28 male, who's married to Erica, and they have 3 kids with another on the way. James and I don't have a relationship. I feel like he resents me for being born or like I stole our parents from him or something because he's always been a huge jerk to me. I'm talking putting stuff where I couldn't reach them when I was little, locking me in my room because he could, and dropping me off at the neighbor's house when he agreed to babysit and was getting paid for it so our parents could go out. When James met Erica, she was a jerk to me too. She made fun of the way that I talked because of my stutter. She ignored me unless our parents were there. For a while, my parents and James had a bad relationship because of how he and Erica were treating me. But they made up and became close again and stayed close even when he didn't invite me to his wedding. They ignore my birthdays. They ignore me at Christmas. They never invite me to parties they throw, and it's not an age thing because kids younger than me get invited. It's all a me thing. I asked James why he hates me and he ignored me. When I tried to push him to answer, he laughed in my face and told me to get away from him. No, you're absolutely not an asshole. They've made it clear. They do not want a relationship with you. They don't like you. Hell, they would probably be happier if you did not exist. But you're wrong for not wanting to extend a helping hand to them. They should have thought about that. They're bad. James and Erica have 3 kids, who I don't know, by the way, and another one on the way. Erica's had a rough pregnancy, and my parents help keep their house clean and stuff on the weekends. They've sent them money, but my parents don't really cook, though. I usually cook on Sundays, and I meal prep lunches for school and other stuff. I pay for the ingredients myself because I don't really like the stuff that my mom and dad sometimes buy, and it's sometimes because they mostly eat takeout for dinner. James started asking for food, so Erica and him didn't need to worry about that so much. My parents said that I should do it since I meal prep already, and James said it would be perfect. I believe you, James. It would absolutely be perfect for me to help you. But you've gone out of your way so many fucking times to show me that you don't like me. Why would I do that? Why would I do anything for you? My parents said to use the stuff they buy and meal prep for James's family. But I told them I won't put time into making food for people who treat me like shit. Period. Period. My parents said they're still our family. And James was like, what the fuck? Why are you okay with hurting my family when our parents told him that? Really? That's insane. My parents said they were very disappointed in me, and this was the chance to build some bridges. So am I the asshole? No, baby, you're absolutely not the asshole. James and his wife have gone out of their way for years to make sure you understood and know they want absolutely nothing to do with you. But because life is getting hard for them, you're supposed to push all of that to the side and allow people who have time and time and time again disrespected you and treated you like shit to get help from you. Fuck that. Your brother's insane. He's like a psycho or something. Something up here is not wired correctly. You guys have an 11-year age gap. 11 years. There's absolutely nothing in this world that you could have done to make him hate you other than being born, like you said. By the time your brother was a teenager, you were a toddler. You weren't doing anything to him. You were not. Your brother is fucking insane. This shit is crazy as fuck. Because your brother is 28 years old. 28 years old. He went out of his way to make sure someone that did not know you hated you. What the fuck did he tell Erica for her to feel so strongly about you? For her to hate you just as much as your brother hates you when you 100% ain't did shit to her? Bitch, I didn't even know you and you came into the game hating on me. No, this shit is absolutely fucking insane. It is. My brother and I, we have a 12-year age gap. We do. And listen, he wasn't perfect. He far from it. In fact, he picked on me. Absolutely. But never once did my brother lock me in a room simply because he could. Never once did he drop me off at someone else's house when he was being paid to watch me. Now, he wasn't the best fucking brother. He was not. But he did not go out of his way to bully me. Honestly, your parents aren't well in the head either. So I guess the apple didn't fall too far from the goddamn tree. Because what the fuck do you mean they're expecting you to start building bridges? It is not your job to fix what you did not break. Personally, I feel like there is a reason. I also feel like that reason is probably fucked up and delusional as hell, but there's got to be something. What did James tell Erica to make her hate you as much as he does? You said, and I quote, for a while my parents and James had a bad relationship because of how he and Erica treated me, but they made up and became close again. What did he tell them for them to go from bad relationship to being close again with no change in his behavior towards you? No change in your behavior, period, because you don't know what the fuck the reason is. I think there's a reason and everybody knows about it except for you. All of that just circles back to how fucked up your parents are, because how the fuck are they disappointed in you because you don't want to spend your time and energy doing shit for your fucking bully? He has bullied you your entire goddamn life and then went a step further to introduce another bully into your fucking life. Nah, baby, something's going on here. Do not lift a finger to help them. It's clear as day that your parents aren't fucking shit, so I'm not really surprised, but I'm still going to point out the fact that the moment you refuse to do anything for James, he's family. But James has been refusing to do anything for you your entire life. You got 3.5 nieces and nephews that you will probably never fucking know, but you're expected to cook for them because they're family. James and Erica have never invited you to any event that they've thrown. They purposely exclude you from everything. They don't reach out on your birthday. They ignore you on Christmas. You weren't even invited to their wedding. But they're family. So none of those instances were you family, but because James needs something, they're family. Nah, baby, the favoritism is loud and fucking clear. Your parents are ass. They really are.
Am I the arsehole for hiring a private investigator to follow around my boyfriend because his work wife gives me bad vibes? Story time. So here's the deal. My boyfriend of 4 years has a work wife. At first I thought, you know what? No big deal. Kind of cute that he's making friends at work. But lately I have noticed he has been talking about her a lot. He'll mention that she is so funny, and then they have these great inside jokes at work that no one else understands. It's almost like a secret language that they have together. Isn't that great? He even one day said, oh, she just gets me like no one else does. Steve, what? To make things so much worse, Steve has to work quite late nights often. And then his team also like going out for after work drinks too. I've confronted him about this a couple of times. He said that I'm just paranoid and that I'm the only girl for him. But something just was not sitting right with me. I confronted him about it a few times, but he said that I was just being paranoid. I wasn't sure. So I hired a private investigator. I just really felt like there was way more going on in this situation that he was ever going to tell me freely. I truly did not think we would find anything. I kind of just wanted a little bit of reassurance, a bit of peace of mind. Turns out though, they went out to dinner together last Friday after work. Steve told me he was busy wrapping up a project at work. No, he was at a restaurant with her. When I confronted him with this evidence, he was livid. He was so furious. He says I've crossed a line of his privacy and that it was just an innocent dinner. So why lie? Why lie then, Steve? I said, well, you can be honest with me. Like, why didn't you tell me? He said, because I knew you'd freak out like this. So what do you think? Am I wrong here? Did I take it too far?
I just broke up with the love of my life because of his disabled brother. I've been with my boyfriend Daniel on and off for about 10 years. We were high school sweethearts who broke up when he went into the army and reconnected after he was discharged. Since day one of our relationship, his brother, Peter, has been a problem. They had a fairly traumatic childhood, deadbeat dad and an emotionally unstable/abusive mother, and Daniel took on a lot of the caregiving task for his younger brother, 5-year age gap. He said from day one that being there for his brother was his priority, and if I wanted to date him, I would have to accept it. I was a little weirded out, but I don't think I fully understood that I was signing up to always come in second. Just as an example, when we were in high school, he stood me up on the day I decided to sleep with him to see his brother's school play. Like, what 17-year-old boy would rather see a middle school production of Les Mis than get laid for the first time? But that's how it's always been. The second time we broke up, it was after his discharge because Peter was in an abusive relationship with some guy who got him addicted to pain meds. And Daniel basically said that he didn't need me and my son distracting him because he was trying to save his brother's life. We didn't speak for almost a year because I was so pissed that he would just abandon us like that. Well, Daniel was able to help Peter get clean and Peter's ex ended up in jail on drug charges. Daniel is a cop, so he was able to ensure Peter was in charge and even paid for a treatment program. After that, Peter went back to school to finish his degree. I probably should have walked away then, but Daniel is such an unbelievably great guy. He's a hard worker, he's great with my son, and he has so many wonderful qualities. So I reached back out, and we started talking again. He told me that he wasn't going to apologize for dropping everything to save Peter's life, but basically said, sorry it hurt you, and I was willing to accept that. So we moved back in together. 2 years pass and all is well. Peter comes over every weekend with his girlfriend. They're both gay, but Peter's mom is very traditional. And I accept that, even though it means that my son and I basically have no private family time with just Daniel. Peter finished his degree and was about to start a master's degree in social work. Things are finally back to normal. Then he gets hit by a fucking car. It wasn't his fault. The driver was texting and didn't see him, but I'm still so angry. We were eating breakfast when Daniel got the call, and he lost his legs when he heard the news. He was crying so hard I could barely understand him. I had to get my son to school and drive him to the hospital because he couldn't drive in his condition. He was almost catatonic on the drive over. The doctors were very doubtful that Peter would survive the initial injury, but he did. Then he was in a coma for about 3 days. On the rare occasions that I was able to convince Daniel to get some sleep or eat something, he insisted I stay with Peter and call him if something happened. I'm ashamed to admit it, but I sometimes fantasize about him dying because at least it would all be over and we could start to heal. When he emerged from the coma, he wasn't awake. The doctor said that he was in a vegetative state, so he could either get better or just stay like this forever. In this state, he wears diapers and has to get fed through a tube. Daniel has to watch him and bathe him and basically care for him 24/7. He quit his job without consulting me and moved in with Peter's friend because our apartment didn't have room for Peter, so we don't even live together anymore. When I suggested that we look into residential care options for Peter, we got into the worst fight we've ever been in. He said that those places have low standards of care and that he didn't want his brother to be scared and surrounded by strangers. I don't want to live with Peter and I don't want to live apart from Daniel, so we're basically at an impasse. Peter can't walk or talk, but he often shakes and cries, which scares my son, so he hasn't even seen Daniel in weeks. I think Daniel could be the love of my life, but I don't think there's anything left to salvage. I texted him last night if he wanted to give up all of our plans to live like this for the rest of his life, and he told me to go F myself.
Am I the asshole for pointing out my family's hypocrisy at the table on Thanksgiving? I, 29 female, am in a relationship with Ian, 46 male. Ian was my Latin professor at university, and we happened to meet again 2 years ago. We started a friendship that later turned into a relationship. Nothing weird happened while I was his student. Everything is totally above board. I'm financially and professionally solvent on my own, so no one is taking advantage of anyone despite the age gap. We have a really good relationship, and he's one of the most considerate and interesting people I've ever met. I could see spending my life with him. We video chatted with each other's family, but not met yet in person until now. We've decided to do Thanksgiving with my family and Christmas with his this year. His parents are really nice, and I'm looking forward to the trip. My family has been less than enthusiastic about the situation. My parents have both told me that the age gap is too much, and I need to find someone my own age. My sister keeps cracking jokes about me being a grave robber. I've always been the black sheep in the family, so I usually just ignore them. I told them that if they couldn't be nice to Ian and drop the subject, then we would just skip Thanksgiving. My parents insisted that it was fine. No, you're not the asshole. They insisted that everything was gonna be okay. So whatever the fuck you said to the jabs they were making, that's on them. To make a long story short, my dad cornered Ian while I was helping my mom get the food ready and told him that he needed to man up and stop chasing little girls and break up with me. I wanted to leave when I found out, but Ian said that it was fine and we should stay for dinner because I don't see my family often. My sister started asking us a bunch of questions over dinner, also being really snarky. When my mom joined in, I had just about had it. Girl, what the fuck? I would have left regardless of what Ian had to say. Nah, baby, come on, we got to go because you don't deserve to be fucking ridiculed over the goddamn turkey. No, let's go. The thing is, age gaps are common in my family. There's a 15-year age gap between women. You stated that you guys met 2 years ago after you were out of school. Nobody is taking advantage of anybody. You are financially stable. You take care of yourself. You're with this man simply because he makes you happy. That should be enough for your family. It should be. Honestly, my love, I am so proud of you because you held out a hell of a lot longer than I would have. I would have let them know exactly how I felt about them and their age gaps over the phone when I told them that me and Ian were coming for Thanksgiving. I would have let them know right the fuck then and there, but I'm so proud of you for dropping those bombs at the dinner table. I am proud of you for not holding it back and letting them know exactly how you feel. They're being fucking hypocrites. Your father's a creep. He is. Your father was 27 years old when he pursued your mother at 17. So he automatically assumes that he and Ian are one and the same, despite the fact that you were 27 when you and your partner, who is also an adult, got together. Absolutely fucking disgusting. Your father is a creep. Regardless of how your mom tries to spin it, regardless of the bullshit that your sister is spouting out the side of her neck, your father is a fucking creep. Y'all should be talking about that other than the fact that you and your partner have a 17-year age gap. I really want to know what your sister's reasoning was for your dad dating your mom when she was a minor. I'm assuming that her times were different was towards Nana and Papa. What the fuck does she have to say about your dad dating a minor? Because you're 29 years old, I'm 35. So I'm going to say that your parents are within a few years of my parents, at least. Times were not that motherfucking different back then. They were not that fucking different. So what the fuck is her excuse for your dad at 27 years old to be dating a minor. You're not gonna forget Ian coming in with the bar stating your family just did not like what they seen in the mirror, because he's absolutely telling the truth. You were raised to believe this is okay, and I believe that it is. Like I said, as long as nobody's being taken advantage of and you guys are both two consenting adults, it's none of my business, and I think it's absolutely fine. Now listen, they could have been coming from a place of concern like Nana said, but I highly fucking doubt that. I really do, because the moment you had something to say, everybody was stunned into silence. Nobody had any rebuttals of concern. No one had any constructive criticism to give you, just strictly criticism. They were being fucking hypocrites, and all you did was highlight that. You let them know you guys are casting judgment on my relationship when you're living the exact same fucking thing right now. Be mad. Be mad. You're fucking bad. You tried to throw stones and hide your hands. That's not how that fucking works over here. Good shit for standing your ground and defending your relationship. Good girl.
Am I in the wrong for invoicing my sister after she kept dumping her kids at my place before dawn without asking? I, 29 female, work hybrid. My sister Lena is 32 with 2 kids, 6 and 3. Back in March, I said I could help with an occasional morning when daycare was closed. Like once in a while. No big deal. Somehow, occasional turned into Lena showing up at 5:40 a.m., key in hand, dropping the kids off in their PJs on my couch, and sprinting out before I can even find my glasses. She texts, "You're a lifesaver, TYSM." And I'm standing there making toast and finding tiny socks before my own meetings start. I love my nibblings. I just don't love that my coffee is now cold every single weekday. I tried boundaries. I really did. I said, please ask first. I said not on Tuesdays. I said I have a presentation. Next morning, guess who rang my bell at 5:38 with a quick favor, promise it's the last time. It wasn't. Last week, the 3-year-old spilled yogurt onto my laptop keyboard. The 6-year-old used me as dry erase markers on the wall because Auntie said she likes color, and I missed a 9 a.m. client call because someone was crying about missing a blue cup. Lena got mad that I sounded grumpy, said family helps family, and that I'm single so my time is more flexible, which is such a nice way to say that my time is free. So I sat down and did the math. Extra food, cleaning, new keyboard, 2 Uber rides because I couldn't drive while both kids melted down, 1 hour of lost freelance time on 2 days. I made an itemized invoice for $313 and emailed it with a cheerful, "Hey, this is what this support costs. Happy to keep helping if we schedule and you cover expenses." She blew up in the family chat, called me heartless and transactional. My mom says I should apologize. Dad quietly Venmoed me $50 and a thumbs up emoji. Lena says that she will not pay a cent to my own sister, and also that she needs me again this Friday because daycare is doing a training day. I reply that I'm not available without prior confirmation and prepayment. She sent a long text about me gatekeeping childcare and how the kids will be sad. Now everyone's acting like I invoiced a stranger, not someone who keeps ignoring every boundary I state. Am I in the wrong for putting a price on my time after months of being used like a 24/7 drop-off spot?
Am I wrong for not letting my sister know that I had given birth? Story time. So for the last few weeks of my pregnancy, my sister called me every single day to check if I had gone into labor. She always said that I had to call her as soon as I was on the way to the hospital, to which I would always reply like, I'm not gonna do that. Now here's the thing, I did not think she was for real. I thought she was like joking because we have never ever been that close. For some context here, my sister's a lot older. She left home when she was 16 and I was 2, and we never really interacted that much. However, when I turned 18, she came to my graduation, she bought me a really nice dress, and then a couple of months later she offered me a job, and then I lived with her for less than a year. That was when I got married, and then every other month or so we'd have dinner and like a little catch up. So back to the timeline of everything. It is my last week of pregnancy and she calls me to ask how I'm feeling because she's going out of town and she obviously wants to be there for when I give birth. I felt like I could breathe still, so I told her to go and that everything was absolutely fine. And then it got to the stage where she would call me all the time. Like, even if I didn't answer, she'd be on the phone to my husband, she'd be on the phone to my mum. Sometimes I'd literally just be having a nap. Let a girl sleep. So we're on the way to the hospital and I knew that I was not going to tell a single soul. And then after 16 hours, our baby boy was born. My sister did actually call me, but I didn't say anything. I just wanted to be in my nice little baby bubble. So we ended up having to spend 3 days in the hospital. And then on the day that we were leaving, we sent a picture in the group chat of our baby boy. It was like my mum, my sister, my brother. And this did not go down the way we thought it would. My sister says, if this is real, you can tell your wife that she no longer has a sister. My brother-in-law ended up staying completely silent, but my mum was like, how could you do this to us? And then promptly my sister, my brother-in-law and my mum all left the group chat. It has been 8 months and they have never ever met my baby. I found out they had moved out of state and they hadn't told us. And honestly, thank God for my partner's parents. They have been absolutely incredible. They respected our wishes. They waited until we went round to theirs to meet the baby. They've been round on several occasions bringing us dinners, and they have never ever been upset that they were not told about the baby's birth on the day. So what do you think? Am I in the wrong here?
A lady asked why I'm letting myself go. This happened like 2 hours ago, and I'm still kind of shaky, but also weirdly satisfied. I, 34 female, was at a Target in Minneapolis getting groceries. I've lost a bunch of weight recently, like 40 pounds in 3 months, and not in a good way. I have stage 3 colon cancer, and the chemo makes me look like absolute hell. No hair, eyebrows gone, I'm wearing a beanie, and I look sick, because I am sick. So I'm in the produce section trying to figure out what I can eat that won't make me immediately nauseous when this woman, probably in her 50s, rolls up with her, "Your mom is wrong. Your mom is so fucking wrong. You were not harsh at all. This bitch deserved all and then some of the sass and attitude that you gave her, because minding your fucking business is free. You don't walk up to a complete fucking stranger and start talking about their appearance. You don't know what the fuck is going on in that person's life. Why? Because that is a complete fucking stranger. I don't know when the fuck people became so goddamn comfortable to just randomly, unprompted, unasked for talk about someone's fucking body, but that shit needs to stop. It needs to stop. That shit is disrespectful as fuck and it's rude as hell. I gotta be honest, y'all. This story triggered the absolute hell out of me. It did, because stuff like this happens to me on a weekly basis right here. People DM me all the time making comments about my body. And then when I DM them back and I ask them, well, are you a medical professional? The answer is always no. My sister's husband's dog's cousin's godmom's aunt had something like that and you should get it checked out. Never once do people give a fuck about what if you're pointing out fucking insecurities. You don't know what the situation is. Why? Because we're fucking strangers. This shit is absolutely not okay. You guys need to be more mindful of the things that you say. Even if you're doing it out of concern. If nobody asked you, do not say anything.
Am I wrong for being upset that my boyfriend is moving in with his girl best friend? Story time. So me and my boyfriend Steve have been together for just under a year, and when we first got together he told me all about his girl best friend Amy. Now here's the thing, I didn't have a problem with them at first. They had been best friends since they were in primary school, and at the time Amy had a boyfriend. And to be fair, the way she acted towards Steve was the exact same way she acted towards other male friends, so I wasn't very worried. Now recently Amy and her boyfriend have broken up. I don't know the details on this, but apparently it's absolutely horrific. It's very, very messy. Now, at the time of the breakup, her and her boyfriend were living together and she got kicked out. So Steve offered her his couch. This is where I started to feel a little bit uncomfortable. Not gonna lie, I don't really want a girl staying at my boyfriend's house. We argued about it. He won. Amy ended up staying. Eventually, I kept getting more and more annoyed because one night I wanted to go back to Steve's, you know. I wanted to show my boyfriend how much I loved him. But he was like, no, we can't do that because Amy will be on the couch. Now, fast forward to about a week ago, Steve was not feeling well. So I wanted to go around, be a good girlfriend and surprise him with some food. I get there, knock on the door. Amy answers in a really tight vest top and the tiniest little booty shorts you have ever seen. I went in, I saw Steve, and when she got in the shower, I asked him if she normally wears that type of stuff in his house. And he was like, oh yeah, it's quite normal. I was obviously really, really annoyed by this. And when I raised it with him, he was like, oh, I feel like you're not going to like what I'm going to say then. And he basically told me that him and Amy were looking for a place to live together. Instantly, I fear Steve needs to get in the bin. As I am sure you can imagine, I absolutely lost my shit. Amy had heard us fighting and she came out of the shower, somewhat dressed this time. Firstly, she has the nerve to ask me what is wrong. I'll tell you what's wrong, Amy. I told her I was not comfortable with any of this, and she actually apologised, but then went on to say that I better find a way to get comfortable with this. I looked at Steve and I went, seriously? This man said nothing. He then sighed and was like, I hate to say it, but she's right. He said that Amy has been in his life longer than I have, and therefore she is his priority, and this move is going to benefit them in the long run. Honestly, I was so unbelievably mad and shocked. I just immediately left. I texted him that evening and asked him to actually think about this and see it from my side and my perspective, because I just don't know how Steve can actually think that this is acceptable. But I do feel like this is probably the end of our relationship. He said that I'm just clearly very, very insecure about them, and it's something that I will need to work on in myself. What do you think? Am I actually wrong here, or is this something that I need to go to therapy about? The end.
Am I the asshole for circumventing my wife's plans regarding her son's wedding? My wife and stepson had a huge fight right after he graduated high school, and it never really got resolved. Whenever he visits, the fight inevitably reignites. However, when he decides not to visit, my wife feels slighted and gets angry. He's getting married and we're all invited. How far away did your stepson want to move for college? That's what I feel like the fight was about. He wanted to get as far as he possibly could from his mother. And she was upset about it because she did not want to cut the cord, because the fight comes back whenever he does visit. But when he doesn't visit, the fight gets even fucking worse and she's angry because he's not coming around. I feel like the initial fight right after high school was because he was going far, far away. My wife's plan for the wedding is as follows. We get up at the ass crack of dawn to drive 2.5 hours to the wedding. Then we go to the reception. Then we drive 2.5 hours back home. We don't attend any pre-wedding events, of which there are several, and we're invited to almost all of them. Yeah, I'm not going to do that shit. I said we'll drive down Thursday evening and attend the rehearsal dinner. Then I'll go to the bachelor party on Friday. We'll enjoy a peaceful Saturday, and then we'll get up at a reasonable hour on Sunday. Go to the wedding, then the reception. We'll sleep in on Monday, and then drive home. Sounds good to me. Because ain't no way in hell I'm about to drive 5 hours round trip for a wedding when I know good and goddamn well we can take 4 days and do it logically. I know why my wife doesn't want to do the long weekend. She wants to punish her son. Well, I refuse to catch a stray and suffer to aid her punishment of him. I want to enjoy the wedding, not hear about how shitty we were about it at every family reunion for the next eon. She says that he's her son and it's her decision. No, baby, your decision is how you go to the wedding. You're not going to affect me with your pettiness. Absolutely not. I want to go to the bachelor party because I was invited to it. I want to go to the rehearsal dinner because I was invited to it. If you want to be petty and try to make it all about you and not show up, that's on you. All they're going to do is talk about you. I told my wife, do what you want. I'm taking the kids on Thursday. Come with us or don't. I'm not going to play this game. I'm not embarrassing myself in front of the extended family just to present a united front. Anyways, I'm typing this from the guest bedroom because that's where I'm sleeping tonight. My friends who I thought would be on my side said that I'm being an idiot. He's her son, so I should support her and do what she wants. No, because wrong is wrong regardless of what your fucking connection is to the person. And you're fucking wrong. Being my wife does not change the fact that you're fucking wrong. I'm not going to support that shit because it's wrong. I get that he's not my kid, but that's not going to be a very good defense in 10 years when all the kids are reminiscing about what a prick I was when their brother got married because I hadn't slept the night before. Am I being a shitty husband or a good dad? No, baby, you're absolutely not the asshole. Him being your biological son or not does not matter here. You are doing what good dads do and you are putting your son first. Take your kids, stick to your plan, leave on Thursday, and enjoy your weekend. If your wife comes, that's great. That's great because that's what we want to happen. We want her to come and enjoy the weekend with us. But if she can't put her pettiness to the side and she decides to not come, oh fucking well. Oh well, you take your kids so they can enjoy their brother's wedding. I don't know what the fuck your wife did, but I know she did it. I know it's her fault. I know it's her fault. The simple fact that she wants to and is okay with waking your children up at the ass crack of dawn to drive 2.5 hours to a wedding, go to a reception, and then turn around and drive 2.5 hours back just to punish her oldest child, I know she did it. I know it's her fault that their relationship is as strained as it is.
Am I in the wrong for getting a mother of two arrested because she assaulted me at work? I, 19 male, work in a fairly popular chain retail store. Everything started about 3 days ago when I was working the closing shift. One thing to note about our store is that if an item is not in stock, the customer can ask us to order the item to any branch of their choosing to be delivered for the next day. The woman in question walked through the doors about 2 minutes before we were closing and walked straight to the register where I was working. She looked quite rushed and started explaining that she was here to collect an order that she had placed. I politely explained that the area to collect deliveries had closed several hours ago and that she would have to return tomorrow if she wanted to get her delivery. She began pleading and explained that she had been too busy taking care of her children, who were with her, to come and pick her order up. I explained that the delivery area had its own separate staff and anyone with access to the room had already left the building. She seemed frustrated by this response but left with her children. Since I was already scheduled to be working the following day, I knew that I would have to deal with the woman and was dreading having them return to the store, as not only was she condescending and rude, but her children were quite loud and energetic and knocked over a lot of shit which I had to clean up. The following day, I was about halfway through my shift when the woman walked up to my register and placed a candle on the counter, which I rung her up for, and then she started demanding that I track her order as she went up to the collections area and they were unable to find the parcel. I checked the system and noticed that the order was placed over a month ago, so I told her that because she had not picked her order up in the 14-day window, the order had likely been sent back to the warehouse. She flew off the handle, saying it was all my fault and if I had just let her get her parcel yesterday, everything would have been fine. I tried to explain to her that the parcel would have already been sent back weeks ago, but before I could even finish my sentence, she picked up the candle and threw it at me. It was one of those candles in a glass jar, and it hit me in the temple and smashed to the ground, and I ended up falling and hitting my head on the wall behind me. As I was trying to get up, she started shouting even louder and started throwing other various objects at me. The commotion was a bit protracted security as they ended up taking her to the back and held her and her 2 children there until the cops showed up, and my manager told me to go to the break room until she called me on my headset. I ended up sitting in the break room for about an hour and a half until my manager walked in with the cops. They sat down and started asking a bunch of questions about what happened, and I told them everything. Then they asked me if I wanted to press charges on the woman, and even though I was not seriously injured outside of a bruise on my head, I told them that I would. My manager then told me to clock out early and said I could take the rest of the week off. When I went home, I told my mom everything and she called me a heartless a-hole and told me that she didn't raise me like this. She told me I should have thought about the impact it would have on the women's children to have their mother in jail and that I wouldn't understand how difficult it is to be a mother. I initially thought I was in the right, but after talking to my mother, I'm now second guessing myself. So I just want to know, am I in the wrong?
Am I the arsehole for suing my stepsister after she stole my wedding dress? Story time. So my stepsister, who we'll call Amy, got married last December, and she had asked if she could borrow my wedding dress after not making a single attempt to find her own. I said no. I stood my ground and I never ended up actually going to the wedding either. Fast forward to last month, so like 7 months after the wedding, her and her husband separate. However, if you ask her, she's just saying they are totally great. And over this past month or so, I've taken time to rebuild my relationship with my sister. Everything was going completely well, up until this break when she completely ghosted me. I figured maybe she just needs a bit of time to recuperate. Up until she randomly calls me again. She says she just wants to come over to my house and talk. I was buzzing. I was so happy to have her coming around again. So she comes over, we're having a nice catch up and a coffee, and then she randomly asks if she can see my closet. She said that she was going on a date and she had nothing to wear. And this felt like a really full circle sisterly moment, so I was like, of course, go have a look. We looked through, picked an outfit that we thought would go really nicely. She was like, stunning, put it in a bag, and she left. A few days go by and I'm clearing out my wardrobe, and this is when I noticed the spot where my wedding dress used to be was completely empty. I freaked out, as I'm sure you can imagine. I was searching everywhere I could think of. And that's when I realised the last time I saw that was when I was in there with Amy. I called her just to double check because I didn't want to seem accusatory or maybe I'd misjudged the situation here. However, she got incredibly defensive on the phone and then eventually just hung up. So naturally, I get on the phone to my stepdad, who is so angry that I would even accuse her or think that she would do something like that. However, later that evening, I do in fact get a phone call from my stepdad telling me that Amy had rang him and spilled the truth. He tells me that she has taken it whilst I was looking for that outfit for her, and naturally I was absolutely fuming, to which he had the nerve to tell me to calm down and act like an adult. Because of this, I was even more riled up, so I gave her a call and I told her to prepare for lawyers. This caused a massive drama within the family. Everyone is saying that I've taken it way too far. However, I saved every penny I could to buy that dress. And at the end of the day, this is theft. So what do you think? Am I wrong here?
I just broke up with the love of my life because of his disabled brother. I've been with my boyfriend Daniel on and off for about 10 years. We were high school sweethearts who broke up when he went into the army and reconnected after he was discharged. Since day one of our relationship, his brother, Peter, has been a problem. They had a fairly traumatic childhood, deadbeat dad and an emotionally unstable/abusive mother, and Daniel took on a lot of the caregiving task for his younger brother, 5-year age gap. He said from day one that being there for his brother was his priority, and if I wanted to date him, I would have to accept it. I was a little weirded out, but I don't think I fully understood that I was signing up to always come in second. Just as an example, when we were in high school, he stood me up on the day I decided to sleep with him to see his brother's school play. Like, what 17-year-old boy would rather see a middle school production of Les Mis than get laid for the first time? But that's how it's always been. The second time we broke up, it was after his discharge because Peter was in an abusive relationship with some guy who got him addicted to pain meds. And Daniel basically said that he didn't need me and my son distracting him because he was trying to save his brother's life. We didn't speak for almost a year because I was so pissed that he would just abandon us like that. Well, Daniel was able to help Peter get clean and Peter's ex ended up in jail on drug charges. Daniel is a cop, so he was able to ensure Peter was in charge and even paid for a treatment program. After that, Peter went back to school to finish his degree. I probably should have walked away then, but Daniel is such an unbelievably great guy. He's a hard worker, he's great with my son, and he has so many wonderful qualities. So I reached back out, and we started talking again. He told me that he wasn't going to apologize for dropping everything to save Peter's life, but basically said, sorry it hurt you, and I was willing to accept that. So we moved back in together. 2 years pass and all is well. Peter comes over every weekend with his girlfriend. They're both gay, but Peter's mom is very traditional. And I accept that, even though it means that my son and I basically have no private family time with just Daniel. Peter finished his degree and was about to start a master's degree in social work. Things are finally back to normal. Then, he gets hit by a fucking car. It wasn't his fault. The driver was texting and didn't see him, but I'm still so angry. We were eating breakfast when Daniel got the call, and he lost his legs when he heard the news. He was crying so hard I could barely understand him. I had to get my son to school and drive him to the hospital because he couldn't drive in his condition. He was almost catatonic on the drive over. The doctors were very doubtful that Peter would survive the initial injury, but he did. Then he was in a coma for about 3 days. On the rare occasions that I was able to convince Daniel to get some sleep or eat something, he insisted I stay with Peter and call him if something happened. I'm ashamed to admit it, but I sometimes fantasize about him dying because at least it would all be over and we could start to heal. When he emerged from the coma, he wasn't awake. The doctor said that he was in a vegetative state, so he could either get better or just stay like this forever. In this state, he wears diapers and has to get fed through a tube. Daniel has to watch him and bathe him and basically care for him 24/7. He quit his job without consulting me and moved in with Peter's friend because our apartment didn't have room for Peter, so we don't even live together anymore. When I suggested that we look into residential care options for Peter, we got into the worst fight we've ever been in. He said that those places have low standards of care and that he didn't want his brother to be scared and surrounded by strangers. I don't want to live with Peter and I don't want to live apart from Daniel, so we're basically at an impasse. Peter can't walk or talk, but he often shakes and cries, which scares my son, so he hasn't even seen Daniel in weeks. I think Daniel could be the love of my life, but I don't think there's anything left to salvage. I texted him last night if he wanted to give up all of our plans to live like this for the rest of his life, and he told me to go F myself.
Am I the asshole for refusing to help my brother and sister-in-law while they're struggling by meal prepping a few meals a week for them and their kids? I, 17 male, have an older brother, James, 28 male, who's married to Erica, and they have 3 kids with another on the way. James and I don't have a relationship. I feel like he resents me for being born or like I stole our parents from him or something because he's always been a huge jerk to me. I'm talking putting stuff where I couldn't reach them when I was little, locking me in my room because he could, and dropping me off at the neighbor's house when he agreed to babysit and was getting paid for it so our parents could go out. When James met Erica, she was a jerk to me too. She made fun of the way that I talked because of my stutter. She ignored me unless our parents were there. For a while, my parents and James had a bad relationship because of how he and Erica were treating me. But they made up and became close again and stayed close even when he didn't invite me to his wedding. They ignore my birthdays. They ignore me at Christmas. They never invite me to parties they throw, and it's not an age thing because kids younger than me get invited. It's all a me thing. I asked James why he hates me and he ignored me. When I tried to push him to answer, he laughed in my face and told me to get away from him. No, you're absolutely not an asshole. They've made it clear. They do not want a relationship with you. They don't like you. Hell, they would probably be happier if you did not exist. But you're wrong for not wanting to extend a helping hand to them. They should have thought about that. They're bad. James and Erica have 3 kids, who I don't know, by the way, and another one on the way. Erica's had a rough pregnancy, and my parents help keep their house clean and stuff on the weekends. They've sent them money, but my parents don't really cook, though. I usually cook on Sundays, and I meal prep lunches for school and other stuff. I pay for the ingredients myself because I don't really like the stuff that my mom and dad sometimes buy, and it's sometimes because they mostly eat takeout for dinner. James started asking for food, so Erica and him didn't need to worry about that so much. My parents said that I should do it since I meal prep already, and James said it would be perfect. I believe you, James. It would absolutely be perfect for me to help you. But you've gone out of your way so many fucking times to show me that you don't like me. Why would I do that? Why would I do anything for you? My parents said to use the stuff they buy and meal prep for James's family. But I told them I won't put time into making food for people who treat me like shit. Period. My parents said they're still our family. And James was like, what the fuck? Why are you okay with hurting my family when our parents told him that? Really? That's insane. My parents said they were very disappointed in me, and this was the chance to build some bridges. So am I the asshole? No, baby, you're absolutely not the asshole. James and his wife have gone out of their way for years to make sure you understood and know they want absolutely nothing to do with you. But because life is getting hard for them, you're supposed to push all of that to the side and allow people who have time and time again disrespected you and treated you like shit to get help from you. Fuck that. Your brother's insane. He's like a psycho or something. Something up here is not wired correctly. You guys have an 11-year age gap. 11 years. There's absolutely nothing in this world that you could have done to make him hate you other than being born, like you said. By the time your brother was a teenager, you were a toddler. You weren't doing anything to him. You were not. Your brother is fucking insane. This shit is crazy as fuck. Because your brother is 28 years old. 28 years old. He went out of his way to make sure someone that did not know you hated you. What the fuck did he tell Erica for her to feel so strongly about you? For her to hate you just as much as your brother hates you when you 100% ain't did shit to her? Bitch, I didn't even know you and you came into the game hating on me. No, this shit is absolutely fucking insane. It is. My brother and I, we have a 12-year age gap. We do. And listen, he wasn't perfect. He far from it. In fact, he picked on me, absolutely. But never once did my brother lock me in a room simply because he could. Never once did he drop me off at someone else's house when he was being paid to watch me. Now, he wasn't the best fucking brother. He was not. But he did not go out of his way to bully me. Honestly, your parents aren't well in the head either, so I guess the apple didn't fall too far from the goddamn tree. Because what the fuck do you mean they're expecting you to start building bridges? It is not your job to fix what you did not break. Personally, I feel like there is a reason. I also feel like that reason's probably fucked up and delusional as hell, but there's got to be something. What did James tell Erica to make her hate you as much as he does? You said, and I quote, "For a while, my parents and James had a bad relationship because of how he and Erica treated me, but they made up and became close again." What did he tell them for them to go from bad relationship to being close again with no change in his behavior towards you? No change in your behavior, period, because you don't know what the fuck the reason is. I think there's a reason and everybody knows about it except for you. All of that just circles back to how fucked up your parents are, because how the fuck are they disappointed in you because you don't want to spend your time and energy doing shit for your fucking bully? He has bullied you your entire goddamn life and then went a step further to introduce another bully into your fucking life. Nah, baby, something's going on here. Do not lift a finger to help them. It's clear as day that your parents aren't fucking shit, so I'm not really surprised, but I'm still going to point out the fact that the moment you refuse to do anything for James, he's family. But James has been refusing to do anything for you your entire life. You got 3.5 nieces and nephews that you will probably never fucking know, but you're expected to cook for them because they're family. James and Erica have never invited you to any event that they've thrown. They purposely exclude you from everything. They don't reach out on your birthday. They ignore you on Christmas. You weren't even invited to their wedding. But they're family. So none of those instances were you family, but because James needs something, they're family. Ah, nah, baby, the favoritism is loud and fucking clear. Your parents are ass. They really are.
Am I in the wrong for asking my wife to do more around the house? I, 45 male, and my wife, 40 female, have 2 kids, both early teenagers, and both work full-time. Previously, we split a lot of chores evenly. She's great at cooking, so she did more. I enjoy cleaning, so I did more. And we split the rest evenly, and the kids pitch in too. She has not been lucky recently and got into a really bad car crash about 20 months ago and broke her spine, hip, and leg. She was on heavy-duty painkillers for a while during healing. However, 4 months ago, the painkillers caused her to have a series of seizures. Probably should mention that these injuries from the crash have caused long-term pain for her. She's legally disabled, and she now won't, not can't, take any painkillers in case they start up again. Her choice, but relevant. One of the long-term effects of this is that she can't drive until 12 months seizure-free, and she has to commute to work using public transport. Unfortunately, this is almost 2 hours each way, and there is no way around this. We have explored options like ride shares, etc., and it's not an option. My job is to help pay the bills, and honestly, I'm not a career person like she is. I work much shorter hours and less stressful than hers, but 30 minutes drive in the opposite direction in shifts, so I can't drive her there. Over the last few months, I've had to pick up a lot more around the house, as she leaves so early, 6 a.m. to get to work for 8, and doesn't get back until 6 or 7 p.m. She has a very high-stress job and she's the main breadwinner, so she doesn't want to change jobs. It means a lot of the things that she used to do falls on me now. Also, when she gets back, she often falls asleep around 8. She's also, frankly, useless on the weekends, only doing the bare minimum, meal prep and laundry. She says because she's tired and in a lot of pain. We live in a very cold, wet area, and now she says the weather contributes to this too, but we can't move right now. Over the weekend, I've asked her to do more around the house. I'm really tired of having to pick up everything myself. We got into a fight. She says we just need to let things go a bit more, called me a perfectionist. This is true, but I feel like she could be doing more around the house. Things she used to handle like having to pick up medication / shopping now falls on me too. Our nearest Walmart is a 15-minute drive from us. She's tired, I get it, but everyone is tired. I also understand that she's in pain, but I feel like the accident was so long ago that she can't keep using this as an excuse. She should be able to drive in 9 months or so, and she says that we just need to adapt to the new normal until then. I might be an a-hole for not being understanding of her needs, but I think she's an a-hole for refusing to do more, especially at evenings and weekends. So, am I in the wrong?
Am I the arsehole for walking away from my husband and child after finding out that our child is biologically his? Storytime. So, my husband's sister adopted a child 4 years ago. She'd spoken many times about wanting to be a mom and she didn't feel like she needed anyone's help. So, when her friend had a child that she didn't want to keep, she stepped up and offered to adopt the baby. Everyone, of course, was super supportive and we welcomed this baby into our family. Now, 2.5 years ago, my husband's sister got diagnosed diagnosed with MS. Unfortunately, she declined very, very rapidly and asked if we could help support and take care of the child. And of course we agreed. We didn't have any children of our own at this point, so that made the decision a lot easier for us. Now, my husband never acted weird around this child, never acted like he had a secret. He acted like an uncle willing to step up and help out his sister. Now, recently, his sister confessed to me that my husband is the biological father of the child. She said her health was declining rapidly and she said that she couldn't go knowing that I didn't have the full truth. She had said that her best friend and my husband used to hook up casually and occasionally, and then they did it right before we got married. And this child is a result of that infidelity. To tell you, I vomited on the floor. So when I got home, I confronted my husband on this straight away and demanded a DNA test. And lo and behold, the DNA test confirmed that he is, in fact, the father. He told me that absolutely nothing had ever happened whilst we were married. He was so sorry. He loved me so much. I was so disgusted by this whole thing. I did not want to be around this man, and I've been staying at my sister's house ever since the DNA test. I didn't sign up for this. And here's the thing, I know that that baby is innocent in this whole thing. They have done absolutely nothing wrong at all. I just simply can't look at that child without seeing all the infidelity. I've had multiple phone calls from my sister-in-law apologising. She told me that she had told the rest of the family as well, and now they are all trying to get in contact with me, trying to get back with Steve. I've ended up having to block so many people because I can't deal with people just blaming and shaming me. They're berating me for not even trying to do like counselling or therapy. But I'm not gonna lie, I just really don't see a way back from this at all. But I have been in that child's life from the day she was born and then raised her as my own for a year and a half. I just know I could never be a good parent figure to her, knowing what I know. So what do you think?
Am I the asshole for kicking out my sister and her family because of her son and husband's entitlement? Nope, absolutely not. My house is not big enough for anyone else's entitlement except for mine. I, 23 female, and my sister, 37 female, have always had a rocky relationship. We've had our ups and downs, but we've always had each other's backs. That's why when our house had a really bad flood, I offered to let her stay with me and my girlfriend in our house. We had more than enough space, and we talked it through first. So my sister, her husband, and my 13-year-old nephew packed up their things and set up camp in our house. My nephew and I have been fine, but he had this entitlement to him that's always got on my nerves. Right off the bat, he tried to claim mine and my girlfriend's shared bedroom like it was some guest house. What? So you invited your sister, her son, and her husband to stay in your house. Her 13-year-old shows up at your house and decides he's gonna pick which room he wants, and the room that he wants is your bedroom. Okay, that would have been strike number one. I politely told him that he couldn't stay in our bedroom. He could either stay in the guest room or our TV room in the basement. He immediately got upset and demanded our room. Okay, I wish somebody's 13-year-old would try to demand something in my fucking house. Look, you and your parents can go back home to your juicy house, or you can go to the two options that I gave you. My bedroom is not an option. My brother-in-law tried to mediate the situation, but the whole reason he wanted the room was so that he could have the TV for his gaming system. So he wanted the TV in your bedroom, but he couldn't go to the TV room in the basement? Okay. I showed him the TV room in the basement, and he relented and agreed to sleep downstairs. I was sort of relieved, assuming he would spend most of his time down there. It had only been a week before the issue started. My brother-in-law wouldn't clean up after himself. He would fill the sink with dirty dishes and leave his laundry all over the house. He wouldn't clean up the bathroom after using it. My nephew kept me and my girlfriend up at night with his screaming and yelling at his video games. From the basement? Oh, hell no. Girl, this would have been strikes 2, 3, 4, and 5. They would have been gone. They would have been gone. Because listen, I'm doing you a favor. But when your favor starts to inconvenience me, you gotta go. I brought up these problems to my sister. She just brushed it off by saying they're just used to how things are at home. But you're not at home. You're not at home. You are guests in someone else's house and you need to behave as such. Are you fucking serious? I told my sister that I ran things differently, but she just wouldn't budge. After another week, my girlfriend asked me if the cat had thrown up somewhere downstairs because there was a very sour smell every time she went to do the laundry. I looked around everywhere but found nothing until I realized the smell was coming from my nephew. I almost gagged. He clearly hadn't showered in days. I talked to my sister and she tried the excuse of boys will be boys. Absolutely not. I don't give a fuck if you got to put your son in a full Nelson and body slam him into the tub. You make sure that motherfucker gets some soap and water on his body. The entire house smells bad because of his asshole. And you're excusing it as boys will be, get out. I wasn't having that. I stormed downstairs and I told my nephew that he needed to shower ASAP. He threw a fit and started throwing empty soda cans and food containers at me while throwing curses and insults as well. I brought up the issue to my sister, but all she did was try to gentle parent him, which was just him getting his way by cussing out his mother. Why the fuck did you put up with this for so long? It's been 2 weeks too motherfucking long at this point. Why are you dealing with this? They clearly have no respect for you. They've got no respect for your house. Your girlfriend should not have to deal with your nasty ass family in her home. By the first month, my girlfriend and I had finally had enough. Finally, after 30 days. 30 days. After 29 and before 31. An entire month. 30 days for you to get tired of your house smelling like 13-year-old boy unwashed ass crack. Grown man clothes thrown all over your fucking house. Dishes constantly piled up in the motherfucking sink. And your sister making excuses and not doing anything about it. It took y'all 30 days to get tired of it. During dinner, I brought up the issues that had been happening and how they were affecting me and my girlfriend. All three of them brushed it off and claimed that they were too stressed. I bit my tongue, but I was fighting back from jumping across the table at my sister. No, you weren't. No, you weren't. If you're not going to open your mouth and tell your sister how you truly feel about her family disrespecting not only you, but your girlfriend in your home, you weren't holding back from jumping across the table to do shit. You weren't going to bust a grape in a fruit fight. The first month and a half of living with them was pure hell on earth. What immediately drew the line was overhearing my brother-in-law on the phone with his friend. I tried not to listen until I heard him saying the most disrespectful and disgusting things about me and my girlfriend. My blood immediately boiled when I heard him say that he thought living with two gay chicks would be much hotter. Yeah, no, you gotta go. You gotta go. Now, get out. I snapped, and I demanded him and my sister pack their things and leave my house immediately. He acted like he hadn't just completely disrespected me in my own home. My sister tried to defend him, saying that it was a joke. I refused to hear her out. I told her about her husband and son's disgusting habits and entitlement, and I said I refused to deal with it anymore. I gave her 1 day to get all their stuff and leave before I did it myself. She immediately broke down in tears, claiming they had nowhere to go. I told her to get a hotel room, stay at a friend's, or hell, go to our parents' house, anywhere but here. She called me cruel and heartless, but I didn't care. I couldn't take it anymore. I was exhausted. She called me a bitch and went to her guest room. I didn't care. I was just relieved to get them out. They packed their things and they left. My sister hasn't said much to me since. My girlfriend said that I did the right thing. But am I the asshole? No, baby, you're absolutely not the asshole, but I do think you need to stop being such a pushover. You lasted a month and a half with your family in your house being disrespectful to you. Honestly, you have the patience of a saint, but baby, it's time to stand up on your own 2 feet and buck back. Your nephew had your entire house smelling bad. Your brother-in-law was thinking the most disgusting things about you and your girlfriend, leaving his clothes all over the place. Your sister was not doing anything to correct the behavior of her husband and her son, and you dealt with it for a month and a half. You're not wrong. She called you cruel and heartless because you weren't going to allow them to continue to inconvenience your life. Nah, baby, you're not wrong.
Am I the arsehole for hiring a private investigator to follow around my boyfriend because his work wife gives me bad vibes? Story time. So here's the deal. My boyfriend of 4 years has a work wife. At first I thought, you know what? No big deal. Kind of cute that he's making friends at work. But lately I have noticed he has been talking about her a lot. He'll mention that she is so funny, and then they have these great inside jokes at work that no one else understands. It's almost like a secret language that they have together. Isn't that great? He even one day said, oh, she just gets me like no one else does. Steve, what? To make things so much worse, Steve has to work quite late nights often, and then his team also like going out for after work drinks too. I've confronted him about this a couple of times. He said that I'm just paranoid and that I'm the only girl for him. But something just was not sitting right with me. I confronted him about it a few times, but he said that I was just being paranoid. I wasn't sure. So I hired a private investigator. I just really felt like there was way more going on in this situation that he was ever going to tell me freely. I truly did not think we would find anything. I kind of just wanted a little bit of reassurance, a bit of peace of mind. Turns out though, they went out to dinner together last Friday after work. Steve told me he was busy wrapping up a project at work. No, He was at a restaurant with her. When I confronted him with this evidence, he was livid. He was so furious. He says I've crossed a line of his privacy and that it was just an innocent dinner. So why lie? Why lie then, Steve? I said, well, you can be honest with me. Like, why didn't you tell me? He said, because I knew you'd freak out like this. So what do you think? Am I wrong here? Did I take it too far?
Am I in the wrong for telling my girlfriend that I was sick of paying for her to visit the OBGYN when there's nothing wrong with her? My girlfriend, 39, gave birth to our daughter 6 months ago. Since then, it's been a continuous, torturous cycle of her visiting her OBGYN for checkups, them telling her that she's fine, and then her complaining about their expert opinion and trying to involve me, who is no more a doctor than she is. After her first few postnatal checkups, she now has insisted of bringing me along because she was angry that her OBGYN, after the 3-month period, found it unnecessary to examine her for tears she claims to have and just told her to do Kegels. At her appointments, she'll claim that she feels like her uterus is falling out, that she can't jog because she pees herself the entire time, or that blood clots the size of our baby's head keep coming out of her, and that she has the worst back pain she's ever experienced. Her doctor will in turn tell me that this is a natural part of recovery and that my girlfriend was likely having a particularly heavy period and that the only thing that she needed a doctor for was if she wanted to go back on birth control. She even once yelled at her doctor that her urine is red, and her doctor said, yes, that's what happens when you're on your period. Our lactation consultant also got in a fight with her, which made my girlfriend start crying a while back. They basically said that there was nothing preventing her pumping breast milk, and it is natural for women to suffer back pain after birth, and there's nothing you can really do about it. They told her to stop describing her back pain as if it was a kidney infection. My girlfriend had to quit her job because she claims her back pain would make her customer service job unbearable, and now I have to pay for everything. I'm sick of footing the bill for Ubers and medical visits, only to be told that everything happening to my girlfriend is natural and millions of women are going through it and still manage to work high-powered careers, have more babies, breastfeed, and not go to the doctor every week only to be told that they're fine and ask again if they wanted to schedule an appointment for an IUD. Yesterday, my girlfriend said that she wanted to make another appointment because she feels like something is tearing down there. I was finally exasperated enough, and I said I was sick of her always running to the doctor and doing the same thing expecting different results. I told her that I heard it with my own ears that she was fine and that I was tired of hemorrhaging money for these doctor's visits. So, am I in the wrong? Am I in the wrong for refusing to give my coworker their office back now that work from home has been canceled? Back in 2023, a woman, Jen, in my building left for maternity leave. After having her child, Jen took advantage of her company's work from home program, which left her office open. I placed in a request for this space with my manager and was given the go, so I got to leave my crappy cubicle for my very own private office. My employer has announced that work from home will end this month. All employees are to be back in office. Yeah, that sucks, I know. Yesterday, work from home employees came in for tours and desk assignments. When Jen saw that I was in her office, she became agitated and asked if I'd be leaving so that she could take back over. I told her flatly that I had no intent to give up the office. Jen spoke with the manager about this, and management's immediate decision was that I was under no obligation to move out of the office. I was approached and asked if I had any interest in returning to a cubicle. I said no, and there was no follow-up from my manager or HR as they both see the matter closed. Now, just a day later, I'm getting a sting from coworkers who think I'm punishing Jen for something outside her control. Jen has also emailed me, asking me to reconsider the position she's in, and that she's already been punished by the company by being compelled to return to the building, and asking me to consider her feelings. Sincerely, I definitely understand how much this sucks for her and everyone else being forced to come back, but I like having my own office. I have a lot of stuff in here that I'd otherwise have to carry back home. I'd be giving up the privacy that I've become adjusted to, and if I'm being honest, I enjoy actually having a nice window to look out and none of the noise from the cubicles. So, am I in the wrong here?
Is it weird to have your parents wax your nether regions? In other words, is it weird to have your parents wax your genitals?
Yes, it is, actually.
I can't think of any context in where that wouldn't be.
Well, hiya Reddit. Hope you all are doing well. I'm in a little bit of a pickle as I don't know if this is weird or not. Basically, I have this friend, let's call her Emily. She's been a really close friend of mine for the last few years while being at uni. We're both 22 female. We get along really well and she seems sane. However, I just found out she does something which has made me question if this is normal. A little thing to know about Emily is that her mom owns a waxing business. It's fairly small, but not struggling. Anyways, I was chatting to Emily about a date I had been on and how it had gone well. It's the first guy I've spoken to since my ex who I've clicked with. I was really excited about our next date, our fourth one, and was saying to Emily how I was thinking we were going to be intimate. Our last date had a lot of chemistry, and there was a lot of touching, kissing, and flirting, but we wanted to take things slow. I was saying about potentially going in for a wax. I haven't had one, but I have heard a lot of good reviews. She said I should definitely, and that she'll get her mom to do it for me at a mate's rate. I said that I appreciate the offer and all, but I think it might be weird having her mom all up in my hoo-ha. She said it's not weird. She gets her mom to do it for her every month. When I say I was silent for a solid 3 minutes, I am not lying. She kept trying to justify by saying it's her mom and she's seen it all before, and why would she go elsewhere and pay when her mom does it for free? But the thought of my parents getting all up and personal when I'm a grown woman is maddening to me. Like, is this normal? Well, anyways, I said I would think about it and left. I just want to know if A, I should go to her mom for the wax, and B, there's a bigger issue at hand. Is it normal that a 22-year-old woman had her mom waxing her vagina? I would love some opinions on this, as I genuinely don't know. Also, the thought of using the mom's waxing will be appreciated, as there is a little bit of a time crunch too, as my next date is on Saturday. Oh my god, the thought of, like, can you imagine your mom pulling apart your lips?
No, I don't like that.
And getting that wax in there and like, I couldn't do it. It couldn't be me. That level of comfort with your parent, that's something.
Am I wrong for canceling my vacation because my sister is sending her kids? So we've been planning a family vacation for months, and this would be my first vacation in 15 years. So it's kind of a big deal. Well, I've recently been diagnosed with ADHD, and this is the first year that I've actually enjoyed going out. Well, my sister has had her struggles in her adult life, and she has 3 kids that spend half their time with my parents. They're fun kids, but they aren't exactly well-mannered. They don't listen unless it involves being yelled at or asked many times. So telling them not to do something often results in them doing it when no one's looking. Today we got together for Father's Day, and I find out that my sister isn't going on this vacation, but her children are. This honestly frustrated me quite a bit, but I wasn't going to speak my mind in front of the kids. So I decided to give it a few hours, take some rest, and then observe what I could expect. What I came to was 3 kids, ages 4 to 6, bullying all of the adults until they get what they want. And my vacation quickly began to look like I was just leaving the state to go babysit. I'm not a parent. I'm not good with kids. And I just want to point out that I don't hate them. I also don't want to spend my week trying to get a handle on 3 kids at a campground, even though I know my parents would do most of the work. So I told my parents that I wasn't going on vacation, and that I didn't sign up to watch my sister's kids. I know my mom feels terrible, and that I put her in a very, very difficult spot. My sister has a job and a boyfriend, and less free time than I'm sure she'd like. But she's no single mom with no.
Then my sister Amy started making comments saying that if we ever broke up, she's first in line to date my girlfriend Emily. She calls Emily her wifey and follows her around like a lost puppy. Amy says that Emily is our girlfriend, and I swear she gets jealous when I interact with her. Then, last week, I got home from work, and as I walked through the door, I could hear them chatting in the living room. This isn't out of the ordinary. It was what I heard that really bothered me. My sister said, "Holy fuck, I have such a crush on you," in the most lustful voice I've ever heard. I really hated typing that. Emily laughed and their conversation moved on, but it really didn't sit well with me, so later on I asked Emily what they were talking about. I think context is important. She told me that they went shopping earlier in the day and were doing a little fashion show for each other. She said that those kinds of comments are normal between girlfriends and it's nothing to worry about. It made sense to me and I trust Emily. I decided to talk to Amy. I asked her how their shopping spree went, etc., and then gently asked her what the crush comment was about. She got very defensive and accused me of being jealous of her relationship with Emily and told me to grow the fuck up. I'm not worried about Emily doing anything behind my back to betray me, and I never have. There's just something about the way my sister is acting that irks me, and I don't know how to approach this without blowing up on any of our relationships.
Today, my girlfriend is planning on cheating on me. What are the best options to catch her and prevent gaslighting? I, 23 male, have been dating my girlfriend, 24 female, for over a year. I've been the boyfriend that treated her the best, changed her lifestyle to be healthier, has her parents' approval, etc. She used to get abused and lied to in previous relationships. We are now away on a business trip, and we are staying at a hotel, which happens to be in a state her ex-boyfriend from 3 relationships ago lives at. As said, this is a work trip and I will need to leave the hotel for a few hours, and she has the entire place to herself. She has the option of accompanying me to my job out here, but has opted to stay at the hotel. Skipping forward, she's texting her ex, who she changed the contact name for on her phone, and they've already planned on meeting in the evening today. They will be meeting at the hotel that we're staying at. I'm not sure what my options are. My original plan is to let them meet and catch up in the hotel together, but when that happens, what next? Do I beat up her ex-boyfriend? Do I yell at her for cheating? Do I just act casual and say I came back to pick something up? The issue is, we're still here for 4 more days after, and her parents are expecting me to take care of her on this trip, so I can't just kick her out. I'd have to hear some BS sob stories for the next 4 days of her trying to find a way to make it seem like she wasn't cheating. The other issue is that if the ex bails and we don't meet up. She still had the intent to meet up with him. Do I just act like nothing was going to happen? She deletes the messages from her phone, so I have no living proof that it was going to happen. And then to top it off, she will know I went through her phone, which I normally don't do. But I just had the gut feeling that she'd do exactly this. As I knew from previous stories, she told me about this ex and that he lives in the exact state we're at. She claimed to have blocked this ex a long time ago. About 6 months into the relationship, she accidentally unblocked him, which is how I caught him trying to call her. She blocked him after we discussed it, and I thought it was over. Now it's about 7 months later since then, and she's talking to him, has him as a girl's name on her phone and on Do Not Disturb so the messages don't pop up. Lastly, about a month ago, I waved at a high school female friend who used to be on my track and field team, and I didn't try to engage in conversation, just a simple hi, as my girlfriend was right next to me and we were walking in opposite directions. She went on a whole argument that it's disrespectful to even know other girls, to even say hi, to even look in the direction of another girl. Oh my god, what is this? Which brings me to how I saw the signs before, because now she's not only talking to a guy, she's planning on meeting him in a different state. One more thing. She thinks the hotel only has 1 key card, but I have the second one. Only problem is that if I were to even catch them in the act, she'd always use the extra lock from someone breaking in. How should I go about this? If they're both inside the room and she won't open the door? Because obviously she'll get caught cheating. Please, brother, tell me you have an update. Oh my god. You don't need a reason to break up with her. She intended to meet with her ex and went lengths to hide it behind your back. That is more than enough to call it off. You don't have to make this whole deal and try to catch him in the act. You just separate and go your own way. I don't know why you're so intent on trying to catch her in the act. She already disrespected you and cheated on you, so just get over it. Go next. Bye.
Here's why I left my boyfriend for both of his parents. Story time. So me and my boyfriend, let's call him Mark. And also, he is my ex-boyfriend now. I should stop calling him that. But me and Mark met when we were in college. Mark is actually a little bit older than me, but he was doing a second degree. So he had been at college for quite a while. And our relationship definitely wasn't perfect. And I kind of haven't got the best family support. So the 2 people who were always there for me during mine and Mark's mistakes, just kind of messy relationship, was both of his parents. But his parents liked me a lot. And I thought in my head it was just a nice future in-law relationship. However, I didn't know there were other intentions around this. They were always super nice to me, and to be fair, they were there for me more than they were for Mark. They took my side all the time. But I naturally grew really close to his parents, and I would actually find myself going around his house purely to see his mum and dad. And it was just a really nice relationship until it got a bit weird. As I kind of said, I don't really have a great kind of family background. But when his mum and dad would hug me loads and kiss me on the cheek, just be really over friendly. Obviously, I kind of thought this was normal. I just didn't really think too much into it until always happens when there's drink involved. It always happens. But we're on a little family vacation and me and Mark, surprise argued. So I was left downstairs with his parents. It's got a bit saucy and I actually ended up making out with both of them. Obviously I knew this wasn't normal. I knew this was a line not many people cross. I kind of liked it, and I slowly but surely realised I was falling in love with his parents more than I was Mark. So obviously, as I realised this, it changed everything. It should. The morning after this happened, Mark went and got us all some breakfast. We kind of got him out the house as quick as possible. And me and his parents sat down and they basically explained to me that they've been looking for a third person to join the relationship. And obviously, I thought this was kind of going to be a fantasy sort of vibe, if you get what I'm saying without me saying it. However, they fully meant as a relationship. Of course, that leads us to today, where I broke up with Mark. I told him exactly why I was breaking up with him. Got no contact with his parents, believe it or not. And I moved in a few weeks ago. I'm happier than ever.
I think my wife cheated on me, but I have no proof. We're married less than a year, both in our mid-20s. She has concert tickets for Christmas. Naturally, I assume I'm going with her. Nope, She wants to take someone from work because he's supposedly a huge fan of the band. She also tells me he's gay. I'm upset, but I decide to not start a fight about it. She goes to the concert and they wait outside near the band bus after the show is over. The bassist from the band starts to talk to her and she flirts with him. He asks if she is going to their New Year's Eve show 200 miles away. She says no because she can't afford it. He said he'll comp her tickets if she comes. She said she won't go alone. He says she can bring a friend. Now our New Year's Eve plans are ruined because there's no way I can go too. She had joked before about having to sleep with the bassist for these tickets and VIP access. I did not find it funny, so she played it off. In the end, this is her favorite band, and I don't want her holding this over my head for the rest of our lives. So I let her make the decision herself. She decides to go with her friend from work, who she now says she's only 80% sure he's gay. She texts me on the long drive there, then when she gets the tickets, then nothing. I text her at midnight, she gives me a 3-word response. I don't hear from her again. I call her at 11:30 the next morning, and she says she is waiting at the subway station to go back to her hotel. She eventually gets home around 4:30 p.m. I asked her how it went. She says they partied all night, she took prescription drugs, and drank a lot. She said she was pissed she paid for a hotel when she only slept in it for 2 hours. I asked her how that was possible when she said she was at the subway at 11:30 a.m. She admits that she didn't use the hotel room at all, and that she must have slept in the band suite. What? She blames her amnesia on a hangover. Fast forward a day or so, she gets out of the shower. I notice she shaved her pubes. I asked her when she did it, and she says Friday. Here's the thing, my wife never shaves. When she does, it's a present for me. She left for work and I found a package of Summer Eve's feminine wipes in her overnight bag. Here's the other thing, I've always secretly thought she had an odor problem, but she's certainly never done anything about it for me. This was a brand new pack. Why does she have them? So, what do you think? Is she cheating with the bassist or the guy from work? Should I confront her about it?
A planned pregnancy turned my husband into a monster. It feels like a cruel joke. Years before I met my husband, it was such a toxic, abusive relationship that it almost ended my life. I spent years in therapy bettering myself, figuring out why I accepted that type of love. I stayed single for years, and once I started dating, I made sure to keep an eye on all the red flags. Heck, I even took things slowly when there was nothing but green flags. Thanks to my ex, I was familiar with love bombing. I met my husband at a work event, and things just fell into place. I opened up and explained my past trauma and let him know that if we were going to date, that it would require a slow pace and patience. I won't say that he was perfect, but he was always kind, compassionate, and cared. We dated for about 5 years. Engaged for 1 and married for a little over 3 years now. We recently bought our second home together. We both got promotions at work, so we sat down and talked about kids. He wanted a big family, and I only wanted 1 or 2. We agreed on 2, and well, started trying. It didn't take long, and here I am 6 months pregnant, still working, have swollen ankles, and a back that won't stop aching. Other than that, I've been very happy and have what I thought was a supportive husband. 3 weeks ago, I found out that he was having an emotional affair, and honestly, probably a physical one. When confronted with the evidence, he admitted to not being attracted to me while pregnant. I'm wrecked. I haven't gained unnecessary weight. I still take care of myself, even with the morning sickness that hasn't gone away. He's not sorry about it, but told me that I was being overdramatic when I cried. He's staying with his family until he can find a home to rent. He doesn't want to get a divorce, saying after the pregnancy is over, we can go to therapy and fix things. I don't want to. I cannot physically look this man in the eye anymore without feeling disgust. I have a text from him saying that he's my only option because no man wants to date a single mom. I'll be talking to a lawyer and figuring out how to divorce him. I just wanted to vent into the void today. For now, I'm going to DoorDash some nuggets and a Frosty from Wendy's and be okay if I gain 5 pounds from it. This is why it's so scary for a woman to get married. I know guys are always like, oh, she's a gold digger, blah, 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 blah. But imagine, right? Her body is going through a biological change because she's carrying a child. And what does he say? I'm not attracted to you during pregnancy. What can you do with that? I've seen so many of these stories where these men just go psychologically insane when their wife gets pregnant.
Am I the asshole for wanting my husband to hold my hand during birth? I, 35 female, am 7 months pregnant. I am married to a family medicine doctor, 35 male, and we've been together for 10 years. Throwaway Reddit, because my sister-in-law follows me on Reddit and reports everything to my husband. I'm reaching out to all of you to ask for your advice on a fight my husband and I are having on our birth plan. My husband really wants to deliver the baby, which I can understand. It's not uncommon for doctors to deliver their own kid. There is still an OBGYN there monitoring everything, and the doctor father steps in at the last minute as mom is crowning to just basically catch the baby. My husband has, I guess, always dreamed of being the one to pull the baby out, while I pictured it very differently. I thought he would be up by my head, holding my hand and helping me through it. He says he will do that, but the easiest part is the very end, where I won't need him anyways. He said if I really want someone there, his mom can step in. I've been on my own since I was a kid living in my car, so I don't have anyone I'd want in there with me except him. I don't really even want his mom in there. She's great, but he is my person. I know it would be cool for him to deliver our baby, but I really feel like I need him there. I personally didn't want our doctors to know he was a doctor, because as soon as any of my doctors or even our vet finds out he's a doctor, they talk exclusively to him. I don't even want him to go to the prenatal appointments anymore because no one talks to me. They all talk to him. And I can't ask my questions to anyone but my husband at home. But he's already told everyone he'll be delivering his first baby. I guess I don't want this because I wanted him to be there as a husband and a father and not a doctor. I see him as a doctor 95% of the time. And I wanted to experience this with my husband and not my husband, the doctor. I wanted him to be there for me, as this is my first birth and I'm terrified. He just keeps telling me I'll be fine. He pulled in friends and family who also don't understand my point of view. They said this is his first child too, and to just let him have this since I had the honor of being pregnant. I just really wanted him to hold my hand all the way through it and to be able to share this experience as parents and people instead of a medical professional. I was hoping we could see the baby at the same time and just be equals in this. Am I being selfish for wanting this to be my way? I want to chuck my computer.
No.
I am so mad at him. I'm so mad and just angry and sad for her.
There's no debate. Whatever the person who's carrying the child says, wants, anything, that's the word. Anything else is just noise in the background. It doesn't matter.
Oh my God, we have an update. I'm going to confront him tonight when he gets home. He's already going to be upset because we both have restrictions on how much time we spend on social media sites, and I have significantly surpassed that today and yesterday, which he'll know as soon as he reviews the router logs.
What? We just we just went to a whole different place.
I'm hopeful I can catch him before that makes him too upset. I did reach out to some of our mutual friends just to see what he has told them for why this is so important to him, only to learn he never discussed this with them. I think he made up what he has been saying they said. They were really shocked to learn we've been having this disagreement and were actually quite supportive of an expectant mother controlling her birth plan. I'm quite nervous about his reaction to this as well, and I'd like to get ahead of this. Wish me luck and cross your fingers for me.
Hey, listen, there's a lot more going on than this birth.
I'm very...
Reviews the router logs?
I'm very concerned now. This is describing a very unhealthy, controlling, potentially abusive relationship.
Yeah.
My husband asked me for an open marriage because he wasn't attracted to me anymore. About 1 year ago, my husband, female 39, male 48, told me he wasn't sexually attracted to me anymore. I kind of understood that because since our second child, male 4, was born, he hasn't had sex with me. He said he loved me more than anything in the world and that the rest of the relationship was perfect, but he needed to have sex or he would go crazy. I was taken aback, but I started asking him about the definition of open marriage, and we discussed it over a few weeks. To be honest, I was feeling sexually deprived and the idea started to grow on me. I said yes and asked if there were any rules, and he said usually every couple had their own rules. So, our rules is no bringing them home and use protection. My husband was very clear that he also wanted to know who the other person or people were and when. Then what he said was to plan our days. He was meeting new women within a week. He told me everything, showed me pictures, and was gone most of the nights. Not gonna lie, I felt like shit, but I thought I needed to give it time. I was more careful, however, because I needed to know the people I had sex with and at least had some kind of feelings. But I started to relax more and flirt back with guys. One of them is a client, male 36, at the bank I work for. Not my client, but he sees me often and he always has been pleasant and extra chatty with me. Now I started flirting about a month ago. I finally decided that I was ready to start sleeping with others. I told Jay about my arrangement. He was disappointed at first, but then he said he was in. I went home to my husband and asked him if he was going to do anything that Friday, and he said no. I told him that it was good because I needed him to be with the children. I showed him Jay and told him I was meeting him Friday. He was silent. Friday came and my husband texted me that he was stuck at work, that he later was going to meet a girl so he couldn't watch the children. This continued every time I fixed a date with Jay. He would do the same and leave me with the children. I don't mind spending time with the children, but I was getting annoyed anyway. Last Monday, I had no meetings at work after lunch, which often means that I don't need to stay in place. I texted Jay if he wanted to meet, and he was at home. My children are in daycare. I went to his place and it was amazing. I have missed this so much. The feeling that I'm desired and someone's eyes on me filled with lust for me, my body. When I got home to my husband, I told him and he was livid because I didn't tell him beforehand. I broke a rule. I told him that I didn't. He knew that I was seeing this guy and that I've been trying to make time. Anyway, he didn't speak to me the rest of the evening. He woke me up in the middle of the night with gentle kisses and touches, and we had sex 3 times. First time in almost 5 years. We have had sex every night since. Now he's saying that he's attracted to me again, and that's why we need to close the marriage again. But I don't want to. I like having other options, and we're not hurting anyone.
Am I wrong for refusing to pay my mother-in-law for babysitting our kid? So my wife is turning 40 in 10 days, and to celebrate, we're taking a 5-day vacation. Just the 2 of us. It's the first time she and I have been away like this since we had our son 4 years ago. We planned this trip months ago, and my wife had spoken to her mother then and asked if she would be willing to come to our house and watch our son while we were away. My mother-in-law agreed right away. She's in her early 60s, but she doesn't have like a real job. She does do cleaning for her brother who has a few rental properties, and he pays her in cash, so it's not like she has a schedule she has to clear to stay with our son a few days. Last weekend, my wife called her mother to talk to her about the trip and to ask if there was anything my mother-in-law needed for us to stock for her, either in the house or food-wise. During that conversation, my mother-in-law stated to my wife that she would need $100 a day to watch our son. This was the first time she ever brought up wanting to get paid to watch our son. My wife was caught off guard and just kind of agreed to it. But when she got off the phone and told me about it, I got upset. I told her that her mother is taking advantage of the situation because she thinks we have no one else to help us out. I just told her that it's BS that her mother sprung this on us last minute, so close to our trip, and I don't think we should pay her anything. I told her we should call my parents instead and see if they can watch our son. My wife told me that her mother wouldn't ask her for such a thing unless she needed the money. She said that adding $500 to our vacation trip isn't that big of a deal. I told her it's obviously not about the money for me. It's just the fact that her mother is trying to be manipulative. So I called my mom and asked her if she would be able to come over and watch our son for us. And she jumped at the idea. Both of my parents are recently retired, so they have plenty of free time and would love an extended visit with their grandson. I did not explain the reason for the change. I just told them that things did not work out with my mother-in-law. I told my wife that my parents could watch our son instead, and that she should call her mom and let her know we no longer needed her to babysit. She let me know that she really didn't want to do that because her mother was really looking forward to seeing our son, as it had been over 6 months since she last saw him. I told her that if she was looking forward to it that much, she would not be trying to swindle us out of $500. I told her that if she didn't want to make the call, I would gladly do it for her. Anyways, she reluctantly made the call, and it did not go well. My mother-in-law got upset because now we were depriving her of seeing her grandson, and ended up backtracking and saying she would talk to me and see if there was something we could work out. After the call, she asked me if there was some way we could figure this out, and I just told her we're not changing anything this close to our trip. She said maybe we could offer her mother a lesser amount, but I reiterated that this wasn't about the money. It was about her mother trying to be sneaky and taking advantage of us. So was I wrong? Bye.
Am I the asshole for not letting my best friend have her wedding on my property after being uninvited? One of my 29 male best friends, Carla, 31 female, is getting married soon. It's only meant to be a small backyard type of wedding, but they've been planning it for a few months now, and originally it was supposed to be on my property. They wanted it because it's private, has lots of open space for the reception, a nice view, and the house could be used for them to get ready and stuff. Of course, I said yes. She and her fiancé Rick were very happy. Thing is, Carla and I do have a history. We went out on and off in college but decided to stay friends. Then I met my wife, we got married, Carla met Rick, and now here they are. Now my wife knows I went out with Carla back in college and she didn't care. Carla still went to her wedding and everything. I never knew if Rick was told or not. It's not my relationship, therefore not my business to say anything, so I never did. Rick found out recently and not in the best way. Not sure how, but from what I've heard from friends is that one mutual friend told him, no idea why, that we used to date. Not only that, but apparently Carla said a couple years ago she was still in love with me when she was already dating Rick. Don't have actual confirmation if that's exactly what he was told. All Carla told me is that Rick was told about our past and he's angry at her for never saying anything. It became quite a drama and didn't hear from her for over a month until now. She told me they're going to couples counseling and that the wedding is still on, but Rick requested that I do not attend. It sucks, but I totally get why he wouldn't be comfortable. Then I asked the obvious question, where are they going to hold the wedding then? To my surprise, she still said that they want it at our place. Rick said so too, and in my mind, I'm going, he doesn't want the guy who dated his fiancée years ago at the wedding, but still wants the wedding at his house. My wife and I are expected to just not be at our home that weekend, and I told Carla no. They're going to have to find someplace else since we're not going to simply leave our home to them for the weekend. Not only for safety reasons, but it just doesn't make sense. Rick doesn't want me around because he's not comfortable, but is comfortable enough to have their wedding at my house. They really want their wedding here though, and because of that, I've been bugged by not only her, but also Rick, and some friends who think I'm being a petty asshole for not letting them have the wedding here anymore. Honestly, don't think I am. It just doesn't make sense at all to have to leave our own place for a wedding we're no longer welcome to, and leaving our home totally vulnerable. Still being accused of sabotaging their wedding, and Rick believes that is the least I can do after everything. Am I the asshole for not waking up my girlfriend for her exam after I overheard her calling me a little bitch? My girlfriend has online summer courses, and she had an exam for one of them this morning. I usually wake her up for pretty much everything because she sleeps through her phone alarm no matter how long it buzzes or how many she sets. She has joked that I'm her butler before, and within the context of a relationship, it's okay, so I didn't mind. Obviously, I want to love my partner and try to make her life easy. However, last night she was chatting with her friends and she thought I couldn't hear. She was bragging that I'm her little bitch and I do everything for her when she tells me to, etc. It really hurt my feelings because they were making comments like, good, put him in his place, and she was agreeing. She specifically said, yeah, I'm not worried about tomorrow because the bitch will make sure I'm up and he'll probably have breakfast ready for me too. I went to bed pretty hurt by it, and come morning I didn't bother to wake her up when her alarm started to go. She usually only gets up when someone physically shakes her, but I let her turn off her alarm and she slipped back into sleep, and I turned around and went back to sleep too. When she woke up, she was yelling at me saying I'm an asshole and I've cost her her exam and I'm a piece of shit for what I did.
Story time. So I'm 24, I don't have a boyfriend, I'm not married, and I don't have kids. And frankly, I don't really have a positive attitude towards marriage anyway. Parents are split up, and then I've seen all of my friends just get absolutely wrecked by boys, and I don't want that for myself. So my grandmother is one of these women that is so old-fashioned. She thinks that women shouldn't work, they should be there to look after their husbands, and every single time I see her, she reminds me that at my age, she was married and had 2 children. Anytime I make a mistake, she's like, well, at your age, I was doing meh. I was running a household, I was looking after 2 kids, I was caring for a husband. And it's kind of just become this unspoken rule amongst the family now that whenever grandma's round, we don't bring up the topic of boys or marriage or kids. So today grandma came round for some dinner and I put the plate in front of her, I cooked. And from the moment that plate hit the table, she was complaining about the presentation of the food. She's saying, you eat with your eyes first. Show some respect to the food. She says, is this how you're going to serve your food to your husband when you get married? And I was so sick of grandma's shit at this point. I just returned round and said, I don't really want to hear marriage advice from a woman who got cheated on by her husband several times, and even after finding out, stayed in the relationship and blamed everyone else except the man who was doing the cheating. You wishing, oh Oh my god, my contact lens is just falling out my eye. I said, you wishing me marriage is you wishing me a lifetime of unhappiness. I said, you want me to live a life of pain and suffering. Grandma got mad and she walked off and left the house. Mum now thinks I'm in the wrong for shouting at Grandma, but Dad kind of thinks I'm a bit of a legend. So what do you think? Am I the arsehole here?
Am I the asshole for telling my wife to return it all? My pregnant wife, 26 female, and I, 35 male, are really struggling at the moment as I lost my job and my wife had to quit her job as she's suffering from hyperemesis gravidarum. We've used up our savings and currently are living off of our credit cards, but I've got a job lined starting in March. My wife is very close to her sister, 31 female, and a few days ago, she confided in her that we are struggling. Her sister has never liked me, but has always been polite to me. She has always kept me at arm's length despite my attempts at trying to foster a warmer relationship. A few days ago, my sister-in-law came to visit while I was away and she was appalled at the state of the house and the lack of baby supplies, as the baby room was bare bones and we hadn't bought many baby things. When I arrived back home, she had given me a lecture on taking better care of her sister and scolded me for not getting ready for the baby. The next day, she came back and she had bought things for the house and the baby. My wife also told her that we had to sell her car to pay off some of the bills and rent. Again, my sister-in-law had to show off that she bought her a car, and to top it off, on Sunday, she sent her $50K and then texted her this, in quotes, "This is your money and your baby's. Do not use it on that man. If you need more, tell me and I'll send more. And remember, wherever I am, there's a home for you." I feel like her sister is trying to make me look like a failure, and I expressed that to my wife. My wife and I argued, and in a fit of anger, my wife said that I only feel like a failure because I've been failing. She has apologized since, but I still stand by telling her to return everything, as I feel like accepting her sister's so-called generosity is a way to manipulate my wife into thinking I'm a bad husband.
I feel like initially, like, obviously the husband's the one writing in, like, am I the asshole for telling her to, like, return it all? I think your specific problem that you're writing in about, yeah, you're in an unimaginably tough position. You have a baby on the way. You both lost your jobs. So, yeah, he's embarrassed. But, like, the sister is also doing you a massive, huge favor. I just think it's like, it's interesting, like a lot of the comments OP is throwing in, like, she's never liked me. This $50K is for you and your baby. Don't spend it on that man. Like, is there context missing? Like, what has OP done that, like, would give the sister this feeling?
You do wonder where that comment's coming from, though.
It's
because
weird.
that changes the whole dynamic of everything. And that, in the wrong light, would make you want to say return it all.
Yeah, because she's not respecting us. She's
Correct,
not respecting
but
me
also,
as your partner.
But also in that position, yeah, you take a punch in the face, but you also take, like, what could be a saving grace.
I think obviously he's trying to paint the sister-in-law in a bad light, but he didn't, like, necessarily need to include a lot of what he included too, right? This is very intentioned also from him. Like, I'm really sitting over here analyzing.
Well, but that's fine. But even still, then why even question and put your foot forward and say, no, we're going to return it all?
I'm looking at the comments, and in really big letters, one of the comments says, OP has been unemployed for 2 years.
Oh.
His pride didn't mind living off of his wife, who had to leave her job 5 months ago. It's taken that long for him to finally line up a job for himself. It's no wonder his sister-in-law doesn't like him and why she told his wife the money isn't for him.
I guess, like, looking at it like this too, like, the husband should be grateful that your baby has someone that amazing in their life.
Right.
But instead, he called it showing off.
I think that's his ego. He's
which is absolutely crazy. And so the overall vote here is you're the asshole.
Okay.
And in this situation, like you guys were saying, he doesn't have the luxury to do that. And it's not just like it's not a petty thing. It's real life. It's concerns. It's not having a job. It's wanting to bring a kid into this world and have them be set up comfortably. So yeah, and the good thing is that he did do an edit and he said, okay, I get it. I'm the asshole. I'll apologize to my wife and to my sister-in-law. It hurt, but thank you for the brutal feedback.
Wow.
Okay.
So
growth.
There is growth there.
There's growth.
Yeah.
Well, there's hope.
Yeah.
There's hope here.
Yeah.
Am I the asshole for not financially supporting my family anymore and abandoning them in their time of need? Here's some context. I'm a 31-year-old male with a 25-year-old sister who lives at home. My parents are in their 60s. My mom and my sister have never worked a real job other than under-the-table things like babysitting. My dad was the only earner in the family. They were making it until about 10 years ago when money started to get tight. My parents' house went into foreclosure and my mom still didn't get a job. I gave them money to try to help out, but they lost the house anyway. Again, no job was secured by my mom. That was 10 years ago. Fast forward to today. The house they live in now is in foreclosure again, and no one seems to have a sense of urgency to seek employment. Oh, wow. Turns out money was tight these last 10 years because my dad was a functioning opioid addict. Oh, damn. He really started to spiral these last 6 months and is now in prison for the next 2 years. I've always been the person in my family to pick up the pieces and be the one everyone turns to. Since my dad has been in jail, I haven't spoken to him. I've also stopped talking to my mom and my sister because they haven't paid me for bills that I have in my name that they're responsible for. That's, rule number one. We don't let nobody put nothing in our name. We don't let nobody put nothing in our name. Absolutely not. That's rule number one. They haven't paid me for bills that I have in my name that they're responsible for, but yet they send my dad money in jail. Where are they getting the money from if ain't nobody working? Where are they getting the money from? I gave them months of encouragement to try to find a job, and I kept paying the bills while they tried to figure it out. When I asked my mom for money recently, because months have gone by with no employment secured, my mom straight up ignored my calls and text messages. I'm done. They tell me that I'm an asshole for leaving them in their time of need, and they've been trying to find jobs all the time, but it's hard to get one. I call bullshit. I'm tired of being the fixer. I'm tired of being an enabler. Am I the asshole for not paying for them anymore and for not being in their life? As someone who used to be the fixer, no, I don't think you're the asshole at all because I know what it's like. I know that it is a very difficult decision when you finally make the choice to stop being the fixer in the family because it comes with a whole lot of worry of what's going to happen to them and then who's going to help. And that's not for us to worry about. It is time for you to think about you. Take care of you. Put you first. It's time for you to do that. And you're not the asshole. I truly feel like if your mom and your sister are capable of sending money to your dad in prison for the next 2 years, they are capable of figuring something out to take care of themselves. Because it sounds like they are able to work. Because I feel like if they weren't, OP definitely would have said that, mom has this, and that issue, and sister has this, that, and the other, and that's why they don't work. But he literally says they just do not work. They've never had a job. So it seems like they can work. They can fucking work. They just don't want to. And by OP choosing to stop helping them, it's going to force them now to help themselves.
Am I the arsehole for divorcing my husband over being a stay-at-home dad? Story time. So I married my husband Steve around 5 years ago. We've been dating since high school and we were the definition of high school sweethearts. One of the things that most attracted me to him was how ambitious and driven he was, and his work ethic was just 10 out of 10. 3 years into our marriage, we had our first baby. We had decided that we would send our baby to daycare after 6 months. But when those 6 months were up, Steve just refused to go back to work. His argument was that if I picked up more shifts, we'd be able to afford a single income household. And that if he stayed home and looked after the baby, he'd be saving his money anyway because we wouldn't have to pay for daycare. And he said it would be better for the child as well because he'd have a parent at home with him all the time. I was not up for this at all. I really wanted to send our little one to daycare for so many reasons. It's good for their social skills, they learn a lot. Not gonna lie, if it was just me working, that would include me picking up a load more shifts, and in turn I wouldn't get to spend as much time with the baby. Came to the idea that if he was scared of daycare, we could work in different shifts and tag team who was going to stay at home with the baby. He just outright refused that. I was like, that doesn't really work for me. His argument was that he doesn't want to be like the normal dad, and he doesn't want to be the one to go to work. He wants to be the primary caregiver and stay at home all the time. One day I come home from work and Steve was supposed to be at work late that night. I come home and I find him sitting on the sofa with the baby. And I was like, oh, did you get let off work early today? Or he'd quit his job without telling me, and then had the audacity to sit me down in front of a chart. The chart depicted how he wanted me to take care of cooking and cleaning on the weekdays whilst he took care of the baby, and then on the weekends I would take care of the baby because stay-at-home dads deserve to have time off as well. We did this for a few months, right? And the whole dynamic was so deeply upsetting to me. I was absolutely exhausted all the time from working these extra hours, and this meant that I wasn't having the quality time that I really wanted with the baby. When I was 100% sure that he wasn't going to make any different compromise, I just straight up filed for divorce. So they gave us 50-50 custody, and I moved straight back in with my parents. My parents are absolutely amazing. They help watch the kids so I can work. My husband is now living paycheck to paycheck. He's really struggling. So we offered to let my mum hold the baby whilst he was at work, but because of how fuming he was, he refused that and has enrolled the child in daycare anyway, which is now costing him even more money. He then asked me to pay for the daycare, and I was like, no, because you can just happily leave the baby with my parents. So of course, now my ex and his friends are calling me the arsehole here for divorcing him over such a small issue. Now that I'm not providing any support to him, they're even more mad. So what do you think? Am I the arsehole here?
Am I the asshole for telling my mother she will no longer be grandma to my 13-year-old son if she doesn't accept my devil baby? 6 years ago, I, 33 female, moved 4 hours away from my family to escape my violent ex-partner, my son's dad. He passed away 2 years ago. Since his passing, my mother has been telling me that I should move back to my hometown. But I've made a very good life here for myself and for my son. We have amazing friends. I have a good paying job, and I've begun nursing school. Good shit. Every school holiday, my son goes back to our hometown to spend time with my mother, my brothers, and his sons, as well as his paternal family. Okay, so it's not like you're completely isolating your son away from his family. You said every school holiday, he goes back to be with his uncles, his cousins, as well as his dad's side of the family. Girl, your mama needs to lay off because you don't have to move back home. You're at home. You are home. Here's where I think I might be the asshole. 13 weeks ago, I went out for drinks with people from nursing school. It was a get to know your classmates type of function. At some point during this night, my drink was spiked and I was raped. I'm not sure by who. I have blurred flashbacks from the evening. 7 weeks after that, I found out that I was pregnant, as I don't have regular periods, so I was unaware, and I just thought I was getting sick because of the weather change. I confided in my mother, who instantly replied, "Get rid of the devil baby, and this would never have happened if you moved back home when I told you to, and you're a fool for keeping this devil baby." No, what the fuck? What the absolute fuck? Like that's not the response that you're supposed to give when your daughter tells you that she was assaulted and is now pregnant because of it. Those are not the fucking responses you're supposed to have. I have strong religious beliefs, and I believe that termination of pregnancy is against God's will. I have fertility issues as well, so I found it difficult to conceive naturally in the past. My mother knows this, and for the past few weeks has been telling me to terminate the pregnancy, and even hinted that if I don't, she won't play grandma to the devil baby. To which I replied that since she won't be grandma to the quote-unquote devil baby, she doesn't deserve to be grandma to my 13-year-old. She says that I'm being stupid and unreasonable. What the fuck? The school holidays just went by and my son was upset that he couldn't go to grandma's house as he usually does for the holidays. I didn't tell him why. Instead, I made an excuse about having a doctor's appointment and some checkups. Am I the asshole? First of all, I want to acknowledge your strength. You are so fucking strong. You are finding a positive from a very terrible situation, and I cannot help but admire you for that. You are so fucking strong. Just the fact that you have already put yourself, that you are keeping your baby, shows me the strength that you have. And I'm so proud. I am so proud of you. I don't think you're the asshole. I don't. Because if my mother is capable of calling my child a devil baby because of the way that they were conceived, I would not want them around my older child. I don't give a damn because I am not sure of the nasty things that you're going to tell my fucking son. And I'm going to try to avoid that in every fucking way, shape, or form. I do not want you planting negative seeds in my 13-year-old's head. So no, as long as you think these types of things, you cannot be around my older child. Absolutely not. Nah, baby, you're not the asshole. Just because they are our parents does not mean that we can't tell them they're wrong. And your mother is fucking wrong. She's absolutely disrespectful for completely blaming you for what the fuck happened. It wouldn't have happened if you would have came home when I told you to. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, that's all the fuck you heard out of everything I just told you? Like, nah, baby. Just because she's your mom don't mean she can't be wrong. She's fucking wrong. She is wrong. You are not the asshole at all for deciding to keep your baby away from that type of negativity. That shit is toxic. Absolutely not. Hell no. Update. This email's been in my drafts for a couple of weeks now. I'm now 17 weeks pregnant, but I found out that I'm having a baby girl, and I'm planning on naming her Yanis, which means God's gift. I'm so excited, but scared at the same time. As my mother has stated, she will go to the authorities to try and gain custody of my son by deeming me unstable mentally for keeping the baby, as well as an unfit mother for allowing my son to know the truth about his sister's conception. He asked about her father and why I was doing this all alone. Girl, don't worry about that. Do not worry about that, because you can't come and take my motherfucking kids away for some shit that you can't fucking prove. We all know that CPS does not, or Child Protective Services, whatever the hell you guys call it, don't always do their motherfucking job. So when somebody threatens me with some shit that I know does not hold any fucking where, don't stress on that shit. Do not fucking stress on that shit. This is a narcissist losing fucking control. She's spiraling because she don't know what the fuck to do. Absolutely not. Allow her to rant and rave and scream and yell, but don't listen to that shit. For your mental health and the well-being of your children, block her. It is time for you to go low contact, if not no contact, with her until you are able to deliver your baby healthily. You do not need to be stressing over someone that's blaming you for being a fucking victim. Absolutely not. Hell no, don't worry about your mama. Don't fucking worry about your mother. I'm worried what's going to happen because my mother has the funds that she can easily manipulate the right people if needed. Now my mother is saying if I promise to give my daughter up for adoption, she'll drop all of this and things can go back to normal. And I can try again for a baby after I finish nursing school. Going no contact right now is literally the best option for you. And if you can, think about moving. It is time for you to cut contact with your mother 100%. When it comes to the point she wants to take your children away from you for not listening to her, she's the one that is not mentally sane. So if you can, work on shutting down everything that lets her know any type of information about you. Your social media, cut her off from all of that shit. Think about trying to move if it's possible. If you have a savings account, let's look into moving to a different location. Let your son know exactly what is going on. Let him know what's going on, that grandma is losing her fucking mind right now. He's 13 years old. He has the mental capacity to understand. Girl, no, you're not the asshole for this because your mom is literally trying to take control of you and you're stopping her. You are stopping her in her tracks and she doesn't like it. You're not the asshole for this, babe.
Update, my boyfriend's mother keeps putting an ingredient I'm allergic to in her dishes. Hi again. To those of you who said that she didn't like me, you were 100% correct. After my boyfriend woke up yesterday, we had a long talk about how bothersome his mother's refusal to take out the garlic is. He agreed that we should just skip the dinner until she takes it out. Something about it still bothered me, so I ended up calling her and just bluntly asking her. She kept evading the question, says she's just a garlic lover, and that she doesn't understand what the big deal is, etc., etc. No. Until finally, after like 30 minutes of back and forth, she finally admitted that she just doesn't like me. I think I'm correct in drawing the conclusion that she was trying to drive me from her family with garlic shenanigans.
Oh, okay.
But maybe I'm just overthinking. I don't know.
No, I don't think you are.
Anyways, I asked if it was because of my job as a receptionist, my age, background, whatever, and she just flat out said that she doesn't like that I have a septum ring and my tongue done. And that I color my hair in unnatural colors, and she thinks it's unprofessional and proves that I'm too much of a wild child to date her son, which sucks because I really like this woman, but I guess she was just being polite out of courtesy rather than actually liking me herself. After I ended the call, I went to go find my boyfriend, and he basically fessed up and said, yeah, his mother was not a fan, and she kept hinting that he should break up with me, mostly by mentioning stuff like, my friend Jenny has such a cute daughter, and that sort of thing.
This mom was crazy.
Which hurts like hell, but I'm glad that I know.
Yeah.
Anyways, my boyfriend and her sister have agreed to start a group dinner once a month. I'm going to stop going to the dinners, and my boyfriend will go without me. Okay. So, final update here. Yeah. It's titled, We Did Break Up.
But yeah, fair.
Yeah, needed.
Hi, me again. I broke up with him and basically spent the day fielding texts from him asking what the F was going on and why I was freaking out over his mom. As I said in the update, I got the ick. The more I thought about it, he didn't defend me to his mom, refused to tell me about her underhanded tactics, and as time went on, I just didn't like him anymore. It's like a switch flipped. So when he woke up, he got a call from me saying that it wouldn't work out. We had a long conversation that basically turned into him being defensive, and in the end, I was firm. I also sent a text to his sister along the lines of, if you have questions, ask your brother, before I blocked her. Of course, it kind of feels shitty that I lost my best friend and my boyfriend, but on the bright side, at least I wasn't cheating, and they just suck. Thank you for everyone for the advice.
Sister gotta catch these hands.
Well, maybe she knew too. I don't know. Thank you everyone for the advice, and hopefully I find a better man with a better family.
My parents used my inheritance to buy my stepsister her dream car. Luckily, it ruined their life. Story time. So my life was great when I was a kid. I had a mum and dad that loved me, and I wasn't spoiled, but I never really lacked anything. And overall, it was a very, very healthy childhood. Things turned around when I was 15. So my parents ended up getting a divorce, and by the time I was 17, my mum had already remarried. And in addition to a new stepfather that I didn't want, I got the stepsister that I didn't want either, and she was 14. Obviously call her Amy. And please trust me when I say this is the nicest way I'm going to say this. She is the biggest spoilt brat I have ever come across. I would rather die than be around that little devil. Giving rats. Was and still is one of the most manipulative people I have ever met. She will not stop until she gets what she wants. If there was a toy she wanted growing up, she would scream and cry until she got what she wanted. And then as soon as this got home, she just wouldn't play with it. She'd neglect it, she wouldn't play with it at all. It became very clear that she would just ask for things to prove that she could get them and I couldn't get them. Really knew how to push buttons, let me tell you that. I think as she got older, maybe she gets better. No, she actually just gets worse. Okay, so let's get into the recent events now. For her 18th birthday, she demanded that my parents buy her a new car. But she wouldn't settle for anything small, she wouldn't settle for anything used or secondhand. She wanted something big, something that says up here. She just had to have the new BMW 430i convertible, which if you don't know what that is, it's quite expensive. And initially my parents were like, no, you're not having that, because they just couldn't afford it. But you know, I've got to give it to Amy. She just does not let things go. Just know that I don't like this eyeshadow look. She made their life a living hell until she got what she wanted. One day I wake up and this brand new BMW is sat in my parents' driveway. And let me tell you, I was bloody fuming. But to be honest, more than anything, I was just wondering how the hell my parents had afforded this. I hate this eyeshadow so much. Like, my family are by no means rich, and this car costs like over 60 grand, so not really too sure where we're getting this dollar from. So I decided to open the conversation, and I asked my mum how she'd been able to afford this for my sister. And this poor woman just literally broke down in front of me. And that was when she told me that she had used my inheritance money to pay for the car. And this was when I decided that this would be the last time my parents were going to prioritise my sister over me. So I'm thinking, girlies, it's revenge time. So I get my sister and my mum and stepdad to come to a fancy little restaurant with me. For a fact, my sister wouldn't come unless we were going somewhere that was expensive. I literally hate this makeup so much. What am I doing? So we're at the restaurant. We're actually having quite a nice time for once. And then I decided that I wanted to speak to my parents and my sister all together about my inheritance. And as soon as I bring it up, Amy gets up and just leaves. Bye. So, on the way home, my sister got into a really bad accident in her brand new BMW 430AB, whatever the bloody hell the car's called. The car was a write-off. And since the crash was my sister's fault, my parents, because they were paying for everything, had to pay thousands of pounds in premiums. And it's now been 3 years and my parents are still in debt. Wow, okay, that's makeup. I hate this makeup. So they're still in debt after they sold their house. My sister had to drop out of college, all like not in a good place, and my sister's fallen into some really unhealthy like habits, which I won't go too much into. And at this moment in time, I haven't spoken to them in years, nor do I intend to. So this is the worst face of makeup I've ever done. I hate every single thing about it, and I'm so sorry.
With Assel for not inviting my unsupportive sister to my wedding. I got engaged to my fiance 1 month ago. Prior to that, we known each other for about 6 months. I understand that's not a really long time, but when you know, you know. We are madly in love and ready to commit ourselves to each other fully. My sister has a problem though. She was supportive of my relationship with him before we got engaged. When I sent her the text telling we were engaged, she responded by saying congratulations. But then I saw her a week later and she got all serious, saying that I should strongly consider the marriage. She told me I was young and I could meet people I loved more. That was offensive to me because I love him more than anything, and she's basically saying that love isn't that important. She told me that we should date for longer before we get married, but we already are fully committed to each other, so we might as well get married. Anyways, the conversation was so hurtful to me. I eventually asked her very directly, do you support me marrying him or not? She said no, so I stood up and told her that she shouldn't be at the wedding. I haven't talked to her since, even though that she's asked to talk. We're working on wedding guest list yesterday, and we both agreed that my sister shouldn't come, planning on not inviting her, and I mentioned this to a friend, and she pointed out that I might have been a little rude.
Storytime about how I dumped my girlfriend when I found out she had cancer. Am I the bad guy? My girlfriend and I have dated for almost 7 years. In that time, she always wanted to get married, but I never really felt married, so I never proposed. 2 years ago, I started feeling ready and I decided to buy a ring. But unfortunately, she was diagnosed with cancer. She ended up having to stay in the hospital for a few months and underwent a bunch of therapy. All the treatments and everything were making her lose her hair, and I pretty much became totally unattracted to her. I know this sounds so harsh, but it's the truth. I struggled every single day as I fell out of love with her. When I talked to my mom about this, she told me to just have patience and to stick it out. But I just could not do it. I also didn't want to deal with having to take her to the hospital and helping her with the medication and helping her with the treatments. I wanted my own life. And suddenly I found myself having to drive her everywhere, feed her, clothe her, basically do everything for her. After a while, I asked her mom to move in with us to help me out. And this is when stuff started getting really bad. Her mom was basically taking care of her 24/7, so I pretty much did whatever I wanted. I would go out with my friends, and I even started dating other girls. Here's the thing, my girlfriend and her family have a lot of money, so I basically didn't have to work at all while I was with her. Her parents paid for our rent and pretty much everything we ever did, so I couldn't really break up with her. Part 2 is up. Storytime about how I dumped my girlfriend when she got cancer. Am I the bad guy? My girlfriend's parents paid for our rent and pretty much everything we did. And of course at the time I didn't really want to get a job, so I really only stayed in the relationship for the money. Like I said in part 1, my girlfriend's mom moved in with us to help me take care of her. But I pretty much took advantage and decided to start dating other people. I downloaded every dating app I could think of, and I would go on dates every single day. I lied to my girlfriend and her mom and told them that I got a new job. This way I could pretty much stay out all day. So I found myself with all of this new freedom. Would go on dates and pay for everything with my girlfriend's money. I know you guys probably hate me right now, but it gets worse. After a few weeks, I ended up with 2 new girlfriends. So in total, I had 3 girlfriends. And I got really good at lying to each one and spending time with them. I'd see one of them every single morning and I would tell her that I was going to go to work. But then I would really go to the other girlfriend's house and spend the afternoon with her. And then I would end up going back to my apartment where my original girlfriend lived. And I would spend the rest of the night with her. At this point, she was starting to feel better with all the treatments. But I was just not attracted to her anymore. Part 3 is up.
I'm just going to be doing like a little bit of an update from the last little story that I gave where I have the worst luck. I'm going to be using my Anastasia Beverly Hills The Sultry Mini Eyeshadow Palette while I get ready. I do have the worst luck. I dealt with food poisoning not long after we went to the restaurant, and that led to 2 emergency room visits, and it wasn't until after. So because my throat had been so raw from throwing up, I guess my throat started swelling like so bad because it was like so irritated. So I don't know how she described it to me. She's just like, it's like when, you know, food goes down the wrong pipe almost. So that pipe, I should get like the paperwork that they gave me so I can give you guys like the exact thing. They ran so many tests on me because they didn't understand why. And the only conclusion that the doctors at the emergency room could come to is that my throat was so raw from throwing up that it was literally swelling like shut. It was honestly so bad to the point where I couldn't even swallow my saliva because I was in so much pain. I want to say, like, I feel like I have a great pain tolerance, and I know a lot of people say that, but my pain tolerance is A1. Like, I went through 2 births unmedicated, not by choice, but because that epidural didn't work on me. So I felt everything. I want to say that I deal with pain very, very well. I was literally sobbing. Like, I could not even swallow. I couldn't talk properly. My voice was so hoarse. So I was taking acetaminophen, ibuprofen to like help with swelling. I thought maybe it was allergies. I tried allergy medication. We went into the emergency room. They gave me steroids and they gave me antibiotics, and they're like, oh, you know, we're going to test you, make sure it's not strep throat. They tested me and it came back negative, which, I mean, I guess I'm relieved about because I didn't want anything that I could possibly like pass on to my kids, you know? Each emergency room visit, my copay is $100. Honestly, I want to say I'm so lucky because I know a lot of people that pay more than $100 for their copay for the emergency room. But I want to say, like, I was just so irritated that we even had to to pay that. The second time I went in was because the steroids had kind of worn off already and my throat was starting to swell again. I want to say I went like maybe 24 hours where the swelling had kind of gone down. I want to say I went like maybe 12 hours and it wasn't like super painful. But the next day at night is when the pain started again, and it was like excruciating. I couldn't swallow. I couldn't do anything. I was literally like drooling into a bag because I didn't want to swallow. Once again, we went right back to the ER. They ran a whole bunch of tests, and that's just what it is. They did a CT scan on my throat. They did a x-ray. I want to say it's a soft tissue x-ray. I could be wrong on the terminology. I'd have to look back at the papers, but they did a soft tissue x-ray. They did say that there was like swelling in like the throat area. They didn't understand other than just to say that I had been throwing up so bad that my throat was so raw, and that's probably why it was like swelling up. It was just like irritated, and it probably was not helping that I was like getting dehydrated from not being able to swallow or anything. I got released. They gave me steroids, antibiotics, so I'm on that for like the next 5 days and hoping that the steroids kind of just like keep it down, and the antibiotics are really just so I don't get like an infection from like trying to eat and stuff with my throat being so raw. That's where I am, I guess, as far as the like update from that. We are talking to the restaurant that we went to. They have agreed to reimburse us for our costs as far as what we spent in our co-pays and my medication that I got. So I'm not trying to like pursue a lawsuit. I guess it could just like happen to anyone, you know what I mean? Anybody can get food poisoning. It can go this dramatic for anyone, but it just goes to show I don't think I'm ever going to stray from Texas Roadhouse like ever again. I don't know why I thought I wanted to be fancy. Well, I do know. My husband was irritating me at the time. It just kind of came and bit me in the ass. So I am a hardcore Texas Roadhouse girly, and I will never stray again.
Am I in the wrong for dumping my girlfriend after she expected me to pay for everyone on her birthday? I, 24 male, and my girlfriend, 24 female, have been dating for 4 years. On my girlfriend's 24th birthday 2 weeks ago, I booked a table at a pretty nice restaurant for me, her, and 4 of her friends. I want to clarify beforehand that I earn quite a bit more than my girlfriend. I cover all rent and utilities for our one apartment, while she covers household expenses like groceries and such. While at the restaurant, I noticed how she and all of her friends ordered some of the most expensive items on the menu. At the time, I thought I would only be covering mine and my girlfriend's bill, so I wasn't really concerned. When the bill arrived, the waiter asked if I would like to split the bill. I said yes. I told the waiter what my girlfriend and I ordered would be on me, and the rest should be decided between her friends. The bill totaled around 1,100 euros. I remember the smiles being wiped off of their faces as soon as I said that. I ended up paying for my girlfriend and my's food while her friends paid for theirs. I remember the car ride home being awfully silent. I kept asking my girlfriend if there was something wrong, but she kept insisting that she was just tired. And no, she wasn't just tired. My girlfriend ended up giving me the silent treatment for the next week. I would keep asking her if something was wrong, but she would always refuse to say what the issue was. The thought of me not paying, being the culprit, kept creeping into my mind, but I would always reassure myself by telling myself my girlfriend wouldn't be dumb enough to expect me to pay for everyone's food. I just lost it last Monday and demanded an answer from her. She ended up telling me that I embarrassed her in front of her friends by not paying for everyone. I asked her why it was my responsibility to pay. She told me that since I organized everything and I was the man, I was obliged to pay for everyone. We ended up getting into a heated argument, and I ended up staying at my parents' house for the next couple of days to gather my thoughts. I came home last Friday, and her attitude towards me didn't change one bit. When I confronted her again, she told me to transfer the money her friends paid for the food, and only then would she talk to me. We got into another heated argument, and I broke up with her then and there, telling her to pack her things. While leaving, she called me a broke boy and wished me good luck in finding another girlfriend with my brokey mentality. I almost immediately regretted dumping her on the spot for something that in the grand scheme of things is really small. She sent me an apology yesterday for calling me those names, but she insisted on me paying back her friends if I wanted to make our relationship work. I've been a mess since. I don't want to throw away 4 years with someone that I consider to be a future mother of my kids. I could have given her friends a heads up that I wouldn't be covering for them, and I know that's completely my fault. But her behavior over the past 2 weeks has also been quite concerning to me. But again, I love her too much for this situation to be the end of our relationship. I just want to swallow my pride and send her friends the money and forget about everything. Did I overreact? Am I in the wrong here?
Am I the asshole for cheating to get out of my relationship?
Bum,
Reading the title, I would say totally yes.
Yeah.
Reading the title.
It's like the most backwards thing to me.
Yes.
That's like the most roundabout way of solving an unhappy relationship. And bro, just break up.
That's what I'm like, I just like, it's so easy to break it. It's not easy, but it's easy to break up with someone, and cheating is like so much more effort and work to do.
Yeah.
And I just feel like it has so much more effect too. Like, it's gonna live with that person for a really long time. You cheating on them to end the relationship instead of something else. But this is based off the title, so. Alright, prepare yourselves. It's a long one. I was just finishing university when an ex-colleague of mine set me up with one of his colleagues at his new job. I wasn't mentally well enough to be in a relationship at the time, but hindsight is 2020. We were together for 2 years. We pretty much started dating the day we met. I didn't do any background research before I met him. That one's on me. Before getting PTSD, I wasn't as naive as I was at one point. Over these 2 years, chaos ensued. He got sacked from Burger King. How does one do this? I'm literally confused. A few weeks after this, we got kicked from our flat that he let me move into, already knowing that it would be taken off of him, and didn't tell me that we had to leave until morning that we were kicked out. For the next 12 months, he had to live with me at his dad's. He had me live with him at his dad's house, which was covered in mold, had holes in the walls, and the ceiling even fell through at one point. His 20-stone drug dealer brother that also had autism and can't control his outbursts as a result was also living there, which obviously wasn't the best thing for my own mental health condition. This is who kicked us out on the street with no warning after my birthday and didn't even give us a reason. But we decided it wasn't worth being physically unsafe and went to stay at my friend's house. It wasn't until we got to our own place again that he started manipulating me and being angry every time at any little thing that didn't go his way. If I bought something and it stopped working, he would break it within 30 seconds and scream at me. If someone had said no to him at one point in the day, he would beat up a box with an axe really aggressively and shout at me. He would take 600 euros out of my account per month minimum for drugs. And I was expected to pay all the bills and buy all the food while he sat jobless on his video games all day. I was working 10-hour days and moved into a 12-hour night shift to make ends meet because of this. And he would just take more money instead. This while I was trying to complete a couple of master's degrees from home, which I ultimately didn't finish. So the time comes and I'm getting really annoyed, suicidal even. I remember thinking to myself that if one of us didn't kill the other, then I was going to have to kill myself. But I also remember that I didn't feel safe enough to break up with him. I couldn't do it in a public place because I'd need to get my things afterwards. I couldn't do it in private in case he lost it and hurt me or worse. So the only way out was if he had broken up with me. I tried being annoying and not doing what he wanted, leaving messes, not talking to him for long spaces in time. It didn't work because he just did it back. And I knew his friend was a bit promiscuous, so I began talking to him and we ended up kissing in the living room in the flat. He didn't see the kiss, but he did see the messages and he lost his mind. But he did break up with me. And if I'm honest, I think the only reason I got out physically unharmed is because I called my dad to come get me as soon as he said it. I know I would be in a very different situation right now if I had stayed in that relationship, but I can't help feeling like an asshole. Any thoughts?
Am I wrong for not letting my kids use the bathroom and leaving Easter early? I had a baby the week before Easter. The plan had been to go to my in-laws, and for some context, we live 30 minutes away from them. They have a large family, but a small house with only 2 bathrooms. My father-in-law found 5 feral kittens, brought them home, and put them in the second bathroom. The kittens were not friendly, covered in fleas, and the room was covered in urine and feces, but we were still expected to use the bathroom, specifically the kids. I was in a room nursing when my daughter 4, Ella, came in crying because mother-in-law forced her to go into the cat bathroom and it stunk so bad she ran out. I put my newborn in her wearer and escorted her to the normal bathroom. My mother-in-law saw me waiting by the door and told me, "Take Ella to the other bathroom. This one is for adults." I responded that I wouldn't, and because of my newborn, my kids were not allowed to use the cat bathroom. And of course she tried to argue.
Am I the asshole for only inviting my skinny friends to do a horseback riding event? I need more opinions on this. I've always wanted to go horseback riding, and I found a ranch that offers a package where you go every Saturday for 5 weeks to learn. That's so fun. It will start you at the very basics, and the last Saturday you go on a day trip. I wanted to do this since I heard good things about it, and it seems really fun. I was looking at the program, and the and the website made it very clear that you have to be less than 225 pounds in order to join. It had a very long paragraph about the horse safety and that the horse can only carry so much weight that isn't equipment. I have a friend group of 7 people. 3 of those people are overweight. They are very open about their weight, and I know they are all over 225. I knew the program wouldn't allow it, so I asked my other 5 friends if they were interested. 4 of them decided to join. I can see where this is going. I mean, real quick, I think it would be okay if you asked 1 or 2 friends if they wanted to do it, so it wasn't all of the friend group except for you guys can do it. It was just yeah, me and this other friend, or me and these other 2 friends, not everyone but you kind of thing, you know? That's just being extra sensitive. I was asked today by one of the friends why she wasn't invited. I told her that she didn't qualify for the program. She asked what I meant, and I told her the program wouldn't allow her on one of the horses. She kept pushing, so I told her the horse apparently can't handle her weight. Another picky thing there, I feel if you just said the website says that people over 225 can't ride, that would have been better than being the horse can't handle your weight. You know what I mean? Just a slight thing. She got very upset and called me a dick. The other 2 friends are on my ass and are pissed I basically called them fat. I sent them the program and the info, but that didn't help. So, am I the asshole?
Am I in the wrong for body shaming my girlfriend's friend who won't shut up about how she doesn't like white guys? I, 22 male, have a girlfriend, 20 female, and she has this friend, 21 female, who is completely unbearable. Her entire personality is about how she doesn't fuck white guys and constantly goes on rants about how white guys are bad at sex or how they can't handle her, blah, 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 blah. I get that people have preferences, but she always finds a way to integrate into any conversation her sexual preferences. It's we could be talking about what we had for breakfast, and she would be like, oh, you had a Pop-Tart? I once gave this black guy a Pop-Tart after he was done fucking me. I never would have given a white guy a Pop-Tart because he wouldn't have fucked me good enough to deserve it. That's what I mean when I say it's her whole personality. The incident happened when she told my girlfriend in front of me that she needs to experience a black D once in her life. My girlfriend has never banged a black dude, and she looked at me, smiled, and faked a laugh oh, just kidding. My response is where I might have been an a-hole. This friend is a bigger girl, probably size 18 to 20 in pants. I said, I speak for the white guys when I say we will gladly give white girls your size to the black guys. You may not want to fuck us, but we don't want to fuck you either. Black guys tend to like big girls. She shut up real quick. But after the hangout, my girlfriend said that I need to apologize to her because her friend speaks that way out of insecurity. She knows that she's bigger than the rest of the group, and she says these things to cope. I said I was fine, albeit annoyed, but fine until she insinuated that my girlfriend should cheat on me. I'm refusing to apologize until she apologizes for that. So, am I in the wrong?
My 23 female boyfriend, 24 male, wants to move in with me, and I want him to live alone first.
That's fair.
Okay, I can see that.
So he's moving straight from his parents to you. You
Yes.
don't want that.
Yes. So my boyfriend and I have been together for 10 months. He lives with his parents, 50s, male and female, and younger brothers, 10, 16, 18, no sisters. Before current events, he was over at my place basically every night. A couple of nights ago, he said he wants to move in with me if I'm up for it. I've been at his place more than once, and I've seen how their dynamic works. His mother does everything for all 5 men in the house. Cooking, cleaning, the works. Basically, all they have to do is put their laundry away after she washes, dries, irons, and folds it. The reason the parents aren't forcing them to contribute is that was the parents' agreement. He works and she stays at home, so she raises the kids / runs the household, and he pays for everything. With one of the clauses being that as she does everything, there's no need to involve the boys. As a result, my boyfriend cannot do anything. I don't know how much of this is actual cluelessness or if he's just trying to get out of doing stuff, but he has told me, completely sincere, and I checked with his mom, that he can't even fry an egg, which is why when my boyfriend suggested moving in together, I said that I wanted him to live alone first. His plan was basically to go straight from his mother's house to my flat, and I told him my hesitation, which is that he can't do chores. He then offered to pay more rent, 75%, in exchange for me doing all the chores. I said, no, I don't want to be his mother or his maid. I want to be his girlfriend. Then I told him I wanted him to live alone, going from his mother's house to his own place, figuring out how to do all those things he's never done for himself, learning some basic life skills, and then revisit us living together. This caused a huge argument, biggest we've ever had. He's taken me saying he has no life skills as an insult, which it kind of is to be fair, and has basically said that clearly I don't want to live with him at all. I pushed the moving in time back and have only said we'd revisit it after a few months of living with him alone. I did say revisit because I wanted to make sure he actually knew what he was doing and wouldn't immediately switch back to offering more rent for no chores. This was a couple of nights ago and he just stopped talking to me. He's at his mom's, he's online, he's talking to his mutual friends who have said he's responding. He just won't answer any of my calls and texts. He told our friends what happened and they all have his side, saying that I was really mean and cruel. I love him and I do want to live with him eventually. I just don't want to live with him if I'm doing everything. And the one thing I don't want him is paying extra for me to do all the housework. Is there some sort of compromise or some other option I'm not seeing? What can I do to fix this? And then there's a mini update. So update, he called me and agreed to talk. He then basically said that he was never going to be willing to learn to do anything and even suggested dividing up the chores. Then I do my half and he'd hire a maid to do his half. Suffice to say, this was something of a turn off, and by the end of the conversation we broke up.
So there's this one time I left my old school when I was in nursery. I lost my old BFF and I tried to call her but she never answered. So I went and visited for a whole day, but she never talked to me because she was sad. I saw her at my church and I tried saying hi, but she never said hi back. So I just left her forever and we never talked again.
Storytime, I became a stepmom at 22 and my stepkids hate me. So a little background information, I was 22 and working at Hooters, and I had this one regular who literally came in every single day that I worked. I mean, it wasn't really creepy because I did give him my schedule because he tipped really well, but that's besides the point. The one night he asked me out, and obviously I knew that he was going to pay for our dinner, so I said yes. Because I was hungry and I did not want to pay for food. So anyways, I go on this date and I actually end up really liking him just to find out that he is 40 years old. Fast forward a few months, we start dating, and he realizes that I still live at home with my mom and dad. So he's like, oh, like, you can move in with me, but first you need to meet my kids. And I, thought that his kids were gonna be, 2 and 3 years old. No, when I went over to dinner the one night at their house, there were 4 kids who were literally all above the age 13. And every single one of the girls gave me a death stare as I sat down in my chair, for part 2. Part 2 about how I became a stepmom at 22 and my stepkids hate me. So like I said, we're all sitting down in the dining room and there's 4 kids. There's 1 boy, 3 girls. The 1 boy is 14 and all the other girls are 15, 16, and 19. And we're gonna call my boyfriend James. James is like, okay, well, I'm gonna go back to the kitchen and finish cooking. You guys should bond a little bit. So he leaves me alone with these little fucking roaches and they just start firing shots at me. They're like, you're a gold digger, aren't you? Don't worry, my dad will never marry you, so you're not gonna get any of his money. So after that, I told James that they need to warm up to me a little bit more before I move in. So for the next month, we would try to plan things with the kids. But anytime that I was going to be there, every single one of them would be like, we're not going, we hate her. Eventually, James just kind of said, fuck it, and he asked me to marry him. So I moved in, and then a week later, we got married. His kids didn't show up to the wedding, and James had to go on a work trip. So I was moving some of my stuff into the house from the car, and the kids fucking locked me out of the house. This has all been within the span of 5 months. What should I do? Storytime, I didn't know that I was dating my best friend's brother. So a little background information, I was 17 and a junior in high school. And I know you guys are probably thinking, how the fuck didn't you know that you were dating your best friend's brother? And we're gonna call my best friend Rima, and we're gonna call her brother Alex. So I had met Alex whenever I was in 5th grade. We never hung out outside of school. We were more of just friends in school. But I only met Rima last year. Also, Alex was a year older than us. Well, one of the art teachers who usually taught the senior class, she just gave birth to her baby, so they decided to mix both of our classes, aka the one that Alex was in. Well, my art teacher decided to pair us all into partners and have us do an art project. So I got paired up with Alex. Fast forward, we end up liking each other and we start dating. And usually whenever Rima and I hung out, we would always hang out over my house because she said her family was annoying. And Alex and I would only hang out during school, for part 2. Part 2 about how I didn't know that I was dating my best friend's brother. So like I said, we always hung out at my house because she never wanted to hang out at hers. But this weekend, her whole family was supposed to be gone, so she wanted to throw a party. And she was like, OMG, you should definitely invite that guy that you like. Now listen, I know you guys think it's weird that she probably didn't even know that I had a boyfriend. Whenever I had talked to people that were best friends with her before, And yes, multiple best friends. This girl went through best friends like she goes through underwear. They had all said to not let her know who you like or who you're dating, because she would either try to get with them or she would get with them. And if she couldn't get with them, she would just send them nudes out of nowhere. So fast forward, I get to the party. She comes up to me. She's like, I'm so fucking annoyed. My brother's here. And then she was like, oh, did you bring the guy that you like? And I was like, no. And then I walk into the living room and I see my boyfriend. So I go over and I give him a hug and a kiss. And Rima starts screaming at me. After that, she told her brother that I bullied her so that way he would break up with me. And he did.
Am I wrong for telling one of my best friends that she was absolutely not my ex-boyfriend's type? My female 32, ex-boyfriend male 35 and I broke up about 5 months after 4 years together. He is the most amazing guy and I love him so much, and these past months have been the worst in my life. He is very handsome and successful and rich, and I'm sure he won't have any problem getting into a new relationship. He broke up with me because he wants children and a family, and I just don't. I think that we stayed together for so long, even though we wanted different, because we kind of thought we would change for one another, and that love is all that matters. I still do love him, but I don't know if he loves me, and when we broke up, I asked for a clean break, meaning no contact. My friends know all this, and they know how much I love him. One of my best friends, female 28, said that he was up for grabs a month after we broke up, and I ignored her thinking it was just a bad joke. She's gorgeous, but I know my ex didn't like her because she wants a rich guy and because she's done a lot of plastic surgery. Am I wrong for telling one of my best friends that she was absolutely not my ex-boyfriend's type? I know my ex didn't like her because she wants a rich guy and she's had a lot of plastic surgery. Last time we had dinner, she brought up wanting to date him, and the other friend said that we didn't do that to each other. She laughed it off and I said, well, you can try, but you are not his type. She said she's never been rejected before, and this is where I might have been wrong. I told her he didn't like greedy girls with lip injections and fake breasts. She started crying, telling me she won't feel sorry taking him because I'm a bitch and an asshole. Everybody took her side, and I waited until I was in my car to start crying. She knows I still love him and I'm not over him, so couldn't she at least wait? I know she's panicking because she kept saying that he won't be single for long, but I don't know, am I wrong? Update says my former best friend has asked my ex for dinner about 2 weeks ago and took him to one of our favorite restaurants. After the dinner, he stopped answering her calls and texts. I can't help but cry. Am I wrong for being upset with the clothes my granddaughter wore on her way out of the maternity ward? I know it sounds silly, but I would really love an outside opinion, and I'll accept any judgment. I have 4 children and 5 grandchildren, and for all of my grandchildren, I made a knitted clothes and hat for them to come out. It began with my first grandchild, and all the ones that followed, my kids asked me to do it. It's customary in my country for clothes to be a certain color to represent something good like health, peace, and protection. Now, I don't do this professionally and I work, so it's something I do in my spare time, and it takes months. I also want to say I never force my children to accept it. Actually, they asked right after they announced their pregnancy. And that's exactly what happened with my oldest daughter, Pam. She told me she was pregnant and asked me to make it for her daughter, and of course I said I would. She picked the color red, and honestly, it was one of the prettiest jobs I've ever done and finished within 7 months of her pregnancy. She gave birth about 20 days ago, and my granddaughter was born healthy, perfect, and bright. But I was heartbroken on their way out when I found out my granddaughter would not wear the clothes I made. Instead, she was wearing clothes that Pam got from her in-laws from a very expensive brand like Gucci. I said nothing to my daughter about it, but in a conversation with my son, I just vented that I was heartbroken. It's just upsetting to me because she did ask me. Am I wrong for being upset with the clothes my granddaughter wore on her way out of the maternity ward? I was heartbroken when they came out, and I found out my granddaughter would not wear the clothes I made, but ones Pam got from her in-laws. I said nothing to Pam, but in a conversation with my son, I just vented that I was heartbroken and wouldn't have a problem if she didn't ask. And I didn't share this information to expose my daughter, but my son could tell I was kind of down and wanted to know what was wrong. Well, the word spread among my children until it reached Pam in the form of scolding. She angrily called me, saying that she didn't believe I was jealous of another clother and her daughter could wear them anytime. But I decided to make this moment about me and not celebrate my granddaughter's life. To be honest, I'm lost. I'm heartbroken that I've been making something so lovingly for months for a specific moment and not been told at any point she wouldn't use it. My family is divided. Some are criticizing me and others are really on my side. So am I in the wrong for being upset with the clothes my granddaughter wore? Please let me know.
My daughter was a sophomore in high school when the bullying began. I'm unsure why Ella and her friends began targeting her. They made comments about her body, her nose, everything. My daughter developed an ED because of this. Ella and her friends showed no mercy and continued to harass my daughter. My daughter began engaging in destructive behaviors and at one point was hospitalized. It took a lot of fighting, but I was finally able to get the school to punish these girls for my daughter's suffering. When my daughter graduated high school, I thought Ella would be a person of her past, but her older brother began dating her when my daughter was wrapping up her 3rd year in college. It hurt my daughter so much that her brother would date someone who tormented her so much in high school. There were nights where she would cry herself to sleep, wondering why it was going on. It hurt me as a mother to watch this happen. My son ended up marrying Ella. I allowed this, but kept my distance from Ella. I recently hung out with my daughters-in-law and my daughter without inviting Ella. I have 3 other sons. 2 out of the 3 of them are also married. At a recent gathering, one of my daughters-in-law expressed gratitude because I had given her an opportunity to get out of the house because of the stress with the kids. I planned a girls' night out with my daughter and my 2 other daughters-in-law. We kept it a secret from Ella. Ella eventually got the full story out of my eldest son and was hurt. Ella asked me what she had ever done to make me treat her differently from the others, and I let her have it. I told her that her treatment of my daughter in their high school years is why I will never view her as a member of this family. I told her that I had already been kind enough to allow her near my family and that she should not push her luck. She left with my son and he later told me that she cried herself to sleep that night. Ella never gave a proper apology to my daughter for the damage that she had done. She jokes about their past in a form of dark humor. I fear my son may go no contact, but I will not chase him because he chose that bully over his sister. Ella hasn't been bullying my daughter anymore, but there's been no attempts to make any amends for the past. My husband got my best friend pregnant, so I'll try to keep this short. She was my best friend since 2nd grade. We've been through everything together. My heart hurts so much. I remember I was there for her when her mom died, literally sobbing in my arms at 17. I've given her clothes, food, shelter during hard times. Recently, she had come to stay again after being evicted due to not paying her rent. She looked me dead in my face and congratulated me on my pregnancy. Even had dinner with me and my husband every night, and even made sure she cleaned the house so I didn't have to. Come to find out yesterday, she took a pregnancy test, told me to sit on the couch. I was confused why she needed me to sit down, but the look on her face told me everything. I asked her why. She said she didn't know why she did it. Maybe she was just too lonely and my husband was just available. I just left. I couldn't muster any words. I'm at a motel right now feeling my baby kick. My husband keeps blowing up my phone saying, "Let's talk." But I don't want to talk. I'm calling my dad in the morning to help me pack my stuff. If he wants her so bad, they can have this baby together. Years of friendship and my marriage just gone. She's ruined everything. My best friend ruined everything. I know my husband is also at fault. I'm just more hurt about my best friend. I knew her way before I even knew what love was, and she does this to me.
Am I the asshole for not inviting the neighbors, snitch, or the HOA board to our neighborhood barbecue? There are around 10 houses in my neighborhood of 120 that are not in the HOA, mine included. We, or the previous owners, were smart enough to not join the HOA. As a result, I'm able to make extensions that I have on my pool, which I host neighborhood parties occasionally. My HOA is one of the worst HOAs, constantly fining people hundreds of dollars for parking violations, painting their fence the wrong shade of brown, wrong curtain colors, having 2 flags, etc. They're not the worst HOA, but they're really bad. We've also got a really crappy neighbor, Jessica, who likes to go around and snap photos of people's violations and then post it on the Nextdoor app to shame them. She prides herself in thinking it makes the neighborhood better when she's shaming the Smiths for having a fence that's 2 inches too high, or the Johnsons for having a light brown door instead of a dark brown door. Jessica is just a jerk, and she probably cost the neighbors thousands of dollars in fees by forcing them to renovate. I absolutely lost my shit when Jessica posted in the Nextdoor app about how Mrs. Johnson, an 85-year-old woman currently having serious medical issues, has a lawn that's a couple of inches too high. She obviously can't mow the lawn and was too busy to notice, and the HOA fined her $500. I made a post in the Nextdoor app saying that the HOA nor Jessica were invited to my barbecue at my house. Jessica went on a rant saying how much of an angel she is and how she protects the neighborhood doing her duty, and I told her that she is being a jerk and a scumbag busybody that has nothing better to do. A couple people said that I was bullying and excluding her and her 4 friends who were boycotting the party and hosting their own party. The party happened and nobody else showed up, and theirs was not a blast, but ours was, and apparently she cried about it.
Am I wrong for saying my wife will have to quit her job if we get booted from another daycare? My wife and I have a 3-year-old daughter, Alexis. Both of us work, and Alexis has attended daycare since she was 1. In the 2 years since, we have been asked to leave 2 programs because my wife is a micromanager. I admit both of us went into the first program not really understanding daycare. I quickly learned that they can't provide personalized care, and after learning from her teachers, I reset my expectations. My wife, however, has a lot of anxiety and worries about our daughter. She hates when she even gets a little upset. She's in therapy and is working on it. First program, my wife would constantly watch the live feed and call the daycare multiple times a day. We had several talks about it, and the school talked to us twice. My wife ended up screaming at one of the teachers and then the director. We were terminated immediately. The second daycare was a little better because my wife began therapy, but my wife was still so nervous and had to complain every single day. These were not important things. Small things like how she saw another child took away a toy from Alexis and she would cry. The teacher would give the toy back to Alexis, but my wife didn't understand why the other child wasn't punished for it. This daycare didn't kick us out, but did eventually suggest that this may not be the best program for us. My wife and I decided to pull Alexis out. My wife, because of her anxiety, myself, because I knew my wife had burned bridges and was becoming one of those moms. We chose a smaller home daycare this time as we couldn't afford another center. The woman who owns it is very nice but also firm. She stands by her boundaries and won't let my wife break any rules, whereas the centers were definitely more accommodating. My wife would take any inch she got. This time she doesn't get that opportunity. I thought all was well as the owner only speaks to my wife for the most part. Then I get put in a group text saying my wife has been bombarding the owner with texts every day, despite the owner saying she will text her at lunch when things are settled. She said at this point she will only be responding at specific times of the day and not looking the rest. The owner then sent several pages of the contract with passages highlighted reminding us of certain policies my wife has violated. I was pissed. When Alexis went to bed that night, my wife and I talked. I said this was our last option for daycare. The other centers are too expensive and this was the only home daycare in the area that we like. A nanny is not in our budget. My wife made a million excuses, including that it's not her fault that she's anxious. I said if we are asked to leave this program too, my wife will be the one quitting her job to watch Alexis, not me. This upset my wife. I pointed out I've spoken to her kindly about this plenty of times. I encouraged her to keep up her therapy, but she can't keep getting us kicked out of programs. My wife is now not speaking to me. So, am I the asshole?
My wife has applied to be a surrogate without my knowledge. My wife, 31 female, walks up to me, 35 male this morning and proceeds to tell me she's applied and was approved to be a surrogate mother. That is a situation that requires 2 yeses. You don't just go up to your husband and tell him, I've been approved to be a surrogate. It's going to happen, so get fucking used to it. That's not how that works. When you're married, you have to make these decisions together. My wife and I have been married for 2 years, together for 7. We have 2 kids of our own and have been trying for a 3rd. How is that supposed to work with surrogacy? Does that mean you guys have to stop trying for the baby? Because how the hell we supposed to wait till the baby is born to test it and decide whose child it is? Like, how does that work? She's a stay-at-home mom. I provide for the family. I'm clearly agitated by the situation. I'm not yelling and screaming mad, but I'm upset. This decision affects our entire family. Not only have we been trying for our own baby, but this is going to be hard on our family, on our relationship, on her body, her mental and emotional health. I've expressed all of this to her, and all she can come up with is that it's a selfless act to help another family, which I understand it does help another family, but at what cost? Her marriage, her kids. I can't stop what I'm doing to take care of her when she's pregnant, especially if it's not my kid. I don't need or want the money she would be paid for carrying the child. We're well off because of what I provide. Please, Reddit, tell me if I'm the asshole. I probably won't have an update for a while. Ironically, this all had to transpire on Mother's Day, so she's currently out with her mother for the next few hours. And when she gets home, I'm going to try to do something special for her with our kids, you know, because it's Mother's Day and shit. So honestly, I don't think you're the asshole, because I completely understand why you would be upset. You were blindsided with this decision. She's already decided she's going to go through with it without even stopping for a second to consider how you would feel about it and even bring it up to you so you could express how you felt about it. I think it's absolutely wonderful that she's able to be a surrogate, but she's going about it in all the fucking wrong ways. She's got children and a husband that she has to worry about. Yes, she's already had been pregnant and given birth multiple times, but each pregnancy is different. We do not know what's going to happen while she's pregnant with this baby. You want to be selfless and you want to help people, but like you said, at what cost? At what cost? A lot of people are surrogates and still go through horrible pains when it comes to being selfless and wanting to help another family have a baby. It's great wanting to help other people, but you have to be selfish at some point. You have to think about other people and how this is going to affect you thoroughly, because there's no going back. Like you said, you guys are already you were working on having a third, and then she decides, are you sure she actually wants another child? Does she want another child, or does she just want to be pregnant? It happens. It happens. I don't think you're the asshole at all. I completely understand why you're angry.
Because my mother drives me absolutely fucking insane. Clearly, I was crying. By the looks of it, you can fucking tell that I was crying. I had a mentee B this morning. I was on FaceTime with Sissy having a mentee B. While I'm on FaceTime with Sissy having a mentee B, my mother calls. So I'm like, let's just add her in. Sissy's like, are you sure about that? I'm like, yeah, let's just add her in. She's like, does mom know what's happening? I'm like, no, not really. So like, let's just add her the fuck in. So I add my mother in. Immediately, he's like, are you crying? I'm like, yeah. And I tell her what I'm crying about. This woman goes, without hesitation, imagine having 3 kids, Olivia. Imagine having 3 kids with no money and you don't know what you're doing and you're leaving an abusive narcissistic man. I'm like, what the, like that doesn't even apply to my situation. Like what I'm having the mentee be about, it doesn't even apply to that. And so Sissy and I are just like, what the fuck was that? Like, what the fuck was that? Like, I was one of the kids that you had, bitch. Like, I was one of the kids, you know? Like, did you forget I was there? Like, I was in the play, you know? Like, what? And why did she randomly bring that up? Sissy was like, you're like the victim of every situation, mom. Like, okay, that was scary lighting, and I know we all saw it. She was like, you cannot just like let someone have their moment or like let someone be sad. Like, you have to just like chime in and like let them know that you've had it worse. You know, literally, like I could be upset about something and she's like, imagine me, I lost my mom, my dad, I don't have a nephew anymore. And it's like, what? Like, what? No one's even talking about death in this bridge. Will like bring it up. She'll be like, I've lost so many people. Newsflash, bitch, so have I. We've lost the same fucking people. But she just loves to like, and it drove me so insane. Like, and it gets worse. Like this woman loves to just be like, and I went through this. Hello, I'm your daughter. I was there with you and I went through it as well. But what the fuck does this have to do with me having a mentee B about something I'm going through that has nothing to do with like dead people or like being a single mother? I get it that you went through the trenches. I get it, mom. You did that. What? This is not what we're talking about. Sissy's like, okay, mom, we gotta go. Like, we gotta go. She's like, Olivia, just ask the Holy Spirit for... No. Came into this FaceTime. You made it about you. And now you're asking me to ask Jesus, and she knows it pisses me off. She knows it pisses me off every single time that she's like, ask the Holy Spirit. When did I sign up to go to church? When did I sign up to have my mother become a preacher? When did I sign up for these? Ask the Holy... No. I'm like eyes puffy crying, listening to her being like, ask the Holy... Sissy's like, mom, we really gotta go. And she's like, Olivia, you have nothing to worry about. Okay. Leaves the FaceTime and Sissy's like, we can't do that again. Like, we can't. Love my mother to death. I love her to pieces. But she just like has always been that way where she doesn't have the best things to say in a situation. Like, I'm having a mentee be about something and she comes in and is like, imagine being a single mother. Okay. And I told her, my ex and I exchanged like a few text messages. She's like, you've never learned anything from the past and you're... Goodbye.
Am I wrong for offering my kid's nanny more money and hours so she won't work for my sister-in-law? My husband and I have 3 kids, 10-month-old female, 4 male, 10 female. We currently have a nanny, Isabel, 22 female, 3 days a week. I have to say, Isabel is fucking amazing. She drives on field trips. She does homework with the kids. She handles play dates. She's the only adult my 10-year-old likes. She's not dependent on screens, does art projects with the kids. She speaks 10-year-old, and she's even teaching them how to cook and bake. They made mini quiches a few weeks ago. My oldest is doing state testing right now and wanted a fun activity with her friends. Isabel suggested a spa day, and my daughter loved it. I set up a day for my 4-year-old to go home with his grandparents and let Isabel turn our living room into a spa. She's picked up my daughter, my niece, and 2 friends, brought them to our house, and did their hair, nails, while they laid back and did face masks. I guess my niece was telling her mom how cool Isabel is, because my sister-in-law texted Isabel offering her a nanny position 4 days a week, matching whatever I pay, but only for 1 kid. Isabel showed me the text and told me that she would have to think about it, because the extra money would be nice. I told her if she promised to stay, next year I'd have her at 5 days a week with a $5 per hour raise. Isabel turned my sister-in-law down, saying that she had received a better offer, and now my sister-in-law is telling my husband's family that I stole a nanny from her. They're upset that I outbid my sister-in-law and gave Isabel extra money and hours just so my sister-in-law wouldn't get her. My husband said it was petty. Am I wrong for offering Isabel a raise and more hours so she doesn't work for my sister-in-law? A nanny costs about the same as daycare for 3 kids, but offers much higher quality care. You don't have to be rich to have a nanny.
Am I the asshole for pissing off my HOA by doing home renovations on the weekend? My HOA a few weeks ago decided that they will not be allowing home renovations during the weekend. They never gave a sensible reason other than people want to enjoy the weekends without noise or something. Kind of ridiculous if you ask me. Well, last Thursday a tree fell on my shed, crushing it and also destroying my gutters. I don't have time on the weekdays. It was going to take me and my wife quite a while to fix it. She can't do it alone, so we waited until Saturday morning. We were both too busy with work, and I was out of town until Saturday morning, so we did it then. To me, this didn't even seem as a renovation. These were emergency repairs. Well, we spent about 6 hours, and we fixed the shed, gutters, replaced some shingles, and had found someone to remove the tree and take the wood away. Well, the HOA was not happy. They sent me a letter saying I need to pay a fine for violating the CCRs. I am 100% sure that's illegal and they can't do this. I ignored it. They then came and visited me and explained to me I need to pay a few $100 fine and that this was a violation of the CCRs, blah, blah, blah. I told them what I did was not wrong. I had a serious problem, I had to fix it, and I was only available on the weekends. Now leave me alone and do not ever talk to me again about this, and I shut the door. He came back with more HOA members and they basically said the same shit again, and I'm getting more and more agitated and told them that they need to kindly fuck off. I slammed the door and I've been getting more letters saying that they won't condone or tolerate my aggressive behavior. So am I the asshole?
My fiance and I are planning to get married this summer. We both want quite a lavish wedding at a winery in another state. The two of us agree that it's the most important occasion in our lives, so we should make it as memorable as possible. We both have stable jobs and a good amount of savings, but it's not quite enough for the admittedly ambitious plans we have in our heads.
Right.
My father passed away in January, and in his will, he left me a very valuable, think 5 figures, family heirloom. I'm not much for big family traditions, so although it's a nice thing to have, I'm not massively attached to it. My brother, however, is a huge history nerd and is really, really attached to it. After some discussion, my wife-to-be and I decided we would like to sell the heirloom to pay for our wedding. My brother, who is also my best man, was furious when he found out and said he wanted nothing to do with the wedding anymore. He thinks my wife-to-be and I are behaving like spoiled brats. In addition, he convinced my uncle and cousins not to come to the wedding either. He took it too far. With our parents having passed away, this means that virtually none of my family will attend the wedding, which I'm really upset about. I think since I legally inherited the heirloom, I could do what I want with it. I think he's just upset because I ruined his expectations of one day inheriting it. Since my uncle and cousins agree with him enough and they're not coming to the wedding, I'm not so sure anymore if I'm in the right.
Is it just me that got dribbled by a boyfriend who then introduced me to his sister, who I later find out is actually his girlfriend? And the hijacking I had 3 months ago, he orchestrated it and took the car, the money and the jewelry they took during the hijacking, gave it to his girlfriend, and I find out later on. Is it just me? Here's a story from Anonymous.
Am I the asshole for being upset that my niece requested payment when I asked her to babysit? Disclaimer, this is not my story. My husband, 30s male, and I, 30s female, have a 3-year-old son together, Max. He's a sweet kid but has a difficult time in unfamiliar situations and can get overstimulated easily. A little while ago, my husband was across the country on a work trip while I was home with Max. I got a call one morning from his manager informing me that my husband had been in a car accident and was in the hospital. He couldn't tell me much but said that although he was stable, it didn't look good and I should come as soon as I can. I freaked out and booked a ticket just for myself because it would be almost impossible to travel with Max and I could barely afford the last-minute ticket for myself. I called my mom who lives a few hours away and asked her to come watch Max while I'm away. At this point, I needed someone to watch Max for the time it would take for my mom to arrive so I could make my flight. I called 3 friends, 1 didn't answer and 2 were unable to help. We live close to my brother and sister-in-law who has a daughter, 17 female, Sarah. Sarah answered the door and said her parents are out. I explained the situation and asked if she would watch Max for a couple hours until my mom came. She babysits for local families and obviously charges them for her services. We've never asked her to babysit before. She showed some concern for my husband, and when I asked her again, she said something along the lines of, well, you'll pay me, right? I usually charge X amount of dollars. I stared at her for a moment, not really expecting that response, and then my friend who didn't answer called me back and said of course she would watch Max. So I took Max and left without saying anything to my niece. I then flew to see my husband. He ended up needing surgery, but is making a full recovery. A few days after he was able to fly home, we had dinner with my brother and sister-in-law. I mentioned I had asked Sarah to watch Max and that she brought up payment in that moment. My brother said he would talk to her because that's not an appropriate reaction. My sister-in-law and I ended up arguing. She said that I was entitled for being surprised that she asked for money.
If your partner cheated on you, do you reckon you're more inclined to want to tell people about it or to keep it a secret?
I tell everybody everything. Like, and I know that kind of defies the entire concept of this podcast, but I don't actually have secrets.
No, it's why we need you here on the pod.
So I just think I would tell everybody, especially because, like, even if you end up getting back together with them, like, I do think that it's fair to give the people in your life a little bit of context as for your relationship. What if something else happens further down the track? Like, you wouldn't be able to explain that to them 1 or 2 years in the future, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Do you think there's like such thing as too much context though? 'Cause I don't know. I feel like maybe I'm on the opposite side of the spectrum to you in that, like, I feel like I do keep secrets because I feel like if I was in this position, I wouldn't want to tell people too much just in case we got back together and then that would taint their perception and all of their interactions with my husband, you know?
Am I the asshole for going to the Met Gala and not donating any money to fleeing Palestinians?
Yes. ABWSDR has partnered up with Operation Olive Branch and Passed the Hat to talk to you today about Walla and her family of 8 doctors and medical specialists.
Currently, Walla is residing in Sweden. She has thankfully already gotten out of Gaza, but the rest of her family still currently resided because they stayed behind to help care for the Gazan population.
And these people have already been through it all. They've seen their homes destroyed, hospitals destroyed, their places of work destroyed. They've been through starvation, illness, homelessness, and they still provided medical care for other Palestinians in Gaza. And now they're asking for our help too.
Currently, they're asking for $65,000 to both evacuate and get a fresh start to their lives. Currently, they are at $11,000, which means they only need about $54,000 USD to evacuate and again get a fresh start. And thankfully, because we have the 400,000 TikTok followers, if every single person that follows us only donated a single dollar, we would be able to not only get them the help they need, but plenty of others that are also trying to evacuate.
Yep, so definitely go into the link in our bio. It'll be the first link in our link tree. Donate if you can. If not, like, comment, share, watch the video on 2 times speed so that it gets boosted in the algorithm. Send it to your friends, family, etc. And thank you guys for your support so much. We love you guys.
Of course.
Yeah, and Free Palestine.
Free Palestine.
Since then, she has started labeling any drink
Bye.
she brings for herself and makes a point of saying it's hers. After all of this, I said to my housemaid that I don't want her staying at our place unless she's going to start paying for rent, paying for bills, and pitching in to pay for food. Imagine that you are this guy and your friend is bringing this guy around and he's there eating up the jollof rice that you cooked that you wanted to take to uni. He is... Now he left something in the fridge. You thought it was just, let's say it was even like bread. You taken the last 2 slices or taken a couple of slices, and now he's coming at you like, Why are you
Where's
taking
my
my
bread?
stuff? Yeah, where's my bread? Buy me new bread. How are you gonna be reacting knowing that the person that this person's with is your very good friend?
I'm dramatic and petty. So as she's labeling the stuff, me too, I'll start labeling everything. The
I might
chair.
put my label on top
Not
of
the
hers.
chair.
The doorknob.
You're not labeling the chair and the doorknob, Tammy.
See, that's what we're all doing. We're labeling stuff. Me too, I'll bring out my label machine and I'll start labeling things.
I'll even
the
put
floor,
my label-
I'll label it. Because I'm paying for it.
Yeah.
It's mine.
Yeah.
That's what I'll start doing.
Mm.
And we'll see whether she'll use those things.
Yeah.
You can't walk in here because this is my floor.
Mm.
Can't walk there. The
Mm.
door. I even labeled the partner. This is my friend.
Am I the asshole for not making my kids go with my ex's wife and their children or inviting them to join us on Mother's Day? No. You are entitled to spend Mother's Day with your children. My ex and I broke up and we were never married when I was pregnant with our youngest child, who's now 12, and our oldest, that's almost 14. Ex moved 20 hours away when my youngest was 5 months old. He was following a better job, plus he was bored of our home state and wanted to change. He told me this before he left, and when I asked about the kids, he told me he'd still be an involved dad, just at a distance. I have primary custody. He sees them for 3 weeks in the summer and every other Christmas and Thanksgiving. It's not a lot, and the kids aren't very close to him and have grown to enjoy the time with him less as they get older. Part of this is because they don't feel like he makes enough effort. Another part is the fact that he got married 2 years after the move and has more children with his current wife. So the kids feel replaced. I can't blame them, so I put them in therapy to help them get through this. That's a really, really good idea. I'm glad you did that. I'm glad you decided to put them in therapy instead of just letting it fester and get worse as they got older. That was a very, very good decision on your part. I hardly ever hear from my ex or his wife. I get 3 emails from him a year and maybe 5 replies if I'm lucky, which is him giving me dates and me asking him questions and getting responses to those. The kids do not have a close relationship or any type of bond with their half-siblings. Sunday morning, we got the shock of our lives when my ex's wife showed up with her and ex's kids and said she came to spend the day with them so they could be with her and their half-siblings. Bitch, you mean to tell me you showed up at my motherfucking house on Mother's Day to come and get my goddamn kids to spend Mother's Day with you and your kids? Bitch, move around. Not now, but right fucking now. Move the fuck around. My kids said they didn't want to go and walked away without saying anything else to her. She looked so offended at the door and told me to make sure they get ready. And then you're going to tell me to make sure that my kids are ready when they, out of their mouths, have told you they don't fucking want to go. Ma'am, I suggest you go wherever the hell the fuck you just came from. Because, no, this lady's got balls. Massive ones. I wonder were they on sale? Because ain't no way in hell. Ain't no way in hell. My kids said they didn't want to go and walked away without saying anything else to her. She looked so offended at the door and told me to make sure they get ready. I told her no and told her she didn't get to just arrive. I told her they were spending Mother's Day with me, their mom. Duh, like, bitch, what the fuck made you think this woman wasn't going to want to be with her fucking kids on Mother's Day? What the fuck made you think that you would have seniority over my motherfucking kids on Mother's Day because you're married to their father? Bitch, this is fucking insane. This lady is brave as fuck. I'm all for, having a good co-parenting relationship, but regardless of how good the relationship is, that bitch will never fucking feel comfortable enough to fly, because they're in a different state, to fly to my motherfucking house and just show the fuck up. Bitch, you had hours and hours to let me know what you were trying to plan. But instead, you showed up and thought you were going to be able to bully me into allowing my kids to just go off with you. All right. All right. Yeah. You bitches will never be that fucking comfortable with me. I don't give a damn how close we are. I don't do pop-ups. Hell no. I told her they were spending Mother's Day with me, their mom. Then I closed the door. She stayed with her kids for a few minutes before leaving. Apparently, she got home later that night. They flew, apparently, because she and my ex sent numerous emails saying I should have sent the kids with her and made them celebrate her for a change, since she's been their stepmom most of their lives. and they have siblings who wanted to see them. Ex also claimed if I refused to share, I should have invited them in to spend some time all together. They called me a bitch and unreasonable. This continued all day yesterday. Am I the asshole? Absolutely not. Absolutely the hell not. No, you are not the fucking asshole. How the hell am I a bitch? Because your bitch showed up at my motherfucking house on Mother's Day. Mother's Day, the one day a fucking year that is dedicated to me being a mother, where I get recognized for everything that I fucking do. The one goddamn day a year that is mine. This bitch showed up to my motherfucking house and I'm unreasonable because I refuse to allow some fucking random that just popped up to stay at my house because her and her kids wanted to spend Mother's Day with me and with my kids, not even with me, with my kids, without bothering to let me know. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. You know what? If that makes you a bitch and unreasonable, dude, be that. Be that. Wave your bitch flag high. Be that. Because no, they are so fucking wrong. Since they only want to communicate through fucking email, what the fuck stopped them from typing out an email saying that they wanted to come out there so she could spend time with the kids too? Since they can email when they're fucking angry, why the fuck couldn't they be decent human beings and email you and let you know what they wanted to do? Absolutely not. Fuck that. Girl, no. I hope you enjoyed your Mother's Day with your babies. I truly hope you did.
Am I the asshole for being a Drake stan?
Yes. Hi, everyone. Thanks to the efforts of Operation Olive Branch and Pass the Hat, we're here to talk about Walla and her family, consisting of 8 doctors with specialties ranging from emergency specialists to dentistry.
Walla is thankfully already out of Gaza and is currently residing in Sweden, but she needs our help to get the rest of her family out of Gaza, who stayed behind to help other families with their medical expertise.
And through staying behind, they have gone through such tremendously difficult situations such as homelessness, illness, starvation, and they stayed behind to care for the people, and now I think it's time for us to care for them and try to get them to safety and reunited with Walla.
They're currently $54,000 away from their goal, and if every one of our followers only donates $1, we would not only be able to fund their fund, but 7 other families as well.
So please go to the link in our bio to help donate to their family, as well as check out the other Palestinian links as well. There's plenty of families that need help. Definitely read Walla's story, go to their GoFundMe, consider donating, and if you can, definitely like, share, and comment on this video in order to boost it in the algorithm and get more care and attention to people that need it. Thank you very much for listening, and Free Palestine.
Absolutely, thank you. Free Palestine.
Am I the asshole for stalking my ex-boyfriend? Disclaimer, this is not my story time. It was sending me on Instagram. Send me your story times on Instagram so I can share them here. Everyone in my life thinks I'm crazy and obsessed with my ex-boyfriend. My ex and I actually started off as best friends. We met through mutual friends and I was not attracted to him at all. So when I say we were best friends, it was just best friends. After a year of getting really close to him, I noticed that he started changing. It really upset me because he was my best friend at the time. Anytime I needed to talk to somebody that I knew cared about me, I would call him. He actually came to replace my female best friend. At the time, I was dating a couple of guys, and things were just very complicated, and he gave me very, very good advice. Like I said, he started to change, and I knew that something was wrong. My friend group loves Halloween. We were all planning to do something really fun and exciting, so everyone was coordinating their costumes. Of course, I had to ask my best friend if he wanted to coordinate with me. He suggested that we go as the Addams Family, and I was totally down. We were so invested in our costumes, and everything was absolutely amazing. Halloween rolled around, and we all went to a house party. This is when I noticed he was acting really strange. He started avoiding me throughout the party, and I asked him what was wrong, and he'd had a couple of drinks, so he confessed that he had feelings for me. I was actually truly in shock. I never ever thought that he had feelings for me in that way. Honestly, I felt betrayed. Up until that point, I thought we were just friends. I'd been sharing very intimate details about my relationships with these guys. A couple of times I had also changed in front of him. And I only did all of this because I thought he had zero interest in me. But when he confessed that he was in love with me, I actually began to cry. He asked me why I was crying and I told him. He apologized and told me that he was in love with me from the moment he met me. I was extremely uncomfortable with this idea. I didn't speak to him for about 2 months. Definitely needed time to myself and to figure out if I even wanted to be his friend anymore. And I also wanted him to figure out if he was willing to be my friend. Because I can't be friends with somebody that I'm in love with, especially if they don't love me back. He finally reached out to me on my birthday and we all went out together. That night, something happened though. I saw him differently. Instead, I was seeing him more like a man, not as my bestie.
I don't know how that happened, it just did. It's like I was seeing him in a new light and everything was changing. I asked him if he wanted to hang out and he said yes. We ended up hanging out at my place later that week, and I went for it. I gave him a kiss and he was actually super shocked. He thought that I was going to tell him that I didn't want to be his friend anymore, and as soon as I kissed him, he actually started to laugh. He told me that he always knew that I felt something for him, but that I just couldn't see it at the time. After that, our relationship escalated quickly. I mean, we moved in together 2 weeks later. My family thought we were going way too fast, but I was kind of ready for it. At that point, we've been best friends for a year. I knew him inside and out, and he knew me. A couple of months later, he proposed and I said yes. I was so in love and so infatuated. I knew that I wanted to spend the rest of my life with him. And then, of course, things started to change. I noticed he started getting a short temper. For example, if I did something that annoyed him, he would give me the silent treatment. And he began to get more and more annoyed of me. This progressed throughout weeks. And a couple of weeks before the wedding, he actually talked to me and told me that he was feeling different about it. He said he needed time to think about it because as soon as we moved in, he started noticing things about me that he didn't like. Obviously, this was actually shocking to my system. I never, ever thought that he would say that. Honestly, there was so many things about him that annoyed me as soon as we moved in together too, but I just dealt with it. I knew that moving in with somebody would be difficult, but to him, it was like a realization that maybe he didn't want to be with me. But because I respect him, I gave him the space he needed. He ended up moving out, and after that, he ghosted me. This was even more shocking. This man was my constant. He was my rock, my best friend, the person I literally said everything to. I had zero secrets from him, and suddenly he was gone. Not only that, but he left me with all the rent. So I got stuck having to pay $2,600 in rent every single month. I was angry, but also super in love. Now, I don't want to say I became obsessed, but I couldn't stop thinking about him. I wanted to know where he was, what he was doing, who he was talking to. And this is when a friend told me that he was eating off of someone else's plate. In other words, he was cheating on me. Or that at the very least, he had fallen in love with somebody else. And that's why he left. Started going to his job and he would refuse to talk to me. And there was no way I could get in contact with him because he blocked me. Before I knew it, I started following him everywhere. I even got fired from my job because I was showing up late all the time. But I couldn't help myself. I wanted to know why he left me. This is embarrassing to admit, but I started following him everywhere. This is when I saw that he was going on several dates with different women. Then I started stalking the girls that he was going on dates with. I mean, maybe stalking is too strong of a word. I followed them once or twice, but I mostly started following him around almost every day. I was finally able to corner him at his gym. He literally tried to run away. I had to put my car in front of his car so he wouldn't leave. I asked him why he ghosted me, and he said he just didn't want to deal with it. And I was so angry with him. How could he do that to me after he was the one that was in love first? And the way he left me with the rent and all the bills to pay? He told me he'd pay me for the rent if I left him alone. Later that day, he sent me about $10,000, which did help, but still, it's been months and I still follow him at least twice a week. And I think he has a new girlfriend. I've seen her, I found out where she lived, and I go to her place and he's sometimes there. Am I wrong for this?
Am I wrong for announcing my pregnancy at my older sister's birthday lunch? I, 25 female, have an older sister who is 30 years old. We have never gotten along growing up, and I consider her my first bully. That's okay, my older sister was my first bully too, but now we're like BFFs. Growing up, she has always commented on my weight and how I look. Because of the consistent bullying, I spent most of my time with my dad and stepmother who gladly took me in. Since I was still young, I was basically forced to visit my mom, and I dreaded the weekends I had to visit. My mother was never the problem, but she would let my sister get away with doing horrible things to me. When I turned 14, I was finally able to live with my dad and stepmom full time, but I did keep in contact with my mom. I didn't start visiting her home until I was 18. Anyways, my mother decided to set up a birthday dinner for my older sister. She invited both me and my husband, so we decided that we would go because I hadn't seen my mother since 2021, and I did miss her. Anyways, everything was going well, the food was amazing, and I got to see family that I haven't seen in years. Well, it was amazing until everyone was eating. I had finished my food and I was still hungry, so I asked my mother if it was okay to get more since everyone had gotten their first helping. My mother of course said to help myself, so I got up and started making myself a plate. It was going okay until my older sister loudly said, "Shouldn't you stop eating so much? You look like you're gaining so much weight." I'm literally 3 months pregnant. I looked around and everyone was looking at me, so I said, "Thanks for your concern, but I'm actually eating for 2 right now." Immediately, everyone started getting up and congratulating my husband and me, while my sister just sat there looking dumb. Every conversation was about my pregnancy and nobody seemed interested in my sister. Soon after me and my husband left, we immediately got a text from my sister saying I was an asshole and I intentionally tried to ruin her day. I don't feel bad, but regardless of how I feel, am I the asshole? Wait, I'm sorry, I had to go back and read. Your sister is 30 and your mother is throwing her a birthday party? Like I said, my sister was a bully to me growing up, but
she never like was that mean. Now that I think about it, weight was like the one thing she never teased me about, which I'm thankful for because that is effed up. I wouldn't consider that a pregnancy announcement. That was a clapback, and you won.
This has been eating away at me for almost a year, and I seriously don't know where to turn. Please don't judge me. So I've been with my boyfriend Xavier for 6 years, but we go back way before that. I did surf lifesaving with Xavier and his older brother Mitch when I was 15, and we all got along really well. As brothers, Xavier and Mitch have always been polar opposites. Mitch is the older, more outgoing brother. He's known as the life of the party. He's the kind of guy who knows everyone everywhere. He has a million friends and is just a great time. Unless you're dating him. He's always been a bit of a shitty boyfriend. Xavier is the younger, quieter, studious brother. He's incredibly thoughtful and considerate. He's sensitive and loving and a pretty great boyfriend too. Which is all to say that if they didn't look so alike, you'd genuinely have no idea they were related. The culture of surf lifesaving at the time was all hanging out together on weekends, and that made me quite close to both Xavier and Mitch. A few months before Xavier and I were involved, I actually made out with Mitch at a New Year's Eve party, but neither of us made much of it. We were both teenagers, and kissing people at those parties was the norm. From memory, I kissed another boy that night too, and he was definitely enjoying his fair share of female attention.
I can just tell all these people are hot. As soon as, I mean, you opened with surf lifesaving and I'm like, ugh,
All
hot people.
surf lifesavers, people who grew up doing surf lifesaving, objectively hot.
people, yeah.
Anyway, the kiss with Mitch meant nothing. I always knew he was a bit of a fuckboy, and so I never really let myself catch feelings out of self-protection. Soon after, Xavier and I realised there was something more between us and have been together ever since. We're now 22 and are pretty happy as boyfriend and girlfriend. We are both in university and enjoying life. Last year, we travelled to Vietnam and it was amazing. And we've loved spending the first year of our 20s together. I love him. Only, and again, please don't hate me for this, I am 100% sure I am more in love with Mitch.
No.
More in love.
The curse of being hot.
I feel completely fucking horrible for even typing that, but it's true. I've spent 6 years of my life with the wrong brother. Despite every orange-coloured flag telling me not to love Mitch, I do. I know that he's the riskier, flightier, potentially even more narcissistic brother, but I cannot get him out of my head. I do not fantasize about my boyfriend. Not even a little bit. I fantasize about his brother. I love Mitch, despite every flaw. I literally cannot think of a more lovable person. My heart kind of aches just thinking about it.
Mine too.
What is happening?
Okay.
Xavier and Mitch both live at home, which means that despite my best efforts, I am constantly in Mitch's company.
Go into witness protection. You're not trying hard enough.
I have so many things to say, but I'll save it. It's impossible to escape him. Whenever I am there, which is, at the moment, about 4 nights a week, I feel like I'm holding my breath. He's like a magnet or something. I feel such a strong pull to be near him or to touch him that it's hard to put into words.
Oh, you're doing a pretty good job here.
And I promise that I'm not just imagining this, because I swear he feels it too. We've started doing that thing where we are catching each other staring. He lingers near me for no reason at all, like when I'm grabbing something from the kitchen or sitting on the family couch watching TV. Our legs just touch when we sit beside each other at dinner.
Zoe.
His eye contact even feels different to how it used to. I feel like his fuckboy side has melted away with time and age, and that he's actually a mature adult now. One who wouldn't break my heart if something was to ever happen between us. Which, if Xavier wasn't in the picture, I know with complete certainty it would have. Complete certainty. Okay, continue. The other day, he said my laugh made him feel happy and I almost melted into the floor.
Zoe, I'm getting a bit mad.
Just a warning. But then I remember he's my boyfriend's brother.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Zoe.
His literal brother. I feel disgusted by myself every single day.
Okay, no, you shouldn't do that. No.
Their mum, Janine, is one of my favourite people, and she has told me I'm like the daughter she never had. If I broke up with Xavier only to pursue Mitch, she would die. How would that even work?
What, dying? Zoe, no one knows if there's an afterlife.
How many times do you have to tell you? Like, do I keep coming around, but instead of sleeping in the bedroom on the left, I'm in the room across the hall now?
No.
How would any of it be explained to the rest of the family? How the hell would Mitch and Xavier go back to how they were? Imagine the way our social circles would talk about me, or what Christmas lunch would look like.
Exactly.
The insane thing is, being loved by Mitch would make it all worth it. I love him so much, I think I can stomach the slut-shaming and the judgment so that we can be together. I'm at the point now where I'm ready to do something. I've loved Mitch for months and I just need someone to tell me to rip the band-aid off and see what happens. Have I lost the plot? How would any of this work? How do you sit your boyfriend down and inform him that you're leaving him for a shot with his hotter, older brother? Okay, so Zoe continues. The moment it dawned on me that I loved Mitch was a really complicated one. It was the day we found out he has stage 2 testicular cancer.
Oh, this is the twist of all twists. I can't. Sorry, keep going.
I had no idea at the time that Mitch was even getting checked for anything. I rocked up to the house to hang out with Xavier, and all of the family was huddled together around the couch. Xavier was so wrapped up in what was happening that he forgot I was even coming over. When I looked at Mitch that day, he was so scared and vulnerable. I realized that what I was feeling went beyond concern for a loved one or a family member. It was unmistakably romantic love. That love has only deepened with time. After his diagnosis, Mitch moved back home to have the support of his parents and brother. That's when I started seeing him whenever I slept over at the house. And that's when this god-awful situation of me, loving him, went from serious to potentially life-changing. Mitch is still going through treatment, but the doctors are extremely positive and hopeful that he'll essentially be back to his life as a healthy 24-year-old soon. So it's not as if I'm in love with the dying brother. I'm in love with the brother who had a significant health scare, but who will almost certainly bounce back to who he was before. But Mitch's cancer diagnosis was like a big glowing arrow in my life, and it showed me exactly what I want, or at least who I think I want to spend my life with.
I accidentally made a comment about my girlfriend's weight and I don't know how to fix it. So here's the backstory. My male 21 girlfriend, female 19, and I have been together for 2 years. When we started dating, she was a gym rat. We constantly worked out together to keep ourselves in good shape. My girlfriend also had a son when she was 15 from another guy who never bothered to be around for her or the baby. She had to lose a lot for her baby. She was kicked out and worked 2 part-time jobs on top of school to pay for herself and the baby. However, he was diagnosed with leukemia a few months into the relationship and passed away 5 months ago after chemo failed. This hit my girlfriend hard. She got in contact with her parents, who offered for her to move back in and not work so that she could deal with her grief. Instead, she moved in with me, and I currently support her financially. Since his passing, she's gained over 65 pounds and is no longer in the shape that she was when we first started dating. She has gotten back to normal in some aspects, such as being able to enjoy doing things, and has been more again. Well, recently, I went to a party and ended up cheating on her. It was nothing past and it was just because of how much her body reminded me of my old girlfriend. Turned out, a few of her friends were at the party and ended up taking pictures of us making out and then leaving together. So, when I came home the next morning, my girlfriend was obviously pissed. She was yelling and crying to me about how she trusted me and how she couldn't handle this after losing her baby. I didn't really think much of it. She's been erratic in her emotions since the loss, so I was letting her take her time to process it. She just wouldn't stop though. It was over a half hour before I snapped back and said, quote, "If you didn't get so big, then I wouldn't have to." I immediately apologized and tried to explain that I didn't mean it that way. She didn't listen and locked herself in the bedroom for the rest of the day. She wouldn't even let me in when it was time for bed, so I slept on the couch. The next day, we talked it out and we decided to try to deal with this going forward. However, she hasn't been the same. She refuses to have with me, and the one time that we did, she made the lights be off and didn't let me touch her. She hasn't been cooking meals and has only been getting food for me. She has canceled all dinner plans that I've made with our friends or told me to go alone. She hasn't been wearing the bright outfits that she usually wears and only wears black sweatpants with a sweatshirt. She doesn't let me cuddle her anymore, and she keeps a pillow in between us as she needs it to, quote, align her back at night, even though she faces the other way. We used to shower every morning together, and she hasn't done that either. She's been showering when I'm at work or locks both the bedroom and bathroom door. She barely talks to me or even looks at me. I've tried holding her hand and she pulled it away. Everything that I try to do with her, she just ignores me. I'm just so done with her acting so distant and cold to me. I want to be able to go back to the relationship we had before she lost her son, or even before she started acting distant to me. My one friend has 2 kids of her own and said that I am at fault for doing that less than 6 months after she lost her baby. Also went off on me about how I should have never commented on her weight and that a lot of people would turn to food as a comfort. My girlfriend was diagnosed with binge eating disorder when she was 13. She went to treatment and that's when she became a health nut, and said that I will never understand how she currently feels. But we both agreed that we wanted to have more kids. This conversation took place after he passed, so I feel like that should have given her some closure towards his death. I feel like if she's acting this way, then our relationship isn't going to last much longer. I know that her dad told her recently that she is still welcome to move back home and even offered to pay for her grief counseling that she goes to 3 times a week. I don't know how long I can put up with her having this much attitude. I'm worried that I'm going to make the same mistake if she doesn't take care of my needs soon. I just need to get her back to who she was before. What can I do to help her get over this? Is there anything I can say to make this better?
Yeah, you can fucking choke on my bro. That's what you can do. Do that and then go eat a big pile of fucking shit. Like, that's what you should do. I'm gonna talk to the girl. She needs to leave him immediately. Immediately. Expeditiously. The fact that he makes the death of her son about him.
Yeah, that's
bro,
nuts.
fuck you. Like,
I, 31 female, am struggling with some emotions right now, and I don't know how to feel. I would love a fatherly perspective. I just got married on Monday to my fiance, 34 male, of 7 years. I've been so excited and planning this wedding for what feels like forever. I had tons of DIY projects, but of course, with food, venue, photography, etc., it still ended up being very expensive for us. Still, I felt like it was worth it for one day of true joy, and we both worked extra hours to pay for everything ourselves, so we wouldn't have to ask for money from our families. However, my family is very religious. I was raised in a fundamentalist Christian household, but have since stepped away from that lifestyle. My now husband is refreshingly not religious at all, so of course, they disapprove. This is partly the reason we waited so long to actually get married. I've spent so much time talking them through everything and felt that we had reached an agreement. They knew our wedding would not be a religious one and that we would have alcohol and secular music. My dad was willing to walk me down the aisle and verbally affirmed the wedding and welcomed my husband into the family. So I felt safe to finally move forward with a formal wedding. So wedding day comes, we had a short ceremony and planned a more involved reception with drinks, dancing, games, fun speeches, and great food from our favorite food truck. As we made our entrance into the reception, I was so happy to see how beautiful everything had turned out. Everyone seemed happy and excited for us. Everyone except my parents, who were just sulking alone at their table. This should have tipped me off that something was brewing, but honestly, I just wanted to ignore them and enjoy our day. I had just sat down to eat. We were the first ones to get our food. The other guests had just started lining up when I noticed my mom and dad taking down decorations, like pulling centerpieces off of tables, removing place settings, taking down floral arrangements on the serving tables.
Right in the middle of all this.
Right in the middle of everything.
Okay.
That type of thing. So I paused to go ask my mom why they were taking things down. She waved me off that they were just tired tidying. I told her to stop. I hired people to do the teardown when it was time. She said okay and hurried me back to my table to finish eating. I was distracted then with our first dance and a couple of speeches. When I got a chance to really look around again, almost all of the decor was gone. Guests started leaving because ... Well, it was basically an empty room. This was less than an hour into our reception. My parents disembarked shortly after, and we were left with a deserted venue, 6 loyal guests, no decor or food or snacks, a DJ, and alcohol. We made the best of it and had a tiny dance party in the giant empty room that we had rented for many more hours. The DJ and coordinator took pity on us and danced too, so we could get a few pictures. It was still fun, but the rest of the evening's plans, hosts, games, group dances, and photos were all ruined because everyone felt like they had to leave. I am so upset and disappointed that our expensive wedding was shut down like this. I'm not really sure if it was vindictive or if my mom and dad, who grew up doing church weddings, just felt like it was their job to do the teardown. But the fact that they seemed grumpy and were generally disapproving of our union makes me suspicious. Am I right to feel wronged here? Should I just let it go, or is it worth confronting them? I do have a history of letting my family pretty much treat me like crap, and I'm struggling now to balance keeping the peace and sticking up for myself.
Well, the reality is that thing is over, and those people cut it short. I don't understand how the parents were thinking to even why they would do it. I mean, I don't know if she's got a better clue into her parents what their deal is. You know, that they feel they have to literally give everyone the illusion that the party's over.
They wanted to ruin her day.
My boyfriend won't let me buy a vibrator. That sounds like a lot already in the title. Hi, I'd like some advice on whether this is normal and perhaps how to how to start a conversation about this with my partner. As the title says, my partner won't let me have sex toys for any reason, and for this he says he doesn't want me using them while he's not at home or not with me. I'm not sure why he feels this way, but okay. The problem is when we have sex, it's just he does what he wants, finishes, then goes to sleep. And I really haven't gotten anything out of the interaction since he's the only one that's been satisfied. I've tried to tell him this, but he cut me off saying I don't want to talk about it, about how shit I am in bed. Hold up. This already wild, bro. So he already know he trash and he don't even want to let you satisfy yourself? But okay. Anyway, I didn't say he was shit. I was just saying not all women get enjoyment out of only penetration, which is very true, sis. So, and to make it more enjoyable for both of us, perhaps I could get a toy. And he, of course, is having none of it. We really don't have sex anymore because I just don't really enjoy it. And he complains about the lack of sex, but won't allow me to try to make things better. I'm a pretty awkward person, so I find it hard to talk about this. Oh, damn. Does anyone have an advice for me for how I can start this conversation? Is it reasonable to not let your partner buy a sex toy? That sounds crazy that you're even asking that. I'm not even gonna lie, boo. So, I don't think it's reasonable because let you sounds like a very big statement. Let you. I'm not allowed. Those are like trigger words for me personally, but I don't know. What you think? What you think?
Shit, that he male ego is taking over his sex. Like he doesn't understand how it's the toys are supposed to add on to the sexual experience and not take over. So he doesn't his male ego is allowing him
to like be selfish.
To be selfish.
So he's thinking the vibrator gonna replace him.
Exactly.
And not that it's just going to add to her benefit. But he's not even open to the conversation of, like, her explaining that to him.
Because male ego's a motherfucker.
That's some bullshit. What y'all think in the comments? Because that sounds like some bull to me. I feel bad for sis. I don't know how that's going to last. I'm not going to lie.
Am I the asshole for blocking my mother for taking a gift that my boyfriend bought me? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I, 23 female, blocked my mother for taking a gift that my boyfriend gave to me for my birthday. I spent my birthday with my boyfriend a couple days ago, and one of the gifts included a ceramic cupcake. About a month ago, we were sharing stories about our childhood when I mentioned a particular story that I didn't realize still bothered me. A long time ago, I went to a pottery shop where I painted a pre-made ceramic cupcake at my friend's birthday party. I chose a cupcake because you can store small things in it. It looked so nice that my mom wanted it for herself. So we played a game of cards. If my mom won, she got to keep the cupcake. If I won, I got McDonald's. Unfortunately, I lost. A year later, I talked to my mom about how I wished I didn't bet the cupcake. She offered to play another round of cards. I ended up winning, but she refused to give the cupcake back. This resulted in an argument. Fast forward a month ago, I brought this up to my boyfriend while joking around. Am I the asshole for blocking my mother for taking a gift that my boyfriend bought me? Disclaimer, this is not my story. My boyfriend seemed really passionate about it when I was explaining it, so he tried to find something that matched my description. Considering he's never seen it, I would say it was pretty spot on. I really appreciated the gift because it showed how caring he was. I kept the cupcake on my desk so that when I'm studying for my finals, I could look at it. My mom came over today to celebrate my belated birthday. When she entered my room, her eyes immediately went to the cupcake, so I explained the story behind it. She laughed and said, "Wouldn't it look nice if I had both?" I laughed, but deep down I was annoyed. Throughout the night, she kept making side comments about the cupcake. After she left, I entered my room to see the cupcake was missing. I called her repeatedly until she picked up. At first, she said she didn't know where it was until admitting she put it in her purse. I was so upset I hung up. She lives 2 hours away, so it would be hard to get it without a car. I told her don't call or text me and blocked her phone number. Am I the asshole for getting engaged the week before my sister's wedding? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I, 33 female, just got engaged to Eric, 35 male, this last Tuesday. My sister Ann, 30 female, and her fiance Dean, 35 male, are getting married this Saturday. We have an older brother named Luke, 37 male. I told everyone in a mass text, including Ann, that Eric proposed to me at the restaurant we went to on our first date. I noticed everyone except Ann responded right away. She answered the next day with congratulations. She said she was busy putting together final arrangements for her wedding. I confirmed that I would be in town this Wednesday. However, right after that message, she sent me another one asking that I not talk about my engagement. I asked why. She said she spent over a year stressing over the wedding and hasn't seen our family in that time, so she wants it to be about her and Dean. So she wants me to wait until the day after to discuss my engagement. I said that's ridiculous and we can talk about both. Am I the asshole for getting engaged the week before my sister's wedding? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I also said people will be asking me about my engagement because they already know. She said she expects that, but then the conversation needs to be about her. I haven't seen our family in the same amount of time and I want to use this time to talk about my engagement. Anne told me it's not about me and reminding me that all the events before her wedding, she wants to talk about her wedding and everything she's been doing. I told her not everything is about her and I should be able to talk about my engagement too. Our brother Luke texted me and told me that I was being ridiculous and I've been married before. However, I was 20 and did it at the courthouse. I married a military guy and we divorced soon after. I said Anne was being a bridezilla thinking everything is about her. But he said she has the right to want the week of her wedding to be about her. I'm not saying the wedding day can't be about her, but she doesn't own the days leading up to it. I want to show off my ring and talk about my wedding. Eric agrees that she's being self-centered.
And he's like, "You're moving, question mark?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Where?" I said, "LA." I said, "Why?" And that's when I just stopped answering because I was like, oh wait, like I don't give a fuck about this man. Like, why am I having this conversation? But then he follows up and sends me a text and was like, "Hey, if I saw you unfollowed me, if I ever offended you or did something that like upset you, I'm so sorry." Okay, I guess that's really nice. I didn't want to respond like, "Oh no, I unfollowed you because I literally just don't fuck with you or even care about you." I just didn't respond, which is a very common thing for me to do, is just not respond. Hey, I'm scrolling through my DMs to find something and I realized this man unsent his message. Like, why are men weird? Like, why would you unsend that? Like, joke's on you, bitch. I did take a screenshot. I sent absolutely everything to Nicole. It's like had me thinking, like, men are so fucking weird. Like, that was a nice message to send. And like, yeah, I didn't respond, but like that was a nice message to send. Like, you unsent it because you don't want to be perceived as a nice person. Like, why? You're weird for that. Like, you're really weird for that. Like, well, Libby, like, you didn't respond. I don't respond to half that man's messages. That didn't stop him from talking to himself in my DMs for the past 2 years. And it had me thinking of like weird other shit men have done. It reminded me of this one story that I've just been waiting to tell. When things ended with this one dumb fuck I was seeing, and you know what? I look back on that time in my life and I was like, was I on meth? I'm genuinely like, why the fuck was I talking to this weird ass man? man, whatever. Him and I ended, and he had one of my bracelets. Don't even ask me why. I don't fucking know. The man wanted my bracelet. I let him borrow it for one of his outfits. No, and this is embarrassing. Like me being like, I let him borrow my bracelet for one of his outfits, and it was like a bedazzled little bracelet that said Soho on it. And I gave this dumb fuck my manifestation oil. I tell you, I don't care how down bad you are for a man, never give him your manifestation oil, even if it's just like the last little bit of it. When we ended things, I was like, hey, can I have my bracelet back? And he was like, no. I was like, bitch, did you just say no? He was like, yeah, no. So for weeks, I'm asking this dumb fuck for my bracelet back. He's either just like not answering me or just being like, no, I can't, no. I do what any bitch would do in that situation, and I say, well, my dead friend gave me that bracelet. That's the last thing I have of her. Like, my dead friend gave that to me. Like, I genuinely need it back. This man is still fucking hesitant to give me my bracelet back. Dude, it's my fucking bracelet. It's like, you're a weird bitch for keeping my bracelet. And that's exactly why I should have never talked to that man, because he was always a bitch. Like, you're so weird for that. Like, you're so creepy and fucking weird that you want to keep my dead friend's bracelet. Yeah, I lied. Yeah, I lied. But you would do it too to get your favorite bracelet back. This man was still like not giving me my bracelet back. So what I did next, you know what? I am fucking proud of it. I was about to be like, I'm not proud of it. Did send Sissy, my assistant, I made her send him a text that was like, hey, I need to grab this bracelet. It's like a part of my errand. Mind you, like he met Sissy. He knew Sissy worked for me. Poor Sissy at the time that she had to be in the middle of that. Like imagine going to work and your task for that day is like, get Livy's bracelet back from a weird fuck. But as soon as Sissy texted, he's so nice. He was like, yeah, I can drop it off at this time. I can drop it off at that time. I'm like, you are such a little weird bitch. Honestly think that he was just like a little bit scared of Sissy, and that was really like the only reason why he was gonna give me my bracelet back. I was like, okay, but he also needs to like drop off my manifestation oil. Like that manifestation oil was so fucking special to me, and I actually hope this man gets eaten by an alligator because of the fact that like he did not give me my manifestation oil back because he's a weird, creepy bitch. Not gonna lie, I was literally sobbing about my manifestation oil because like that's the fucking manifestation I used to manifest the million, and now this dumb weird fuck has it. I was like genuinely so upset. I feel like I could do a story time for days on just like weird shit men have done, but those are just like a couple ones where I'm like, why are you weird?
Time I got kicked out of this party and they all called me a jock block, which is a cock block to jocks. Let's talk about it. My friends really wanted to go to this party and they basically drugged me there, and it was kind of cold. So of course, you know, me being me, I'm dressing in full winter outfit, okay? I'm like, from the head down, I like to be warm. And my friends, you know, they were dressing for their thought duties. You know, they were thoughting and plotting. And, you know, I applaud them for that. But I can't be thoughting and plotting if I'm cold. You know what I mean? Point in saying that is I already looked like I was out of place because I was not dressed in appropriate party gear. And party's in full swing. We're talking. These guys are coming up and talking to my friends. I'm noticing they're not talking to me, which is fine because they didn't even know what they were talking about. They were talking about this baseball game that I had watched, and they were like talking about baseball, and they got their facts wrong. So I was just trying to tell them, hey, you're not saying the right thing. And I tried to correct them, and I guess I basically called him a liar, and he did not like that. Next thing I know, this ridiculously good looking guy comes up to me and he's like, hey, can I talk to you, you know, out on the front porch for a second? And I'm thinking, oh my gosh, like this guy totally wants to talk to me. He totally likes me in my full get up and everything. Me being sarcastic, I'm like, what, you saw me from across the room and you found me so irresistible you had to come bring me outside to talk to me? He's like, actually no, it's like this. My friends think you're a cockblocker. They feel like you're running interference when they're trying to get with your friends, so they want you gone for the rest of the night, staying out here. In the cold, outside. I mean, it was stuffy inside, so I wasn't too upset about it, but they literally just kicked me out, called me a cockblocker, all in the same breath. Then he has the audacity to say, look, can you go ahead and leave because I'm really getting tired of standing out here keeping guard over you. I'd really like to get inside because I'm cold. Like, are you serious? I can't even go inside and tell my friends that you're kicking me out. He's like, no. Can't. I'm not letting you back in there. My friends don't want you in there. And I drew the short straw, and I can't let you back in there. And I'm like, this is absolutely ridiculous. He's like, I can't go back inside until you leave, and I'd really appreciate it if you leave. I was stubborn, and I wasn't leaving until I at least got a text back from my friends so that they knew I was okay, which meant he had to stay out there too. And I'm not gonna lie, I got a little bit of enjoyment out of that. There for a while, and he was actually pretty funny and really cute when he wasn't calling me a cock blocker to my face. Next time my friends go to that party at that same place, I was like, hey, I actually want to go this time. And they were like, oh, so being outside on the porch wasn't too bad? I'm like, no, it wasn't the worst. Only when I got there, they wouldn't let me in. Again, Mr. Hotshot back out there to make sure that I don't go inside. But I was prepared this time. I made sure I wore my warmest clothes just in case this happened. And it looks like he was prepared too because he had someone actually bring him a jacket, which meant he he was more than happy to spend some time with me out there. Or at least that's what my Delulu brain was having me think. We're starting to have a good time. I brought some snacks to eat. We're playing Never Have I Ever. We're just really getting to know each other. And then the next week, the same thing. I come back with food. We hang out. We talk. The thing is, I was confused because I'm like, what does this mean? He's admitted that he likes to see me and he sits out here for me so that we can hang out and talk. But what does it mean? I don't know. We're friends. We eat dinner together, kind of. So, like, what does it mean? It's Friday. I bundle up again. I'm going there. And we get all the way there. We realize that the party isn't there. Like, there are no lights on in the house, but he's standing out there and he's like, ladies, the party's been moved to this house. I can walk you over if you want. So we all start heading that way. As we get closer, I realize that I don't actually want to go to a party. I just wanted to hang out on the steps with him. So I tell him that, and he says that he will walk me back to my house. Just me and him alone. You want to know what happens next in the name of the book? Check the caption. Bye!
Story time about how I cheated on my husband, lied about getting pregnant, and left with all his money. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. It was sent to me on Instagram. Oh, this is gonna be a good one, you guys. A little background, my husband and I met 2 years ago. And lucky for me, he's a wealthy plastic surgeon. So a little backstory. I actually met him because I wanted to get a nose job. I made an appointment in his office and I went. We actually hit it off right away, even though he's older than me and, you know, wasn't the best looking. After the appointment, I decided I would get the nose job. A few days later, I get a phone call. Guess who it is? It's the wealthy plastic surgeon who I just saw. He asked me out on a date and I said yes, of course. By the way, at the time I was a sugar baby, so I had a few sugar daddies. I figured he would just become another sugar daddy. He took me out to the best restaurant in town, and you better believe I ordered the most expensive thing on the menu. After my surgery, he would bring me food and was just really nice. Then he asked me to be his girlfriend and I decided to give him a chance. I even broke up with 2 sugar daddies to make space for him. That's when I asked my boyfriend for an allowance. He said of course. There's so much more to the story. Part 2 is up. Part 2 about how I cheated on my husband, lied about being pregnant, oh yeah, and stole all of his money. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. This was sent to me on Instagram. So like I said in part 1, I had asked him for an allowance. Of course he said yes and offered me $3,000 a month. I accepted even though it was on the low end. By the way, I still had 1 sugar daddy at this time. Oh, and I forgot to mention, I was pretty obsessed with the Kardashians. My goal in life is to look like Kim K. So now that I had a plastic surgeon boyfriend, I decided to ask him what other surgeries he thinks I could do. I already had my nose job. Now I definitely wanted to do some other stuff on my body. But when I told him, he got really upset. He said I didn't need to change anything about me and that I needed to stop looking for attention from other men. That's when I told him that would be totally impossible and that I definitely was going to keep my other sugar daddy. He totally flips out because he didn't know I had a sugar daddy. Then he asked me if I was actually in love with him. I told him that love would grow eventually, but that I really did like him. Then he started playing hard to get, like he wanted me to apologize and beg him, but I was not the type. So we ended up not speaking for a few weeks. Eventually he comes over to my apartment and asks me what surgeries I want to get done. And back to the surgery table I went. Part 3 is up. 3 about how I cheated on my husband, lied about being pregnant, oh yeah, and stole all of his money. Well, almost all of it. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. It was sent to me on Instagram. So my plastic surgeon boyfriend decides to do more plastic surgery on me. But this time, it was free. We decided to get my bum done. Again, during the healing process, he was a total angel and brought me food and took care of me. Yeah, he was also paying for all of my bills and my rent at this time, even though I still had a sugar daddy. And he knew it. A few months passed and he asked me to go to Italy with him. Of course I said yes. We stayed at a beautiful place in Tuscany and then he asked me to marry him. He had planned out this whole romantic dinner and of course I had to say yes. But on one condition, that I let go of my last sugar daddy. So I told him I would, although I actually did not. So we started planning my dream wedding. We finally got married and I moved into his mansion. Then he told me that I had to get pregnant right away. His excuse is that he's in his 50s and he really wants to have kids. I said I wanted to have a baby too, but I kept taking the pill. I mean, I am just not ready to have kids or to ruin my beautiful body. This is when my other sugar daddy started getting really annoyed because I never spent time with him. It was really hard being torn between 2 men. Part 4 is up. Part 4 about how I cheated on my husband, lied about being pregnant, and stole all of his money. Disclaimer, this is not my story time. It was sent to me on Instagram. So like I said, my sugar daddy was starting to get really annoyed at me because I never spent enough time with him. That's when I broke it to him that I was actually married. He totally flipped out, called me a user, cut me off, and blocked me from everything. So that meant I was not getting money from this sugar daddy at all. It meant I was totally dependent on my husband. Remember I said my husband wanted me to get pregnant? Well, I kept taking the pill because I didn't want to get pregnant. But my husband would ask me every single day how that was going. And I was like, it's going. I even started lying, saying that I was going to go to the baby doctor just to get myself checked, and I really wouldn't. Instead, I would go have lunch and shop. Around this time, an old sugar daddy of mine contacted me, who I still had a crush on. He was like super good looking. He offered me some money and asked me if I wanted to go on a few dates, so of course I said yes. I accepted because I really wanted to just separate myself financially from my husband. I didn't want to be dependent on him all the time. So when my husband was at work, I would go out on dates with this new sugar daddy. The sugar daddy wanted me to go on a trip with him, and I had to say no. He got really upset and started asking questions. Of course, I didn't tell him that I was married, but he started getting really suspicious.
feelings. He also started to catch feelings really quick. Like, he always wanted to be with me. He would text me all the time. And that's when my husband finds a text message from the sugar daddy. I basically denied everything and I told him that I no longer had any sugar daddies, but my husband did not believe me. That's when he calls my sugar daddy from my phone and tells him to leave me alone. And the sugar daddy told him that only I could make that decision. So I basically had to cut off the sugar daddy right in front of my husband. Husband was like really angry at this time, so I was on my best behavior for the next few weeks. But after a few weeks, he was still really angry, so I realized I needed to start taking money out of the account that he gave me. So I started transferring money from his account to my account, and then from my account to another account at a different bank. And guess what? My husband did not notice one bit. He had several other accounts and investments and all this other stuff, so he never really noticed if anything went missing from that one account. After a few months, I had $50,000 in that bank account. I knew it wasn't enough, so I had to start taking more money out. And then a few months after that, I was at $120,000. I knew this was enough to get me a little house somewhere and just like basically live by myself. That's when I devised a whole plan. I would leave the country and buy myself a house, even started looking for a real estate agent in other countries. But then the poo hit the fan. My husband found my pills and asked me if I was actually trying to get pregnant or not. Once again, I started lying and I told him that of course I wanted to have a baby with him. Then he insisted we go to the doctor together. That's when he found out that I had not gone to the doctor once. He told me that if I didn't want kids, we would have to get a divorce, so I told him that I didn't want kids. That's when I told him I wanted a divorce and that I only wanted half of his stuff. He started laughing in my face and left. I knew I had to act quick because it was a matter of time before he found out I stole all that money. The very next day, I booked a flight and left. He started blowing up my phone, asking me where I was, calling me. Then he started threatening me for taking all the money in the bank account and that he hired private investigators to find me. Now I'm considering going back to him, but I honestly don't know what to do. I got myself a cute little house and even found a new sugar daddy. But I know he's still looking for me. What should I do, you guys? I think I really messed up, you guys.
Am I the arsehole for telling my best friend that he deserved to get cheated on? Story time. My friend Steve has recently been having a lot of problems with his new girlfriend Amy. They got together in like August time of this year and it's been an absolute train wreck ever since. And it's not Steve that's the issue, it's Amy. So despite Amy being an absolute idiot, Steve is just so infatuated with this girl. She's cheated on Steve multiple times and shown absolutely no remorse. And every single time she cheats on him, she gives him some random story about how Steve isn't giving her what she needs and that he's not being supportive. Really strange. She's even said before that she finds it really attractive when Steve gets like super angry and jealous. And Steve is such a mug that he just gobbles it up every time. Amy says that she acts like this because she never had a father figure, so she's got mad daddy issues. And Steve, bless him, is like, I just want to be there for her and help show that men are good and she does deserve to be treated right. So do you, Steve. You deserve to be treated right. Since like September time, Amy has been seeing this other guy who we'll call Dave. Amy is 100% infatuated with Dave. Of course, Steve ain't happy about this, so he and Amy have been arguing a lot about Dave. They've been arguing a lot about this, and Amy's POV is that if Steve can't accept her for 100% of who she is, then maybe they should just break up. Maybe they should just break up anyway, but here we are. So through this blackmail, Steve accepted this. And not just that, they have now entered what Steve calls a semi-open relationship in which Amy gets to see people she wants to see, but Steve isn't allowed to see anyone else. And this is because Amy fears that Steve will become emotionally invested in someone else. Amy, hon, hold up a mirror and look at yourself. So Steve has agreed to this, but he's been absolutely livid about it for months. But around November time, Amy started to see Dave more than she was seeing Steve. Steve just refuses. And while Steve refuses to admit it to us, Amy is basically in a full-time relationship with this Dave guy. I've put too much foundation on. At this point, she really only has Steve in her life for money and emotional support when her and Dave have arguments. One time, Steve even gave Amy £200 so she could go to an expensive restaurant on a date with Dave. So fast forward to this week and I am back in my hometown after being away for a little while. So Steve texts me on Saturday and he is like, I hate Dave. Yes, king. He was talking about how he wants to get revenge for him stealing his girl. He basically wanted to turn up to Dave's house and he wanted me to go with him since all of our other friends couldn't. And I had literally just got back the day before, so I was absolutely exhausted, so I point blank refused. I told him that Leah was just an absolute lost cause and there was no way I was fighting anyone for someone that I'd never met before. I told him that
I told him that Amy was an absolute lost cause and there would be absolutely no way I was going to fight anyone. Steve started getting all icky and begging me to help him, saying that Amy was the absolute love of his life and he needed me to come and get her back. So I refused again and he was like, fine, I'll just go on my own. And that was the last I heard of it until the next morning. I kid you not, I woke up to like 300 messages from our friends. So, long story short, Steve had actually gone over to Dave's place to go and get Amy back. But he ended up getting his arse handed to him by Dave. And to make it worse, this all went down in front of Amy. And at this point, I called Steve and I was like, listen, babe, you should probably speak to a lawyer. But he refused, since Amy asked him to not say anything. I thought this boy just needs some sort of reality check, so I told him that he had been so dumb throughout this whole situation. And I think this was a little bit of a trigger for him because he got quite angry. He then started turning on me and said that I was a bitch and I was a snake for not supporting him. Then called me a fake friend, which is the last cause. Don't call me a fake friend. I was done at this point. I was done trying to be Mr. Nice Guy. So I was like, listen, Steve, you kind of deserved all of this. And it kind of makes sense why Amy prefers Dave over you now. May have been taking it a little bit too far. He then hung up on me and we literally haven't spoken since. So what do you think? Am I wrong here?
Let's read what the wife had to say. The first thing you should know is that I grew up sharing things in a house of 6. We shared toothbrushes. We have done it our entire lives. I still do it when I go home. No, I don't think there's anything unusual about it. We're telling you there is. My mom would replace the toothbrushes once a month, so that was fine. I thought everyone did it. It didn't occur to me that it was disgusting. Edward didn't know for a really long time that everyone in my house was using his toothbrush when he stayed over. He used to be like, why is my toothbrush wet? I didn't say anything for a while, but he had a very beautiful, pristine toothbrush, whereas mom used to just get a pack of Aldi ones. My siblings wouldn't have known it was his, though. They would have just seen it and thought, I'll be using that one tonight. Like they see it earlier in the day, like tonight's gonna be good. Yes. Edward saw one of my brothers using his toothbrush once and felt absolute horror. He started hiding it when we went to stay, and he still does. My siblings thought, why is he freaking out? We all share in this house. Even though we're adults, they see sharing toothbrushes as normal. Edward and I started going out at 17 and we're now 32. I've known him for more than half my life and he's always been quite fussy. My house is always full of people and noise. His family's different. Edward is a bit of a princess. He has got around the issue by taking his toothbrush back into the bedroom whenever he stays at my family home. I think it's funny that he keeps it under lock and key and my family thinks it's hilarious. They take the piss out of him for being a stiff-necked loser. I tell him to chill out about the toothbrush thing. I think sharing is charming. AITA.
I found out my estranged sister is having a baby and I'm devastated. My 30 female, sister 27 female, has been estranged from our family since she turned 18. I don't blame her. Our family is extremely toxic. Shortly after she turned 18, she announced she was leaving to go study abroad. We were all supportive and happy that she was going to experience something most don't get to do. However, she just never came back. She deactivated her socials and got a new number, etc. I was absolutely heartbroken. I don't blame her for running, but I just wish she kept in contact with me. She was my best friend. Losing her was like a part of me had passed away. 2 years ago, I signed up for TikTok just for fun. Everybody was talking about it and I wanted to see what the fuss was about. I'd watch it every night before bed. One night, I was scrolling and my sister's account popped up on my For You page. I didn't recognize her at first, since obviously she was older, but I just remember thinking, wow, she looks familiar, until it finally clicked. I locked myself in the bathroom and binged all of her videos. Some of the things I learned. She's married and has been since she was 20. She still resides in the country she said she was going to go study in. She owns her own salon. I watched all of her videos. She posts a lot about her day-to-day life, her career, her husband. No mention of her past life. She has a decent following and gets a decent amount of likes. I've been stalking her socials for 2 years now. I know, it's pathetic. But I finally feel like I got closure, and like I finally have my sister back, even though I'm not talking to her. I didn't tell my family about this, not even my husband. I don't want them going at her. She looks happy and content, and I don't want to disrupt that. She posted a video a few days ago announcing her pregnancy to her followers. Her and her husband look so happy. She looks so happy. I want to reach out, but I know I'm in the past, and I don't want to disrupt her new life. I'm just heartbroken thinking about what could have been. She'll never meet her niece or nephew. Her children will never meet my kids. I'll never be able to hug her again and tell her how proud of her I am. I've been trying to distract myself with my kids, but it's just been tormenting me. I'm devastated. I will never see her again, only through a phone screen. Edit. A lot of you are saying my sister betrayed me, when that just isn't the case. I am so proud of her for getting out. Do you know how scary that must have been? Moving to a new country and cutting toxic people off? I am so proud of her for being brave enough to leave. I took my 2 sisters with me too when I left, and that was absolutely terrifying. And I wasn't even leaving the country. She left a whole country. My parents are monsters. I don't blame her for running.
All right, so this is from Unpopular Opinion.
Oh, good.
The PC crowd that are actively calling out people online for using words that were okay 10 years ago is creating a modern-day version of Newspeak from 1984.
Oh my god, shut the fuck up.
Where do you think this is going? Where do you think this is going? I want to know genuinely before I even continue.
Is it about unaliving and stuff like that? Like the words like that? Because that's what Newspeak is. Double plus good, double plus bad, double minus good. You know what I mean? Like that was the whole point of it. It was like no one knows what you're fucking saying anymore when you could just use language.
But okay, so
and the art of language.
It's not about something like that.
Is it not about? Is it a fundamental misunderstanding of 1984? I bet you.
No, it wouldn't be. No, it wouldn't.
No one's done that in the past fucking 20 years.
Yeah. Are you ready?
Ever since it came out.
I can't even prepare you.
I'm not saying it's been only out for 20 years.
For this first sentence. I can't even prepare you for
Okay,
this
let's
first
go.
sentence. Although I don't like seeing people use the R word or other mildly offensive words, the people using it shouldn't be ostracized and publicly punished / canceled because they use the word in text or video. That's paragraph 1. That's paragraph 1 of 3.
This guy for sure calls other people soy.
Yeah.
But he's crying because he can't use the R slur.
I used it 10 years ago. It was fine then. It wasn't, but it was for me.
Why can't I say this word? You guys are all R slurs.
All right, paragraph 2.
You're so sensitive.
We're getting there. Guys, we're getting there. Don't worry, all right?
Let's go.
Eliminating words from your vocabulary is one thing, but forcing others to change their vocabulary or otherwise face harassment is akin to Newspeak.
Face harassment? Who is harassing you or forcing you to use words?
Harassment,
to not use
harassment
words.
is when I say the R word and then people get mad at me.
So here's a new concept maybe for people is when you go outside and you're around a group of people and you
just
say something, you say a word. It could be any word. Moist. Taint. And the people go, oh, ew. They're actually not harassing you or forcing you to use other
words. That's when you
words.
get the bullhorn and you start the alarm like, I'm being canceled. I'm being canceled.
I'm being canceled. I can't use I'm not being filleted for using the R slur. You freak. You freak.
All right, are you ready for paragraph number 3? What's behind door number 3, Sarah? Is it a quote from 1984?
Is
it's
it
a quote
really?
from 1984.
Yay, fun.
Quote, don't you see that the whole aim of Newspeak is to narrow the range of thought? In the end, we shall make thought crime literally impossible because there will be no words in which to express it. 1984. And that's the end. That is it. That is the argument. Sarah, where do you want to start when we dissect this? Because there's a lot of different avenues we can go down.
Dude, censorship is literally 1984.
That is true. That is literally what that is.
That's exactly what it is.
What that is.
Can we make the meme where, you know, like where the guy is pulling up the thing and it says 1984? It's like, oh yeah, honey, you can't use the R slur anymore. And it's 1984.
That's 1984.
What a freak, man. What a little freak.
Am I the asshole for objecting to my sister's wedding at her wedding party? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I, 27 male, have a sister, Carly, 26 female, and we are the only children of my parents. From 23 to 25, my sister had a boyfriend who became part of the family. He went on vacations, went hunting with us, and we still talk now. About a year ago, my sister got caught cheating on him with his friend who is now her current fiancé. It was a whole shit show, and I lost all respect for my sister. I don't like cheaters, and I sure as hell don't support their weddings. I cut my sister off after everything came out. My parents understood at the time, but assumed I'd get over it eventually. My parents have tried forcing this wedding on me from the beginning. I've stated multiple times that I won't be attending. There's a few things my family has done in the past 2 months to manipulate me. They added me to a group chat with my sister and her fiancé to discuss the wedding. I left the chat. They had the sister's fiancé ask me to be a groomsman. I declined. They tagged me on social media posts involving the wedding and told my family I was going. Am I the asshole for objecting to my sister's wedding at her wedding party? Disclaimer, this is not my story. I've blocked my sister and her fiancé on all platforms, but this guy still tries talking to me when I'm at my parents'. I've told him multiple times I don't respect him or my sister and to leave me alone. This past weekend, my parents hosted a wedding party. My parents asked what they were to tell people who asked where I was. I told them to tell the truth. I don't stand cheaters. I was chilling at my house during the party and I started getting texts and calls from family and friends calling me selfish and a child. Apparently my sister and her fiancé were bad-mouthing me to the guest. They were telling people I was jealous, I didn't like her fiancé over his hobbies, and that I was too busy to attend. I drove to my parents, walked into the backyard, and called for a toast, then said this. Some people have reached out wondering why I wasn't here earlier. The lies my sister told you are not true. I'm not attending the wedding because I don't support cheaters. I left immediately after, and I guess things went crazy. My parents want me to apologize, but if my sister didn't try to make me look bad, I wouldn't have had to do that.
I just walked in on my 16-year-old stepbrother and 15-year-old sister having intimacy. I have absolutely no idea what to do. This is not my story. It was sent to me on email on my bio. I am my mother's only child. I am a 22-year-old male. My mother married her now husband about 2 years ago. Along with him came 2 kids. I now have a sister and a brother. I've always got along with them just fine. Nothing overly personal. It was basically like that group in high school. You guys aren't friends, but you guys are very friendly. Today, I was supposed to meet up my friend from college for lunch. I got to the place, and at the last minute, his dog got into his plate of chocolate and ate it and had to watch out for him. He couldn't come, so I went home. I walked back into the house.
Would I be the asshole if I don't share my inheritance with my half-siblings? My dad left my mom when I was 10 years old. I'm 37 now. And he had a baby with his girlfriend and now wife. My mom was a stay-at-home mom and didn't finish college, and she got pregnant with my older brother and then had me and so on. My father was an ass and made the divorce really bad. I ended up moving in with my grandparents. Grandparents ended up helping my mom go back to school, and when she finished, she paid them back, but they wouldn't let her. And they basically just owned my father. My grandmother passed away a few years ago from breast cancer, and my grandfather passed away last year from health complications from COVID. And he left everything to my brother and I. And it wasn't like life-changing money. And they only left my father $500. And they left each of my half-siblings $10,000. My brother and I ended up getting over $100,000 each. My grandfather said he did that because we basically grew up without a father, so he felt it was fair. My father approached my brother and I recently saying that his other kids are struggling financially and that we should split everything with them, since we really don't need the money. And he even tried to get my mom to give up hers. My brother and I did not agree to this. Now my father and his wife and half-siblings are all calling.
Do you know what it is? Us women, we're good at protecting our man, like out to the external world, yeah. So like, if our man wasn't earning much, we will be like making sure that he has nice clothes. When we step out, he looks good.
Bro,
all
you
that
can
stuff.
even drive my car. I didn't even
Yeah, pick me up in my own car. Yeah, exactly.
Passenger princess in your own whip.
Do you know what I mean? We protect our men. We protect them.
Pick
you up
So
in your
true.
own car. I don't know that work.
You women are really good, yeah. One of my mom's got an old school friend. They go back way back, 50 odd years. The husband, yeah, every single time we go out and do things, he's the one paying. He's whipping out the cash, etc., etc. I found out last year the guy doesn't even work. He hasn't worked in years. She's always been the breadwinner. So what she does is she gives him the cash
money
for him to then pay.
This Storytime is from a follower, and she really needs advice. By the way, her name is Aubrey. So as a kid growing up, Aubrey's biological father and mother were not together, but her father would pick her and her half-brother up for a few hours on a weekend and then bring them back to their moms. One day, he completely stopped picking them up. There were no calls, no messages. It was like he completely disappeared. Her and her brother weren't too sure on why. But years later, when she got older, come to find out her father was in jail for 10 years and she never knew. And I'm guessing she was told this by a family member, but her mom didn't allow her to see her father. Over time, her brother was allowed to see her father, but she was not. And it was only because his mom allowed it, but hers didn't. To this day, she's still not allowed to see him, and I guess it's because her mom doesn't trust him, but she really needs advice because she doesn't know what to do or say to convince her mom that she deserves to see her father. So comment down below advice because she really needs it. Today's story time is from a follower, and she needs advice. I didn't want to tell this one because it seemed kind of personal, but it'll probably help other girls who are going through the same issues. Hopefully, TikTok doesn't take down this video. By the way, we're calling her Brandy, and she's 15. So growing up, Brandy lived with her mom and her dad, and occasionally she would be with her grandparents whenever her parents were arguing for a long period of time. She practically grew up with her grandparents. She even had her own room. But whenever she come back home, she would notice her mom wearing sweaters and chokers. It was this one summer where all she wore was jackets. She said her mom claimed to be cold. Anyways, earlier this year for Mother's Day, Brandy wanted to surprise her mom, so she bought gifts from the store, came into the house quietly, and busted into her room to surprise her. When she came in, her mom was half naked, and she had a lot of bruises on her neck, arms, just about everywhere but her face. There's more to the story. Part 2 will be up soon. So when Brandy busted into her room, she noticed her mom had a lot of bruises on her body. Her mom quickly covers up and tells her to hold on. Brandy asked her if she was okay and did someone do something. Her mom said no, so she ran downstairs and she asked her dad why did her mom have so many bruises. Her dad said she fell down the stairs and that she's okay. She was a bit confused, so she went back upstairs to her mom's room and asked her why she had so many bruises. Her mom began to say, oh, they're not bruises. It was just an allergic reaction to something I ate, and now I have rashes on my body. Brandy then gives her mom the gifts and was still confused because her dad told a whole different story. But she left the situation alone, and after that, the past months, every time she would get back home from her grandparents, she would notice the bruises were getting worse, and now she's assuming that her dad is abusing her mom, and she doesn't know what to do or say because she's never seen her dad as a violent person. But please comment down below some advice.
Story time on how I beat up my toxic mom for New Year's. Okay, so boom, jumping right in. I have a mom who's extremely controlling and doesn't let me do anything. I'm 16 years old and she tells me to do the most outrageous things. Like when she told me I couldn't go out with my friends and I snuck out. So she took away my phone and barred my window. And another time when my mom found out I snuck a boy over, she removed the locks from my room door. Even when it comes to my grades, I think I'm doing pretty alright. I got mostly C's, maybe a D or 2, but no F's. But here she comes putting me in tutoring without my permission. And one of the biggest things is when I speak my mind and tell her that I'm my own person and will not be forced to do anything I don't want to, she beats me up with a belt for a quote-unquote talking to her disrespectfully. I couldn't continue to deal with my toxic mother, so something had to change. She had it coming. Like for part 2. Part 2 on how I beat up my toxic mom for New Year's. Okay, so boom, like I said, I couldn't continue to deal with my toxic mother, so something had to change. I saw a TikTok video saying that going into the new year, you should cut off anything toxic in your life. So that's exactly what I was going to do. I went down to the kitchen and told my mom that I was going to cut her off and going to live with my friend. My mom refused and told me to go to my room. I had enough and I yelled at her, I'm not going anywhere. My mom said, who are you talking to? And I screamed, you, I'm talking to you. Then I pushed her back where she hit the fridge and she pushed me back saying, what are you doing? How dare you? I was filled with so much anger, I tried swinging at my mom and fighting. But my mom grabbed my hand and slapped me. I was in shock and cried and ran to her room where the windows weren't barred. I jumped out her window and ran away, like for part 3. Part 3 on how I beat up my toxic mom for New Year's. Okay, so boom, like I said, I jumped out her window and I ran away. I guess I didn't think everything through because I didn't even know how to get to my friend's house because my mom would always be the one to drop me off. So I was kind of just lost. I eventually even slipped on tar and sprained my ankle and was in horrible shape. Eventually, some cops found me and brought me home because my mom reported that I ran away. My mom nursed me back to health, and after spending long hours together, because she called off work and treated me for a month, I realized my mom loved me and just wanted what was best for me and for me to be successful. I begged and begged for my mom's forgiveness, and currently I'm doing everything in my power to make it up to her. I'm gonna make sure I make her proud. Don't beat up your mom, kids.
This story time is how my toxic boyfriend had got me jumped by his ex-girlfriend, but he's not my ex-boyfriend after everything he put me through. Also, we're calling him Raquan. So, back in 2017 is when me and Raquan started talking. He recently just got a relationship 1 month before he started talking to me. Me, on the other hand, he was my first boyfriend. I'd always ask him if he still had feelings for her, but he always said that he didn't and that she cheated on him, which is why they split. I felt bad for him and wanted to comfort him through the time, but what he didn't tell me is that he was still talking to her behind my back. I wasn't the type of girl to go through phones, but I started to get suspicious. He'd always accuse me of cheating and was very insecure. I used to think he only felt that way because his past relationship. But fast forward 7 months into a relationship, I get a random text message asking if I knew Marquand had a girlfriend. And I was like, I am his girlfriend. And the number responds, me and Marquand have been together for 3 years. After this, it gets real bad. Y'all let me know if y'all want a part 2. This is part 2 of how my toxic boyfriend had got me jumped by his ex-girlfriend. So I get a random text message and I'm going back and forth with the number and it tells me that they have been with my boyfriend Marquand for 3 years. I'm like, hold up, who are you? And she told me her name was Janaya and she sent pictures of her and Marquand together. I was just so upset and I was like, wow. Then I text her, I didn't even know that she existed. Now I'm guessing that she took that to offense and she was like, what hoe? You're a nobody. And me, I'm trying not to start with her, but she's literally disrespecting me for no reason. And we was going at it, but I had to ignore her. The next day, I pull up to Marquand and I asked him, who was that? He was like, that's my ex. I don't know how she got your number. Just stuttering. I could just tell he was lying. I couldn't believe him. So I took my things from his place and I was trying to leave out. He was like, oh, baby, don't leave. While I was on my way out, there were like 5 girls pulling up to his crib also. This is when I was about to get jumped. This is part 3 of how my toxic boyfriend had got me jumped by his ex-girlfriend. If y'all remember, like I said earlier, there were 5 girls that pulled up to his house. As they were getting closer, I noticed that one of the girls was the same girl that was texting me and how she and Marquand was together for 3 years. I asked him, why is Janaya here? She gets real defensive, start yelling at me, cursing me out, calling me all types of names. Y'all, literally out of nowhere, Marquand turns into a completely different person. He tells Janaya, baby, I don't know why she came to my house. It's like she's stalking me. I'm like, what? You was just begging me not to leave. He's like, I don't know what she's talking about. And runs over to Janaya. And guys, my mind is blown. I start laughing like, wow, you're a joke. And I try to walk off. And Janaya's just like, what'd you say to my man, ho? I completely ignore her and continue to walk. And before I notice, I'm getting yanked by my hair and girls are stomping on me. It gets worse after this. Should I make it part 4? This is part 4 of how my toxic boyfriend had got me jumped by his ex-girlfriend. So like I said earlier, I walked away from him and out of nowhere my hair gets yanked and I'm literally getting jumped. And before this, I've never been in a fight before because I never had to. I tried to get back at them, but it was 5 girls and little old me. This literally was the worst fight I've ever been in. And Marquand was just sitting there watching the girls jump me. It was so bad. I started crying, asking for help, but he just stood there. The girls took my clothes, my bag, my phone. They actually broke my phone and took the money out of my purse. After the fight was over, I was crying to get up. My lip was busted. I had 2 black eyes. It was hard to scream for help without crying. I couldn't move, so I just laid there in the streets for 20 minutes. Until one of Marquand's neighbors called the police. I was sent to the ambulance and I pressed charges against Marquand and the girls. I was so traumatized about the situation that I ended up getting therapy for it all.
Am I the asshole for blowing up at my husband for sharing pics of our daughter's birthday celebration, resulting in my family finding out about it? Ever since my brother passed away at the age of 17 on his birthday, my family decided to never celebrate birthdays again. It was my mom and dad's decision, but because of how much the family loved my brother, extended family decided to do the same and stand in agreement with this decision. My husband would refuse to follow this decision and kept celebrating his birthday. Me and the family didn't say a thing about it since he's not blood family. But when I first got pregnant, the argument about celebrating our daughter's birthday occurred. My family advised me to just not celebrate her birthday since she's a baby and won't even remember anyways. I agreed, but my husband threw a fit and insisted that we celebrate our daughter's first birthday. I caved in eventually, but told him we'd have a small secret celebration so that my family wouldn't find out. He agreed. The next day, I got a call from my mom and she was so upset, saying that my word meant nothing and that I have no respect for my brother's memory nor the family. I asked what she meant and she told me she saw the birthday party pics my husband posted on social media. I was too shocked to even argue. I hung up and went straight to my husband to confront him about it. He got defensive and said that he didn't need my permission to post pics and that he wanted to show his family the birthday celebration pics since I insisted we have a small secret party and exclude them. I explained to him how this made me look bad and a liar to my family, but he said they can get over it and and called my mom snobby. I blew up at him and we had a huge fight about it. He started sulking later and said I ruined the memory of our daughter's first birthday for him and verbally abused him with how I lashed out. But I solely did it out of frustration, knowing that what happened caused a massive problem between me and my family. Now he's expecting an apology from me. Am I the asshole?
Yes.
That was fast.
Yeah, well, because I think it's really beautiful. Like, to have a death in the family, especially a young death, is extreme. Like, there's no words.
So painful.
Right? And so I think there's a really beautiful aspect of the fact that they came together in unity, honoring this death. That's beautiful. However, birthdays are meant to just be fun and lighthearted and loving, and to take that away from your daughter's who doesn't even remember yet, and it's like a memory for like the family, like for the dad. Like, I just feel like that's not fair to ask him to not celebrate his daughter's first birthday. You know what I mean? It's like, it's one of those things where it's a beautiful idea to come together in unity, but what if it was like to come together in unity and celebrate everybody's birthday by giving memory to him? You know what I mean? Like, at every single birthday, like saying a piece of like your memory of how amazing and beautiful he was.
Am I the asshole for refusing to let my boyfriend and child go to family events? I, 24 female, had a child with my boyfriend, 25 male. Before and during pregnancy, we would attend all of his family events. Once the baby got here, I noticed that I was stuck with the task of getting our child ready, getting myself ready, and driving to the event, all while he just worried about himself. I was also the only one taking care of her during these visits, while he received all the praise for being a good dad. It felt as if he would ignore us for his family as soon as we walked through the door, only bothering to acknowledge us and try to hold the baby when he was receiving some type of compliment. Oh, hell no. I would have stopped going and let him take the baby by his fucking self a long time ago. I don't want to go. Since you're such a good dad, take your daughter to go see your family, or your son, whatever the baby is. Take your baby to go see your fucking family and vibe out. I'll be here when y'all get back. I told him how this bothered me. He claimed that I was overreacting, and he didn't do that. I went on to tell him that I'll no longer be attending his family events, and if he wanted him or his child to attend, he will now be stuck with the task of getting them both ready, driving them there, and caring for our child while there. Period. That's exactly what I just said. That's exactly what I just said. I'm not going no more, because why do you get to go and hang out while I'm still full-time mom over here, but you get to vibe with the family and shit, and everyone's telling you how great of a dad you are when you ain't looked at us twice since we got here? We are here because I 100% would have done the same thing. Let's just say he hasn't attended a family event in months. And when asked why he doesn't come around or bring the baby to see them, he simply says she, while referring to me, doesn't want to come. All this saying while looking at me and rolling his eyes with an attitude. I would 100% say back just as loud, what the fuck does that have to do with me? And that's not the question they asked you. They asked you, why don't you come around? Why don't you bring your baby to come see the family? They didn't say shit about me. They didn't ask me why I wasn't there. They asked you why the fuck you and your child aren't there. That's not what the fuck they asked you. I would make sure to say out loud in front of other people, make sure they know it's because you don't want to be a dad for a day. All loud. Make sure everybody fucking knows, because that's all it is. He don't want to take care of his child. It's easier to be dad of the year when you're not doing shit. I've told him multiple times that he can go spend time with his family, but he knows what he has to do. He claims that I'm not being fair because I attend all of my family gatherings with no problem. I reminded him it's because I dress both myself and the child, then drive us there, alone should I add, because he never attends my family events. He claims it isn't the same, but can't give me an example of the differences. He doesn't want to go by himself without the baby because he needs an excuse to leave. She's tired. She's ready to go. The baby's fussy. We're leaving. But then he turns around and cries and complains about all the events that he's missing because I won't get over my attitude and just agree to go to events with him. I feel like I'm in a lose-lose situation. Am I the asshole? I truly feel like this is a lose-lose situation because you're fighting this man about going to his family events when you literally said he never goes to any of yours. This should not even be a fucking argument that we're having. If you don't come to my family events when I decide to not go to yours, you shouldn't open your mouth, fix your lips, and say shit to me about it. Nothing whatsoever. No, you're not the asshole because this man is making the choice to not fucking go because he doesn't want to do shit. He want to be fucking lazy. Let him to continue walk around being mad. Let him continue to make his passive aggressive fucking comments. She doesn't want to go. And I'm not. Guess he just won't be going to see no more motherfucking families. Oh well, that's his choice. This is a grown-ass man. You are not responsible for how the fuck he feels about some shit that he's choosing to do or not to fucking do. You motherfuckers get in relationships and automatically become these bastards' mamas. What is wrong with y'all? You are not his motherfucking mother. If you don't go somewhere and this grown-ass man chooses to not go because you're not going, that is his prerogative. That is his choice. That's his issue. That ain't got nothing to do with you. Do not let somebody's fucking man-child blame you for some shit they're choosing to fucking do. Pull your head out your ass, girlfriend, and open your eyes. You are not the asshole. Am I the asshole for leaving my girlfriend after she told me she was pregnant? I, 25 male, have been with my girlfriend, 25 female, for 7 years. A few years ago, we discussed having children, and I made it vehemently clear that I didn't want any at all. She didn't necessarily share my sentiments, and y'all should have broke the fuck up. Y'all should have broke up. She didn't necessarily share my sentiments, but said she understood, and she was just happy to be with me. We used protection, and I know for a fact that she was on birth control. So you can imagine my shock when she came to me with multiple pregnancy tests a few days ago, happily proclaiming that she's pregnant. I asked her what she was talking about. Then she admitted that she had been thinking about kids again, and the thought of having my child brought her so much joy that a few months ago, she stopped taking her birth control pills. Oh, and began poking holes in the condoms. No, you're not the asshole, because I would have left her too. I was completely taken aback, and for a few moments, I just sat there in silence. She asked me if I was happy, and I responded, I'm done with you. Don't call, don't text, nothing. I told her to get out, and she left my house sobbing. I guess she went to my mom because about an hour later, I got an angry call from her. She asked how the hell I could treat my pregnant girlfriend like that. And when I tried to explain that she betrayed my trust, betrayed your trust, baby, no. Why are you trying to save her reputation? Absolutely not. You need to tell them exactly what it was that she did. She stopped taking her birth control pills and then sabotaged the protection that we were using as a backup. Absolutely not. Do not try to say it in a different way to save her reputation. No, you need to drag her fucking name just like she's doing to you. My mom dismissed me. I've been getting angry messages as well from my girlfriend's friends and family, and even a few of my own family members. My brother and sister are the only ones on my side. I've been reflecting and wondering if I was wrong for what I did. So am I the asshole? You are absolutely not the asshole, and you need to start telling people exactly what it was that she did. Tell them that she chose to stop taking her birth control, even though you and her already had this conversation. All she had to do was let you know that she was starting to feel a certain type of way, and she could have broke up with you. But no, she decided to manipulate, and make it happen whether you knew it was happening or not. That is absolutely fucking disgusting. Y'all know I always think about things from both sides. If OP was female and the man removed the protection because he wanted to knock her up, everybody would be pissed the fuck off. Everyone would be livid. It's the same fucking thing just because OP's a male. It is the same fucking thing. We need to be just as fucking angry for him as we would be for her, because she essentially did the same goddamn thing. She chose to stop taking her birth control, then tampered with their backup to make sure she got the results that she wanted. Absolutely not. This bitch is a predator. She's a fucking predator. She needs to be at the top of somebody's motherfucking list, because this is not okay. This is not okay. And OP is the victim here. He's not even the asshole in the situation at all, because they had this conversation from the beginning of the relationship. I don't want kids. I don't want fucking kids. I personally feel like they should have broke up, but hey, sometimes that shit just works out. But they had this conversation. When she changed her mind, she needed to open her fucking mouth and come to him and let him know that she was starting to feel some type of way. But no, no. OP, I am so sorry, dear, but I truly do not think you are the asshole at all.
I got the biggest heartbreak of my life when I found out that my high school sweetheart turned wife cheated on me and that her children, Jack and Jill, weren't mine. At the time, they were 2 years old and I couldn't handle it, so I left. Since they were born within the marriage, I was legally the father and resented paying child support because it was basically the government rewarding my ex for her lies. Later on, I moved on and found a woman who was willing to accept me in spite of my baggage, and we had a wonderful marriage. I was heartbroken the day she died and pressed on because I knew I had to be there for my children, Miranda and Joe. I started a business and did fairly well for myself. I never talked about my ex-wife or her kids, so I developed a reputation of being this doting father and successful man. I never bragged about it, but it was rather something that was just pushed onto me and I tried to downplay. After my ex's kids turned 18, I double-checked with my lawyers and they said that I was in the clear and didn't have to pay support anymore. Well, Jack and Jill reached out to me, wanting contact and requesting financial assistance since they had plans for college. I calmly told them no and to never contact me again, and even had my lawyer send out a letter explaining that I was free of any more obligation to them. Jack and Jill were both upset and confronted me each in their own way. Jack went to my place of business, yelled about how I was a shitty father who abandoned his children, while Jill went on social media to badmouth me and my business and got many of her friends to write horrible reviews. Their actions hurt my reputation and cost me a lucrative contract, so I decided to file a lawsuit. It turns out their mom let them believe that I was their dad, and my own mother never thought about setting the record straight even though she has a relationship with them. We did another DNA test. First one was done during the divorce to verify that I'm not their dad, and I now have a case against them. I've yet to receive an apology from Jack and Jill, but their mom is begging me not to continue with the lawsuit. I said I'd only do it if she paid me a specific amount, and when she said she couldn't afford it, I countered that she could sell her house. That's when she said that she and her family wouldn't have a home, but I don't see how that's my problem since it was their mess to begin with. Am I the asshole? I hate wearing bras. They're uncomfortable, constricting, and expensive. With work from home, I spent the last year and a half basically never wearing a bra and got used to it. Quite frankly, my boobs are non-existent anyways. I recently started going to the gym again and started working out braless. I should note that up until now, no one has ever pointed out anything wrong with me not wearing a bra. However, in the middle of a set of squats, yes, mid-squat, a guy comes up to me, taps me on the shoulder to get my attention, and tells me that my nipples are poking out through my shirt. I get really irritated because why the F is this guy staring at my nipples in the first place and then stopping me mid-set to inform me? I ignore him and try to finish my set, but then this mofo literally grabs the bar, and as I ascend, he re-racks it for me. He claimed it looked like I was having trouble with my last rep and that he had to come over and make sure I could do it, and that's when he noticed my nipples. I'm really pissed off at this point, and I told him I don't need his help finishing my set and why the F he was looking at my chest in the first place. He said he was going to spot me, but then noticed my chest and thought it would be inappropriate. I pointed out that the safety bar was set, so even if I did fail the set, he wasn't needed. He just insisted that people at the gyms look out for each other and that going forward, I should probably wear a bra so that other people won't get uncomfortable and it may help me stay more balanced in my squats. I'm literally the only girl in the weight section of the gym at the moment, and other guys who are squatting and failed sets never have to worry about this shit. So now I'm really annoyed and also kind of uncomfortable that this guy I've never spoken to in my life thinks he's helping me and then has the audacity to tell me how to dress. So I tell him, you have bigger boobs and nipples than I do. Maybe you should wear a bra so people won't get uncomfortable and you won't fail your squats. He then got really defensive, saying that he was just trying to help and then called me a bitch. Honestly, I'm not sure if I overreacted, but I'm still kind of pissed off, so maybe that's clouding my judgment. Am I the asshole? I was kidnapped when I was 10 years old while camping with my family. We were at the state lake when my parents had to run some errands. All of his kids were left with one of our aunts. I went to the creek next to our camper to go fishing, probably about 75 yards or so. I had forgotten to bring my bait and I didn't want to go back for it. Unlucky for me, a man was there, so I asked him for some worms. He said they were in his car just around the corner. He guided me there, and that's when it happened. I was gagged and taken to a different part of the park grounds. What happened next, as one could imagine, are the things my nightmares were made up for countless years to come. Even now, I can recall it in vivid details. Thankfully, I was found within 2 hours of my kidnapping. Unlucky for him, it was my father who found us first. My father tried to subdue him while other family members alerted police. They exchanged a few punches, but the man somehow escaped my father's wrath and fled. My father hurried back to my side and clothed me without asking any questions. He just wanted to make sure that I was safe in that exact moment. The man was apprehended by state troopers and local PD 30 minutes later. Cue all the legal shenanigans and sentencing. The dude was a repeat offender and still only served 12 years in prison. After this occurred, I acted out. I got into trouble with local police on several occasions. My therapist and psychiatrist said that I was quote-unquote crying out for help. When this happened, there was no Me Too movement. However, my parents buckled down on getting me the help that I really needed and found a therapist who really helped me for years to come. When I was in high school and deemed cured, I still saw my therapist for a couple years after. That man was my best friend. I could tell him anything and not be judged. As a result, I learned to trust people again and open myself up back to the world. The second worst day of my life was when my abductor got out. My heart dropped and I was terrified. My parents kept tabs on him and kept me home from school that entire week. Nothing ever came from that, thankfully. He knows what he's done, and I'm in a good place in life where I don't care to pay him any mind. It was part of my past, but it doesn't dictate my future. My husband and I got married last month and had a small, wonderful wedding. 2 weeks before the wedding, my best friend / maid of honor's boyfriend asked if it would be okay to propose during my reception. I first told him how thrilled that I was that he was proposing to my friend and how excited she would be, but I really wasn't comfortable with him proposing during the wedding, at least as a public thing. He seemed totally shocked that I said no, which I can understand. He said that weddings are supposed to be about celebrating love and that as her best friend, I should want them to finally get engaged after 11 years together. I absolutely want that for them, but I just didn't understand why it needed to happen during the 5.5 hour window of my ceremony / cocktail hour / reception. I was very apologetic and offered to help however I could with the proposal on any other day, but he was clearly not happy with me. I hadn't heard from my maid of honor since the wedding, which is probably the longest we've ever gone without talking. I had tried several times to get in touch with her and let her know that at one point I had something of hers that she had lost at the wedding. Never any response. I texted her the other day saying that I was going to drop off the lost item at her house so she'd have it, and she finally responded. Apparently, during the after party at the hotel bar, maid of honor's boyfriend got very drunk and told her that she would have been engaged that night if I hadn't ruined his plan. She said she isn't exactly mad at me, but she feels like her future engagement is ruined and I denied her a chance at happiness. I told her that I was so sorry and the conversation ended pretty awkwardly. Another mutual friend who knows what's going on says that she doesn't love that he planned to propose at the wedding, but thinks I was an asshole for ultimately saying no. Am I the asshole for rejecting her boyfriend's request to propose at my wedding? Am I the asshole for pulling out of my brother's wedding because my old bullies will be there? My brother B is getting married to his fiancée F, who went to the same high school as me. I used to be mercilessly bullied in high school and didn't have any friends, which led to a horrible period of depression and anxiety. I now mainly deal by suppressing those memories and cutting off contact with people I knew from high school. F used to be part of the mean girl clique who were especially terrible to me, but to be fair, she was more of a follower in the clique. She never directly bullied me, but she used to laugh along with their clique when they made fun of me. When B started dating F, I was shocked and had a hard time dealing with it because it brought back what her clique used to do to me. If I ever brought up something they did, F would usually just laugh it off, saying that she doesn't remember and that they were probably just young and stupid. It took a lot of convincing by B and a lot of time working on myself for me to finally forgive F and accept her as my brother's girlfriend. B and F are now engaged and B asked me to be his best woman. I accepted and even agreed to help out with F's side of the wedding events because her maid of honor has too much on her plate. The wedding planning has been going smoothly so far until F told me that she was going to invite her high school clique to her bachelorette party when she can have it. I immediately felt old anxiety come back and asked her if they'd be invited to the wedding too. She said yes, and learning that nearly crushed me. I spent some time thinking about it, and I don't think I could be at the wedding if those people are there. F at least never tortured me herself so I can handle it, but seeing her gang leaders again would very likely trigger my depression or worse, send me into a panic attack at the wedding itself. I told B that I might need to pull out of the wedding because of that, but I can still help however I can with the wedding planning as long as I don't have to come in contact with F's gang. B is very upset and says I'm only thinking of myself, and clearly I don't want to be at his wedding because I still don't accept F as his future wife. He also told me that I should move on from whatever happened in high school, but even if I try to do that, a high stress event like his wedding would be the worst time to test if moving on works. So, am I the asshole? Am I the asshole for refusing to let my niece swim in our pool with the other kids? Last week was my son's 12th birthday party. My family showed up to our house. I greeted my sister who said she wasn't planning on coming since my niece, 14, was on her period and didn't feel like going out, but thought this would cheer her up a bit. I welcomed them and they sat in the living room to eat. I was watching the kids swim when my sister and niece approached the pool. My niece was in her swimsuit ready to jump in with the other kids. I stopped them and asked my sister if she was really going to let my niece into the pool while on her period. She said it was fine really and that she took necessary precautions. I don't know what that means as a guy, but I know enough about periods to realize that things could get messy. I said sorry, but I can't let my niece into the pool with the other kids in fear of any accidents. She angrily said my boys literally pee in the pool while we were talking, so accidents my ass. I just politely told her I was sorry, but it's different when dealing with blood than with urine, which is way too common in pools, by the way. Again, I said I wasn't going to allow any accidents on my son's birthday and suggested other activities for my niece. My sister blew up calling me a raging, insensitive asshole, then literally and out of the blue told my niece to get dressed because they were leaving. I was in shock and turned in my seat. My parents then asked what was going on, and my sister told them that I selfishly and meanly told her daughter off for wanting to swim in the pool with the other kids just because she was on her period. My mom gave me a look of shame up and down for how I treated my niece and sister when they dropped everything to come join me in celebrating my son's birthday. I said I didn't tell them to leave, but I honestly didn't want to deal with having to clean up a bloody pool. My mom said that I was still in the wrong and that it was God's plan that I don't have any daughters and my kids are all boys since I clearly heavily favor boys, but that couldn't be further from the truth. My wife said I didn't overreact, but at least I could have been nicer about it, but I believe I was polite when I spoke to my sister and I think she took it personally. Was I the asshole in this situation?
Am I the asshole for going off on my husband and his mom for taking/keeping my used pregnancy test? I, female 27, found out that I was pregnant recently. My husband, male 34, and his family are beyond happy and excited. From what I heard, my husband was married 2 times before, but couldn't have kids for 10 years. This is obviously a huge deal for his family because his mom will be a first-time grandma with this baby. As his mom and I were talking about the baby, she told me about how she has already started, quote, making memories by saving keepsakes of her grandbaby. I felt a bit confused and asked if my husband bought something for the baby and then gave it to her. She said no, but he did bring her my used pregnancy test and gave it to her to store as a memory of the news of her grandbaby's existence. I was floored. I looked at my husband like, did you really do that? And he nodded while smiling. After the initial shock, I just went off on both of them, calling what they did creepy and disgusting and highly violating. My husband argued that it was not a huge deal. He just grabbed the test once I got rid of it, put it in a plastic bag, and gifted it to his mom as a keepsake. I told him it made me feel violated and creeped out because the test had my literal pee on it. His mom said something about taking care of the smell, and I lashed out even more and demanded they get rid of it. but they kept arguing, calling me controlling. My husband started arguing about how all of this was just an overreaction and said that I ruined his and his family's joy by how I behaved after finding out about the pregnancy test. Did I overreact?
What do you guys think on this one?
No way. No way. If you took my pee stick and gave it to your mom, that'd be so weird.
So that's where I'm curious. Is there the issue here? Does it lie within the fact of keeping the test or the gifting of the test?
This story time is how I caught my boyfriend cheating on me with my best friend. Okay, so my birthday is when I introduced my two favorite people in the world, my boyfriend and my old childhood best friend. We went out to the club along with some other friends. We all had a great time, and they were also able to talk, which I was glad about because they'd be able to be comfortable around each other so it wouldn't be awkward. After the night was over, my boyfriend asked if they could exchange contacts, and I was filled with liquid courage and thought it was cool because then they would be close. I don't know. But fast forward a couple months, I went on a business trip for a week to Florida, but the trip cut short because I got finished doing everything and was able to come home 2 days early. So I wanted to surprise my boyfriend and I bought some food from his favorite restaurants. When I got home, I called for my boyfriend but no response. Then I went upstairs and heard moaning in my bedroom. So I busted in and saw my boyfriend laying in bed with my best friend. If y'all want to know what happened after that, let me know down below in the comments. This is part 2 of how I caught my boyfriend cheating on me with my best friend. So after I came back home 2 days early from my business trip, I caught my boyfriend in bed with my best friend. My heart has never burned so hard. I blacked out and I went crazy. I jumped on the bed and started beating him. And he was stronger than me and was able to pin me down. He was naked, but he was over me, so I was able to squeeze his you-know-what. And he crawled in a corner, panicking. My best friend seemed like she was trying to put on clothes and rush out, but she wasn't getting away easy, so I snatched the clothes she was trying to put on, threw it out the window. I snatched her up by the hair, dragged her out of the house, and she stood outside naked. And I didn't care because I never felt so betrayed. Then I went back to the room and it seemed like my boyfriend was trying to get up and put on clothes and grab his keys, but I snatched the keys out of his hands and flushed them down the toilet. At that point, I got fed up. So I grabbed my taser and told him to get out, and I left both of them outside naked. My boyfriend was trying to get back in the house, so I called the police about trespassers trying to get inside my house and trying to attack me. If you want to know what happened after that, let me know down below in the comments. This is part 3 of how I caught my boyfriend cheating on me with my best friend. So after I caught them in bed together, I kicked them out of the house completely naked. When my boyfriend was trying to get back in, I called the police about trespassers trying to get inside my house and attacking me. And it was my house. I paid the bills. His name wasn't on the deed, and they were both arrested. My boyfriend even tried to run and hide, but they tackled him and pinned him down. And you know, it felt good to see, but I was still hurt. And the crazy thing is, 3 years later, they are now together. My ex-best friend even got pregnant. She tried to invite me to the baby shower, but I threw the invitation away. Instead, I sent them a cute bag of dirty diapers. This is part 2 of how I caught my boyfriend cheating on me with my best friend. So after I came back home 2 days early from my business trip, I caught my boyfriend in bed with my best friend. My heart has never burned so hard. I blacked out and I went crazy. I jumped on the bed and started beating him. And he was stronger than me and was able to pin me down. He was naked, but he was over me, so I was able to squeeze his you-know-what. And he crawled in a corner, panicking. My best friend seemed like she was trying to put on clothes and rush out, but she wasn't getting away easy, so I snatched the clothes she was trying to put on, threw it out the window. I snatched her by the hair,
pulled her
dragged
out of
her out
the
of the house, and she stood outside naked,
barely clothed.
And I didn't care because I never felt so betrayed. Then I went back to the room, and it seemed like my boyfriend was trying to get up and put on clothes and grab his keys, but I snatched the keys out of his hands and flushed them down the toilet. At that point, I got fed up, so I grabbed my taser and told him to get out, and I left both of them outside naked. Clothed. My boyfriend was trying to get back in the house, so I called the police about trespassers trying to get inside my house and trying to attack me. If you want to know what happened after that, let me know down below in the comments.
Story time on how I slept with my best friend's husband on their wedding day. Okay, so boom. I have a best friend and we've been best friends for 10 years. I love her and care about her, but I have one huge problem. I'm in love with her soon-to-be husband. It's complicated. But let's call him John. Rewinding 10 years back when I met my best friend, I also met John. He was actually my friend first and I really liked him. I told my best friend about him and wanted to get to know him more, so I invited him to come out to the movies with us. Well, by the end of the night, my best friend made a move on him and they ended up kissing. My heart was broken, but when I was in the car with my best friend, she said that we weren't dating yet and it was fair game. At that point, I distanced myself from him because I felt weird about the whole thing, and they eventually started dating. About a year later, one day I was alone with John. And on this day, everything changed between us. Like for part 2, Part 2 on how I slept with my best friend's husband on their wedding day. Okay, so boom, like I said, about a year later, one day I was alone with John. He actually told me that I was the one he wanted, but thought since I invited him to the movies with my best friend and that she made the move, he basically thought I was passing him on to her, my friend. I told him, no, that's crazy. I liked you. And we both laughed and hugged it out, but that hug was pretty passionate. The chemistry and overall energy between us changed, but we never acted on it. Now, fast forward 10 years later, on their wedding day, we were all in the same hotel, but different rooms getting ready. When it was time for all of us to get ready, all the girls went to one room and then all the guys went to the other. My best friend sent me to her room to get a charger, and when I entered the room, John was there. I told him I'm sorry that I barged in, and he was like, yeah, that's not a problem. But then he walked up to me and, like for part 3 on how I slept with my best friend's husband on their wedding day. Okay, so boom, like I said, I told him I'm sorry for barging in, and he said, yeah, that's not a problem. But then he walked up to me and said, I don't know, I just can't help it. Every time I see you, I almost wish it was you. And I know y'all gonna hate me for this, but literally for 10 years, I've been fighting off my urges, but at the moment, I just couldn't. I was in love with him, and he's not married yet, so fair game, right? Well, we ended up doing the nasty, and it was very passionate. Then I went back to the girls' room and acted like nothing happened. I feel like shit, but I can't help but be happy that we at least shared that little moment together. I mean, y'all, I always liked him. We never acted on it again, but now I'm just wondering if I should say anything or should I just leave it alone and never do it again? What should I do, y'all? Story time on how my mom was jealous of my beauty and I ended up bald because of it. Okay, so boom, let's get right into it. I love my mom so much, but unfortunately, my mom has some insecurities that's pushing us apart. Ever since I was a little girl, everyone said I was so pretty and I should act or model. It always made me happy, and at first, it seemed like my mom was happy too. But something took a turn as I got older and started developing. It's as if my mother took me more so as competition. I'm 16 now and she gets annoyed every time I'm complimented, even when it's by my own dad who is no longer with her. But my mom jealousy went too far when she started purposely attempting to make me unattractive, starting by cutting off all my hair. I cried, but I couldn't do anything to stop her. I have bad acne that I'm controlling with my skincare regimen, but my mom stopped buying it for me now. Now I'm bald with acne. It gets worse, like for part 2. Story time on how my mom was jealous of my beauty and I ended up bald, part 2. Okay, so boom, like I said, my mom was so jealous of me, she cut my hair and I was bald. She also stopped buying my skincare treatments, so I broke out and got acne. But worst of all, my mom took all, and when I say all, she took all my cute clothes and donated them. I cried and begged my mom not to, and she said that it's for a good cause. I screamed at her saying, I know what you're doing, you're just jealous and trying to make me look ugly. She told me I didn't know what I was talking about. Then she grounded me. I told my dad what my mom was doing, and he screamed at her for me, calling her sick in the head. I started living with my dad and grew my hair back and fixed my skin, and I'm back to wearing cute clothes thanks to my dad. I see my mom from time to time, but I gotta love her from a distance.
Am I the asshole for eating the food my father-in-law served me and ruining my boyfriend and I's holiday? Background info. I, 41 male, am a white American, and my boyfriend, 38 male, is Moroccan and half black. His parents took a dislike to me the moment that we met. We've been together for 2 years, and he lives in America. The incident in question took place a few days ago. This is only my second time meeting his parents. His mother has been relatively quiet, but it's obvious she feels the same as his father, who's on an all-out warpath. They think I'm a typical useless American party boy and not good enough for their son, who's an all-around goody two-shoes. They're wealthy government employees who think they're contributing a lot to the world, unlike me. Now, it's important to note that I'm also wealthy, self-made, and high-ranking in my career, so I'm not attempting to get on any gravy train. My boyfriend and I are staying at their home in Morocco. The 4 of us sat down for dinner, cooked by their private chef. Everybody got a bowl of some Moroccan food. It smelled really good. I noticed that mine looked paler than the others and didn't have much of a smell. They took all the seasoning out the food. I didn't comment at first, but then his father outright said, as if he was doing me a favor, that he told the chef to put a portion for me aside before she added any of the seasoning because he thought my palate wouldn't handle the spice well. That's so rude. I have no issue with spicy food, and I could tell that my boyfriend was already uncomfortable, and he told his father that I could eat what they're eating. I managed to keep my cool, despite being really pissed off, and I told him in no uncertain terms that I could handle spicy food. Next thing, he took my food and went back to the kitchen. When he returned, my food was a shade darker than everyone else's. At this point, fam, it's time to leave. It's time to fucking leave because you're intentionally playing with my food. Like, I'm not staying there. Like, bro, get the fuck out of here. I'm not staying here. I'm leaving. I realized that after the first bite, it wasn't just spicy, it was inedible. My boyfriend noticed my reaction and told his father off before telling me to stop eating it. But I didn't. What? You kept eating? Okay. I ate the damn food, and I've never in my life eaten anything like this. There must have been an entire bottle of hell in it. The pain. But I persevered, much to my boyfriend's protest, and his father simply watched. I would have watched your dumb ass too. I would have sat there. You know what? I would have recorded it. I was sweating buckets, and I felt sick. I almost had an asthma attack. Another reason that my boyfriend was angry with me, because I put myself at risk. But I ate the whole bowl. Then I left the table victorious, but dying a death. What did you win? Lava flowing through your butt? Like, what did you fucking win? Fast forward, I've been in bed for 3 days. I still feel messed up and may not survive. My boyfriend says that I should have been the bigger person and that there were no winners. That eating the whole bowl was just as childish as his father for serving it, and it harmed only me. He's been taking care of me, but he's also blaming me. I don't think I was the asshole, even if the last 3 days of our vacation have gone down the drain. Bro, you're absolutely the asshole. Yes, you are, because what were you trying to prove? That you could handle spice just to realize you can't fucking handle that amount of spice? Like, I get it. It was a whole measuring contest, a whole pissing contest. I get it. But you didn't win, and now you're suffering a loss that you really didn't have to take. Like, you really signed up for the L. You really fucking did. And I completely understand why your boyfriend's mad at you because you have asthma. I'm an asthmatic and I love spicy food, but I know that there's a limit. And I'm not going to put myself in the ground trying to prove a point to someone who doesn't like me from the moment that they met me. Absolutely not. You're definitely the asshole and you owe your boyfriend an apology, for sure. Edit. I'm not sure that I made it clear enough. The food was taken and he intentionally made it inedible. My boyfriend argued with his father afterwards. Anyways, I do appreciate the comments. They have cheered me up. I am an asshole and I will apologize to my boyfriend. That's great. That's fucking amazing. The comments about him picking a man like his father have really bothered me. I will take that advice to heart. Also, I love the concern for my asshole. It was a hard road ahead, but I will be okay. This has come up a few times, so I'm going to address it here. My boyfriend's parents know that he's gay and they've accepted that. He's free to be himself in their home. We don't take our sexuality outside of the home while in Morocco. I'd like to show this post to him later, and I'm going to remove the edit before I do. So please, if you're going to comment, there's no need for racism. This is his family and his business. I get it. I respect it. Update. I have apologized and I've been forgiven. I punished myself enough for his liking, but he agrees that his father is an asshole and he could stand up for me more. I'm out now and I appreciate the responses and the laughs. I kind of feel like I should have finished the rest of the story before I gave my little input because it's literally everything that he did. But I love that things worked out and he's okay. But you guys, the first fucking comment says, you may not think you're the asshole, but your asshole thinks you're the asshole. And I tell you. Am I the asshole for telling my dad his son is not going to be invited to anything related to my child? No. You are your child's parent. You have every right to dictate who gets to come around and who gets to be around your child. You're absolutely not the asshole for that. I, 18 female, am expecting a baby. I know that I'm young and I live with my boyfriend, my child's father. We're determined to make a good life for us and our child. Becoming a mom is making me think about what I want for my child. And one thing I want more than anything is to keep my child away from the hate my half-brother has towards my parents and also towards me as well. Background. My parents met after my dad lost his first wife. My half-brother was 6 or 7 when his mother passed away and 10 when my parents met. They got married 2 years later and I was born within a few months. We have a 12-year age gap. And I was followed by my brother 2 years later, and then my sister 18 months after him. Dang. Okay, so they His mother had passed away 5 years before they got married. Okay, just to clarify that, OP's parents got married 5 years after her half brother's mother passed away. My dad's son hated that dad remarried after his mom passed away. His maternal family were also angry at my dad for betraying their daughter and not living forever as her widower and never finding love again. Growing up around that wasn't easy. I would hear my dad's son get mad at dad for loving my mom more than his. This was his son's perception. He would yell all over the house that my dad was unfaithful, would say that my mom was nothing special and she would never truly be loved or part of his family. He called her a side piece and the other woman. My dad would argue back as well, which made things not easy. They were in therapy at times, but it never seemed to help. Even when he turned 18, he would come home and he would fight my dad over who he loved more. He never cared for me or my siblings either. He wished that my dad had never had us. You're absolutely not the asshole for wanting your child to not be exposed to this type of hate. Not at all. When my dad's son had kids, he told dad's whole family that my mom would never be a grandparent or family. He said the woman dad loved more than his mom and his kids' real grandmother would never be loved by his kids. He would make sure they never loved her. He talked about how he was going to pin a photo of her to a punching bag, and they would use a photo of her as target practice because that's all she was good for. This man is so fucking immature. This is a grown-ass man. A grown-ass fucking man. He was 10 years old when his father remarried. I understand the frustration and the anger. They've gone to therapy. They've tried and taken all the necessary precautions to help him out, but it's not working. He's just walking around angry, and I truly, truly believe it's coming from his maternal side of the family because they're also angry at the husband for not forever being a widower. So I feel like this is coming from his family. They've convinced him to feel this way, and he's going to breathe this hate on into his children, and it fucking sucks. But OP, you're still not the asshole for not wanting him to be around your kids. Not at all. Why? I would not want him to be around me at all, let alone my babies. Absolutely not. He was never cut from our lives. In fact, my dad would still let him come into the home and invite him to every party or family event. I will not allow any contact between dad's son and my child, though. I don't want my child around that kind of fighting or to hear that kind of thing about grandma and grandpa. There has been talk of a co-ed baby shower, and I told my dad his son would not be invited. My dad was asking why. What do you mean fucking why? Just because you are okay with being verbally and emotionally abused by your son does not mean that the rest of us are going to lie down and fucking take that shit. Absolutely not. He ain't no fucking son of mine. I don't have to sit here and allow him to spread hate as something that's supposed to be happy. Hell no, he can't come. Fucking why? My dad was asking why, and I told him that it should be obvious, but I don't want his son around my child when he treats us all so badly. I told him that he'll never be around my baby and won't ever be invited to things related to my child. He told me I was being very extreme and I should give it time. Am I the asshole? No. I've said it multiple times throughout the story. No, you're not the asshole. Absolutely not. Stick to your guns. Die on this hill. Let this be the hill that you fucking die on. Your child 100% deserves to come into a family that's nothing but love. They do not deserve to come around someone who's just being nasty just because. The fact that this man hates his entire family so fucking much, yet continues to show up to all family events and parties to remind you how much he don't like you, shows you that this is a him problem and not a you problem. So you don't have to fucking deal with that. Absolutely not. He can't fucking come.
Story time on how I caught my 76-year-old grandpa sleeping with my 14-year-old daughter. Okay, so boom, let's jump right into it. So one day my grandpa came over to see my family. My husband was at work, so it was only me and my daughter. My daughter is 14, my grandpa is 76, and I'm 39. After my grandpa visited, the next day he came back to take my daughter out to eat. They left at 5 p.m. and came back at 12 a.m. And when they came back home, my daughter wanted my grandpa to go in the room with her. So he went upstairs with her, and naturally I found that very suspicious. Cause that's weird. My grandpa slept over that night, and the next day I asked them if they wanted to come visit my best friend with me. Both my grandpa and my daughter said no, but while they were in the kitchen, I put a camera in her room and in the living room. I left, and not even 10 minutes went by, and I saw everything. Like and follow for part 2 on how I caught my 76-year-old grandpa sleeping with my 14-year-old daughter. Okay, so boom, like I said, I got suspicious, and I put a camera in my daughter's room and in my living room. I left, and in less than 10 minutes, I look at the cameras and I saw everything. I quickly drove back home, and I was speeding, child. While I was driving back, I screenshotted the camera of my grandpa on top of my daughter while they were both naked. I busted down my house door and I heard moaning. I ran into the room and I kicked my grandpa in the nuts, and I beat my daughter. I called her dad, who came less than 5 minutes after me. While my husband handled my grandpa, I sat with my daughter, and she told me that he was taking advantage of her, that he forced himself on her. She's now in therapy and he's in jail. Watch out for pervy.
This story time is how I found out my boyfriend lied about his age. At the time, I was 15 and I found out he was 32. By the way, we're calling him Jake. So I met Jake at a college party, and I was able to go because my sister had just entered college, and I begged her to take me. So I had fun. I ended up meeting Jake, and from there we started talking. He told me he was still in college, and of course I told him I was still in high school. At the time, he told me he was 18, and he slightly looked older, but I guess he just looked older for his age. And I know we weren't supposed to date at these ages, but my dad was 5 years older than my mom, and I didn't think that it was that bad being 3 years apart. We were together for 10 months. When my birthday came around, he wanted to take me out on a date. He picked me up from home and drove me to a restaurant, and 5 minutes before we get to the restaurant, he gets pulled over for not having his lights on. The cops asked for his ID, he showed the cops, and he put it down. I took a look at his ID, and it said he was born in the 1980s. It gets really bad after this. Let me know if y'all want a part 2. This is part 2 of how I found out my boyfriend lied about his age. At the time, I was 15, and I found out he was 32. So like I said earlier, he had got pulled over by the cops, and he asked for his ID. When he had got it back, he had put his ID in his cup holder. I took a glance, and I saw he was born in the 1980s. When the cops left, we drove off. Then I asked him, Jake, how old are you again? He's like, 18. Why'd you ask that? I picked up his ID and pushed it into his face. He quickly steps on the brake and snatches it from me. I was like, take me home. He said, no, it's a fake ID. I was like, what do you need a fake ID for? Where's your real one? He looked at me in shock. Then I told him I wanted to leave. I try to open up the car door to leave, and he tells me, you're not going nowhere. Guys, this is when it gets really scary. Y'all let me know if y'all want a part 3. This is part 3 of how I found out my boyfriend lied about his age. At the time, I was 15, and I found out he was 32. Okay, so like I said before, I saw his ID, and I could tell he was lying about how it was fake. So I immediately wanted to get out. I try to open up the door, but it doesn't open. I told him to let me out. He responds, you're not going anywhere, and you're not leaving me. I then start pushing on him to get me out. He stops and says, if you keep pushing on me, we're going to crash. So I grabbed my phone and I called the police. He took my phone and threw it out the window. And I'm like, where the hell are you taking me? Guys, this is when it gets really dangerous. Y'all let me know if I should make a part 4. This is part 4 of how I found out my boyfriend lied about his age. At the time, I was 15 and I found out he was 32. So I tried to call the cops, and he took my phone and threw it out the window. I didn't know what else to do, so I just started throwing hands. And in the process, he ended up hitting the car in front of him. He created a big dent in the back of the car, and the car in front stops. And the guy in the car jumps out and starts yelling at Jake. I start waving my hand for help. He backs up and runs back to his car. I was confused at first, and so I saw the police arrive 5 minutes later. So I guess he had called the police. When the police had got there, they had patted Jake down, they asked questions, and investigated the whole car accident. They asked me questions about what happened, and I told them. I ended up having to tell my parents. We had to go to court. Jake, on the other hand, went to prison. The whole situation was weird, and he lied throughout the entire relationship. After everything was over, I learned my lesson with guys like him. I now do background checks on any guy I date.
Am I the asshole for being mad at the best man's girlfriend for making him choose between a dog and our wedding? My fiance, 29 male, and I, 26 female, got engaged last October after 6 years together. We plan to marry this year in October. We both have a very complicated family, so we thought a lot about our wedding, and we decided that we just want peace and we don't want to have to worry about the family drama. So we plan to get married in Italy with only our best man and maid of honor. It's about a 4-hour drive to a small city that we discovered on a road trip. We invited my maid of honor and his best man to the wedding. We'll call the best man Mike, 29 male. We called them both and told them they could bring their significant others with them as well. The trip will be fully paid for, and Mike is my fiance's best friend since kindergarten. Mike's girlfriend, let's call her Courtney, and him have been together for 3 years. We've always been very welcoming towards her, and I befriended her as well. We've done a lot of things together, like helping them move and also helping build their home. Mike and Courtney are getting a dog, hopefully in September. So Mike told us that he needed a different hotel because the one that we chose isn't pet friendly. And at the time of our wedding in October, they would probably have the dog. Wait a minute. I know this is not a fight about a dog that we don't have yet. In September, it's February. I know you guys are not fighting about a dog that don't exist. We apologized and looked for another hotel. Then he texted that Courtney thinks the dog wouldn't make the long trip, which we understood. We said that there are probably a lot of friends and family who could take the dog, but Courtney doesn't want that. Mike told us that Courtney would probably stay home with the dog and he would travel alone. Here comes the drama. The following day, Mike told us that he wasn't coming to our wedding because Courtney doesn't want to be alone with the dog for the weekend, and she would also like to attend the wedding. Courtney wrote me that we could change our wedding month or the place, maybe just a wedding in our hometown so they could come. Could you fucking imagine? The audacity. We are choosing to get a dog. So I think you should reschedule your wedding to a time or a location that would better suit me because I'm getting a dog and I still want to come to your wedding. How the fuck? Like, the secondhand embarrassment that I suffer from people who just ask random, like, are you fucking kidding me? This bitch has got balls. I said no. If we married in our hometown, the families would want to attend and all the drama between parents and siblings would stress us out. My fiance asked Mike again if he couldn't come alone. He finally told us that Courtney threatened to end the relationship if he doesn't stay with her and the dog. My fiance was absolutely sad and disappointed, and he told Mike his feelings. He's normally not over emotional, but this was hard for him. Courtney wrote me the following day as if nothing had happened, and I told her that I'm absolutely disappointed in her and I can't understand her behavior and how she would put this dog, who's in no danger and doesn't need 2 people to dog sit him, over our wedding. And I kind of expected her to apologize for all of the stress that she put us through. She called me an insensitive and offensive person, a bridezilla who wants her wedding above everything. Above your dog, yeah. Honestly, unfortunately for you, my wedding is way more important than a dog that you don't have. I'm sorry that I'm not willing to shape and mold my wedding date and location around a dog that may not even be here come September. That means they are planning for a litter of puppies that's not even here yet. Yeah, my wedding will be over everything else. If everything else is your fucking dog that you don't even have yet. Courtney called me a bridezilla and said she couldn't accept my behavior even if I apologized. I just can't comprehend why I should apologize. You shouldn't. You have nothing to fucking apologize for. Like, no, you are not the ass for not being willing to shape and mold your entire wedding around a fucking dog that's not here. Like, the goddamn dog's not here. We should not even be having this fucking conversation. We should not be having this fucking conversation because the dog ain't here. Like, you have nothing to apologize for. I feel like I should be able to express to my friends if I'm disappointed, and I absolutely didn't write anything offensive to her. Edit. To clarify, there is no dog yet. They spoke to a breeder. He said that if his mama dog gets pregnant and has more than 3 puppies, they would get one in September. That is fucking insane. There is no goddamn dog yet. No dog. Just a possibility, a maybe. If the mama dog has more than 3 puppies, they will get a dog. Okay, I can't. Fucking Courtney, honestly, oh my God. This is some absolute bullshit. No, you're not the fucking asshole. Honestly, I feel like Courtney's jealous. I truly feel like Courtney is jealous, and she's not getting married. She's not getting married, so she don't want to be there. She doesn't want to be there, so she's making up this lame ass excuse of, I don't want to be with the dog by myself for 2 days. Bitch, well, why are you getting a dog? Why are you getting a dog if you are incapable of being with your dog for 2 days when you first get it? A month after you first get it. That's fucking ridiculous. No. Courtney is, that little green-eyed monster is peeking over her shoulder. That's what the fuck it is.
Am I the asshole for laughing at my sister when she told me to control my woman? My wife Mina enjoys dressing up and her style is very feminine and she's always dolled up. She's always glowing and very confident in her appearance. My sister Betty believes in traditional ideas of masculinity and femininity. Women are meant to stay home with the children while men are providing for the house. We talk when we have to, but I try to avoid her. Each time we see Betty, she'll manage to slip a comment about my wife's outfit. She'll say how ladylike it is or how skanky it looks. Mina always rolls her eyes and laughs it off. I tell her to mind her own business. Anyway, Betty invited us to dinner to celebrate her pregnancy. Am I the asshole for laughing at my sister when she told me to control my woman? The dress was formal and Mina wore this dark green suit that fit her very well. Nothing revealing, and I thought she looked good. When Betty opened the door, I could see the look of disgust on her face when she saw Mina. She said, "Are you really wearing that?" And Mina only smiled and replied yes. Betty was talking about Mina to my family and I could see her making faces. Betty joked about Mina wearing the pants in the marriage, leaving me to wear all the pink frilly dresses. Betty made a toast and said it's gonna be hard raising my daughter in a world where women want to act and dress like men. Don't let the devil in your house, the whole time staring at Mina. She left and I followed her. Betty called me rude for leaving and not controlling my hot-headed wife, and when I heard this, I laughed and hung up the phone.
Imagine meeting up with someone online only for them to end up being an active serial killer. Heather Saul was a sex worker in West Virginia when she came across a man online who wanted to be her client. It's unclear whether Heather took him on as a client, but the man did end up getting her address and showing up to her home. As soon as he gained entry, he attacked Heather by strangling her, pointing a weapon at her, and telling her that he'd kill her if she didn't comply with his orders. He then points the weapon to her side and says to her, "Live or die." She trusts her gut and thinks to herself that if he was going to use it on her, he would have by now, and in those few seconds of silence, she decided to fight for her life. The man lunges on top of her and sits on her chest, not letting her breathe. Somehow she manages free and spots a nearby tool, grabs it, and swings it at the man. He then sets his gun down in order to grab the tool from her and overpower her, which is when she grabs his weapon and immediately shoots him. He slowly falls to the ground deceased. Heather's back was broken and her shoulder was dislocated, but she went to the neighbors and told them to call 911. She was hysterical when police arrived. When they searched the man's body, they found 4 sets of handcuffs, but what they found in his car is even more chilling. This man had a full-on kill kit in his car, foreshadowing what could have happened to Heather if he had been able to subdue and rape her. The kill kit contained numerous weapons along with duct tape, a shovel, garbage bags, and a tub big enough to fit an adult woman with bleach and other cleaning supplies. Police were able to link this kill kit to a total of 9 women who were either murdered or disappeared across 3 states. This man's name was Neil Falls. He was born in 1969 and always had a troubled past. Around the 2000s is when he was caught abusing animals, and in 2008 he was asked to quit a job after sexually harassing a coworker. On the driver's side floor, Falls left behind a significant piece of information. There was a list written down of women's names along with their ages. It's believed that those were his next intended victims of Heather Saul having killed him in self-defense. She was never charged for any crimes and became a media sensation after this. She was brave enough to fight off her attacker, bringing an end to an active serial killer and saving multiple women from suffering a grisly fate.
Am I wrong for forcing my roommate to miss her finals exam that she spent 2 years studying for? Context: I live with a roommate and her 3-year-old child. Roommate is a 4th-year medical student and is really struggling, having to balance with child, intense study workload, chores, and part-time jobs to afford rent, babysitter, and necessities. On the day of the biggest exam of her entire degree, her babysitter canceled last minute. She was absolutely frantic and hysterically called every one of her contacts to help. Of course, she asked me. She has asked me before to babysit, and I always give a stern no. It's not the time that I need to spend, since I'm perfectly fine with swapping around chores, but the principle that I must be responsible for the child for the duration. Example, if the child hurts himself, no matter how badly, it would be on me. And I refuse to take that responsibility for something like that, so I always refuse to babysit. She begged me, and since the journey to her exam center is almost 2 hours and she needed to go now, she just said, "I don't effing care," and just left the house. Frankly, I found this quite disrespectful, as it is trying to push me to babysit without my consent. Right after she left, I grabbed my coat and also left. She was starting her car when she saw me and asked what I was doing. I told her I was going to watch a movie. I lied. I just refused to babysit without consent. Her eyes dropped and I could see the tears forming as she started begging me more to help her. I still explained the same thing in that it's not the time or effort but the responsibility. She told me she would sign a waiver that states I am 100% not responsible no matter what happens. I am not an expert in law and not sure if such a waiver is even legally enforceable. Even so, it still carries a responsibility risk, so I stand my ground. Eventually, she became quiet and started sobbing while hitting herself. I, as respectfully as I can, asked if there's anything I can help with that does not involve babysitting the child. She told me to F off, so I did and actually went to watch a movie. It's been a few weeks and she still absolutely refuses to communicate with me. I do feel pretty bad, since I've seen for the past 2 years we've lived together that she has almost no free time, always sleeps later than me and wakes up earlier than me to cram in a little bit of extra study. I know the exam meant a lot to her and missing the exam might jeopardize her entire degree of 4 years. It sucks that her efforts for the past 2 years has gone down the drain, but that's not an excuse to cross my bottom line.
Am I the asshole for serving my husband's family mac and cheese for dinner? My husband, Asian, and I, American, welcomed our firstborn 4 weeks ago. The baby is healthy, but I'm exhausted, haven't fixed my hair, and barely able to shower and can't sleep. My husband's family has been pressuring us to visit to meet the baby. I tried to hold them off as much as I could, but yesterday I was surprised to find them standing on our porch. Turns out hubby invited them for dinner. I was embarrassed and felt like I wasn't ready for visitors, especially judgmental ones at that. Anyways, my husband sat with them while I fed my son, then later I asked my husband if we should get takeout. He said no because his family would find it rude and unwelcoming. Am I the asshole for serving my husband's family mac and cheese for dinner? My husband's mom looked at me appalled. She asked if I found it appropriate to serve mac and cheese. I asked why not and she said it was disrespectful and I don't know anything about hosting. I said, excuse me, who signed up to host an unexpected visit? My husband said they were there to finally see the baby since they missed out on a whole month. They went home and my husband said that was more offensive than serving them nothing. I said I was too exhausted to cook the traditional feast that I was forced to learn from his mom. He took offense and said I was being mean and disrespectful towards his own family and his culture. My husband stayed on the phone with his family for an hour and kept giving me cold shoulder and refused to eat what I cooked.
Am I wrong for wanting to be a part of my best friend's birth? I, 24 female, was asked by my best friend, 25 female, if I would be in the delivery room with her when she gives birth. I was surprised when she asked me, but I was excited because that's a really beautiful and personal experience that not many people besides a spouse, partner, or close family get to be a part of. But we have always been friends since elementary school, and I've always viewed her like a sister and thought it was amazing that she viewed me like family as well, and I accepted. My best friend's husband, 26 male, got really mad when he found out I was asked to be in the delivery room. He and I have never really gotten along, and he rarely says a word to me when we're all hanging out. We don't argue or openly dislike each other though, and I just figured he wasn't a very sociable person. My best friend still wanted me to be there, despite her husband not being okay with it, because it's her decision, it's not his. She's pushing out the baby, not him, so whoever gets to be in the delivery room is her choice. At first, I just thought he wanted it to be a private moment for him and his wife, and I was prepared to tell her that I would not intrude and I would just come visit her after the baby had came and they had settled in a bit. However, it was revealed to me that her husband actually didn't want me to watch her give birth because I am attracted to and have dated women. I was a little confused because I didn't see how that had anything to do with the situation. The story comes out that the reason he never speaks to me or acknowledges my presence is because he doesn't want his wife to be friends with the woman who likes women. He doesn't want me watching her give birth because that means I'll be looking at her naked and it might make me attracted to her or want to hook up with her. Gosh. He said that I had probably had a crush on his wife for years and I was just waiting for the right opportunity to get with her, and he forbid me from being in the room with them. I informed him that unless my best friend personally told me that she no longer wanted me in the delivery room, I was going to be there. Some friends have told me I am just being petty and could cause unnecessary problems in the relationship. I think that it is my best friend's decision who gets to be in there for her. So, am I the asshole? No, you're right, it is her decision who gets to be in the room. This dude sounds like a piece of shit.
Storytime about how I was voted the ugliest girl in high school. Disclaimer is not my storytime, it's the main Instagram. Growing up, I was really awkward. My parents always used to call me the ugly duckling, but my dad told me not to worry that when I would grow up, I would become beautiful. Honestly, this really stuck to my head, and I am very beautiful now. I used to have braces, acne. My hair has always been curly, but I didn't know how to treat it back then. My mom had really straight hair, so she had no idea how to do my hair either. And this was the toughest thing for me. I would show up to school with knots in my hair because I didn't even know how to brush it. Eventually, my mom did start taking better care of my hair, which really helped. I also didn't didn't know how to dress for my body. I wore big hoodies, big t-shirts, while the other girls in my high school dressed for their body type. I honestly just had no clue. I did get bullied, but mostly by boys. I think the girls probably just felt bad for me, so I never really had problems with other girls. A group of boys would always bother me. One of them even asked me out, pretending that he wanted to go out with me. Of course I said yes because I actually believed him. He asked me to go to the movies, and when I showed up, he wasn't there. I decided to go watch the movie anyway, but the next day in school, I couldn't hear the end of it. To my face, this guy called me stupid. A few days later, they made a list of the ugliest girls. Part 2 is Storytime about how I was voted the ugliest girl in high school. Disclaimer is not my Storytime, it's sent me on Instagram. That's when the boys came out with the list of the ugliest girls in high school. What they did was pass around some flyers with all the names on it, and then they had people write the number 1 ugliest girl on the list. As soon as I saw my name on the list, I wanted to die. I pretended I was sick and went home. There was this one girl who actually stood up for me and the rest of the girls, and she was actually one of the prettiest girls in the entire school. She told everyone to knock it off, but nobody listened to her. Instead, the boys added her to the list as well, but there was no way that she was going to get voted number 1. I would show up every day to school that week wishing that I was dead. Finally, on Friday, they came out with the winner. And of course, everyone picked me. I was completely mortified, but I actually started laughing when I saw the list. It was like the stress from the entire week had finally accumulated, and my reaction was to just laugh. While they were all hoping that I was just going to break down and cry, I started to laugh in their faces. The teacher asked me what was wrong and I showed her the list. She ran over to the principal's office and everything became way too dramatic for me. So I literally decided to run away from school. When I got home, I told my parents everything. Part 3 is up. Storytime about how I was voted the ugliest girl in high school. Disclaimers not my Storytime, was sent me on Instagram. When I got home and told my parents what happened, my dad actually started to cry. He actually did feel really bad for me. They sat me down and told me that looks weren't everything. That's when my dad told me again that I would grow out of this awkward phase. Then they decided to take me shopping to the mall. We went into this really cute clothing store that I had always wanted to go to but never had the courage to, and they actually bought me a full wardrobe. After that, that's when my mom took me to a salon and they actually did my hair. They gave me a whole hair care routine, which I had never even heard of before, and I even went and got some Noxzema, which actually the Noxzema really worked for my acne. So when I got back to school, I felt like a different person, but not really because I was still me. The principal had gone out of her way to make all the boys pay, but really they only got suspension and didn't go to school for a week. The rest of high school was actually not that bad. I did look a lot better. 5 years later, I'm absolutely gorgeous. And guess what? One of the boys who bullied me actually slipped into my DMs last week. What should I say?
Story time. So my high school used to organize these school trips, and there was a list of places you could choose to go to. And the list was amazing. It was like, go to Italy and learn how to cook fresh pasta, or go to the south of France, learn how to scuba dive, or go to Morocco. Like, honestly, the list was insane. But one of the things on the list was go to a survival camp in Scotland. For some reason, my friends and I chose that one. Not the south of France, not Italy, not Morocco. Survival camp in Scotland in October. So we're 15 years old and we're off to Scotland. It was like an 8-hour journey. We arrive, it's 6 p.m., 7 p.m. So we settle in, we have dinner, and after dinner we're like, okay, we're probably going to go to sleep, and survival is going to start tomorrow since it's 10 p.m. and this is a school trip. No. After dinner, the organizer comes up and goes, everybody, put on some shorts, we're going for a run. So we are now running through a forest at 10 p.m. It's raining, it's 4 degrees. I have to do a part 2. Part 2. So we're running through the forest. We don't know where we're going. We don't know how long the run is going to last for. Let me just show you a picture. 1 second. That's me on the run. And that's me from the back. So we're running, and eventually we arrive at this giant lake. And the organizer goes, jump in and swim across it. It's freezing. We are in our clothes. But so we jump in. We swim across it. Except it wasn't really swimming. My legs were numb. It was more of a trying to get to the other side. So eventually we get to the other side, and then we had to run back to our lodging, soaking wet. Let me show you some more pictures. That's me after the lake. I'm smiling, but I was crying inside. That's us on our run back. That's me over there, right there. And that was the first evening of our survival camp. We were there for 5 days. Usually my stories raise some sort of awareness. This one doesn't at all. It's just a story that I want to share because it just makes me laugh.
So this story time takes place 6 months ago, okay? Now, I had this friend. Let's just call this friend Jessica, okay? Now, Jessica was dating this guy for like 2 years, and they had just recently broke up because he was super, super creepy and toxic. Like, when they would get into arguments, he would just show up to her house unannounced and, like, argue with her at her front door. And, like, sometimes he'd just pull up out front of her house after they got into a fight, and he'd just sit in her driveway and wait for her to come out. Like, he was just really creepy, alright? So, they had finally broken up, and she texted me and asked me for help. She was like, look, I know he's gonna do something weird. I'm nervous. Like, can you please come stay a couple days in my house. I was like, sure, why not? Like, this is one of my good friends. I don't want her feeling unsafe, especially in her own home. Now, she didn't live by herself. She lived with her mom, but she still wanted somebody else there as well, just so she could feel more safe and, you know, have that extra help if she needed it. So I go over there, and literally on day one, her ex-boyfriend pulls up to the house, and he knocks on the door, and me and her answer it, and he starts freaking out. He's like, who is this? You already replaced me with some guy? Like, who is this? Who the fuck are you? He's yelling at me, and he's cursing, and he's questioning her, and all this stuff. And he's like, just talk to me. Jessica, just talk to me. He's like, I don't want to talk to you. Leave me alone. And she shuts the door, and he starts pounding on the door with his fist, trying to get her to open it again. And finally, after like 10 minutes of him just pounding on the door, he gave up and left. And I thought that was the end of it, okay? Like, I really thought, like, there's no way he's gonna come back. Like, he clearly got the point. She does not want to date anymore. But sadly, that was not the end of it, okay? Because later that night, I got a random friend request on Facebook from this account with no photo, and I knew it was him just because it was just created. I could tell it had nothing on it. So I added the account, and of course he messaged me. He's like, leave my fucking girlfriend alone, bro. Like, I don't know who you are, who you think you are, but she loves somebody else, man. And I was like, okay, dude, first of all, it's your ex-girlfriend. Stop calling her your girlfriend. Second of all, I've been one of her good friends for years. Me and you literally met at a party one time, and you said, hey, nice to meet you, Austin. So if you could, just please take your insecure self somewhere else and leave both of us alone. And he wouldn't stop. He kept asking me to talk, saying, are you dating her? Are you dating? Like, has she been cheating on me with you? And he was just so insecure. Like, even though I already told him that me and her had just been friends for years, he still kept being super insecure and messaging me about it, thinking that me and her were dating. So anyway, I ended up just blocking him because I wasn't going to waste any more time talking to this dude. And plus, you know, me and her were just annoyed with him. So I block him, and me and her both agreed that that was like the best thing to do. And the next day comes along, and me and her leave the house while her mom was at work to go and get snacks at this corner store. So we go and get snacks. It takes like 30 minutes to do it. And when we come home to her house, the door is wide open, the front door. Now at this point, me and her get pretty nervous because we don't know if it's her ex-boyfriend that broke into the house or a random person trying to rob the house. So I slowly approach the front door. She stands back. I poke my head in. I'm like, hey, is anyone in here? And I couldn't hear anything. And I'm like, all right, I think it's good. And me and her walk in, and nothing was rearranged in the main like part of the house, like the living room or the kitchen. Everything was normal. And me and her go upstairs, and the door's open, and she specifically closed her door before we left because she has a dog, and the dog's not allowed in her room while she's gone. So we go in her room, and things are rearranged. Like, everything that was on the dresser was on the floor, and one of the drawers was open, and the bed was all messy. Like, she made her bed before we left, so the bed was all messy, which was strange. So at this point, we are pretty much, like, set on the fact that it's probably her boyfriend that broke in, because her room was the only place that was messed with, and she's pissed. Like, she's like, I can't believe he would do this. Like, I don't even know how he got in here, and she decided that she's gonna call him on the phone and confront him about what he did. So she pulls out her phone, unblocks his number, and then calls it. And this is the part where things get a little bit creepy, okay? She pulls out her phone, calls his number after unblocking it, and all of a sudden, we hear an iPhone ringing under the bed. Like, we hear the ringtone. And me and her both look at each other and are just both terrified because we realize that his phone is under the bed, which means he's probably under the bed laying.
Sun will come out tomorrow. And I'm like only imagining in like Bridgerton or something, like the maids know all. The maids know all the tea, all the secret little nitty gritty details. We find everything out, and it's so fun because for some reason people find that the woman cleaning their fridge is who they need to tell their secrets to, I guess. But I'll be honest, sometimes you witness things that you really wish you didn't. Like this morning. If you've ever seen Bridesmaids, picture the guy that Kristen Wiig is hooking up with at the very beginning of the movie. Okay, picture that guy in your brain. We don't like him. No, we do not like him at all, actually. So I was getting ready to do that this morning, right? And this man walks out of his bedroom a little naked. He's kind of a looker, and you don't want to be disrespectful and be like, oh, but like you have to just like watch, you know? I guess that was just his morning attire, though. He realized I was there and finally put some clothes on and then came out, and I was like ready to start a conversation because I don't want to be cleaning your house in silence, sir. And usually my conversation starter is like pictures on the wall, so I was like, so is this your wife? Oh, like the ring on the, yeah? Oh, the story gets so much worse, and I won't have enough time, so there's gonna... Okay, so basically, like I said before in the previous video, Mr. Mans came out of his bedroom a little unclothed. I mean, he wasn't naked, but, Mans definitely was like one of those sports cars where the trunk is in the front. There's a whole lot of junk in it. He covers himself up. And, I started talking to to him because it's already awkward and I'm not gonna make it even more awkward by being quiet. So I was like, so your wife, right? Just because I feel awkward when I'm, you know, like a young girl cleaning someone's house who's fairly attractive, and if they're married, I don't want to be like the mistress. You know what I mean? So I always make sure to be respectful, and I make them talk about the woman. Talk about your wife, sir, please. And you never know if there's camera. Boy, I hate the... Stop it! Ah! Anyways, I was talking to him and I was like, yeah, I saw the photo of you guys in the laundry room. You guys are really cute. I don't mean it, but you know, be nice. Tip. It's like 8:30 in the morning. Mans is getting a monster out of the fridge and he's like, yeah, she's great. He's just like being like weird, and not like the sleepy weird where you just wake up and your maid accidentally just saw you half naked. Like the weird of like, something's going on. The vibe was just off. You know what I mean? Like you don't really know why it's off, but it's off. I was just gonna proceed with the clean, not even worry about it. So I start from one end, work my way towards the front, and then I enter his bedroom where I thought he wanted me to clean. It's like a rule. If the door's open and you're cleaning the whole house, clean the house, because it's listed in the ticket. There's 4 bedrooms and this is one of them. So I walk in, right? Okay. Plugging all my shit in there. I'm unaware of the fact that there's a woman sleeping in the bed. Awkward. Icky. Because she, is also not clothed. She was laying on her stomach, so you couldn't see anything. I just saw her back, but I was like, oh shit. I accidentally woke her up because I was like, oh shit, sorry. And like not even thinking about the fact that she's sleeping, and I was just like, ah! He hears me shout, and he comes in, so now it's all 3 of us in the same room. So I scared her, I guess, because she shot up, tits flying everywhere, and I was like, get me out of here. She looked rough, okay? She looked messed up. I'm just a maid, it's not my place, so I was like, I'm just gonna leave. So I go to clean the next room, right? Well, saw another picture of him and his wife on the wall, and the woman that was in the bed was not his wife. I don't look through people's stuff. I just get nosy. So I was like, hold the fucking phone. Is this man's cheating? I giggle when I'm uncomfortable, right? So I just start giggling, and there's a whole lot going on, and I just want to clean the house, and then I hear the front door open. Yep, wife gets home a little earlier than expected. Literally, what do you do? What do you do in that situation? Because you're just a maid. I have to do a part 3. I'm so sorry, but this is too good not. Okay. So the wife gets home, right? And the possibilities are endless. People are weird. You never know what they're into. You never know what type of situation they got going on in the relationship. So you don't want to like immediately assume he's cheating, but he's cheating. 100%. So I poke my head out of the room because I'm a little curious as to what's going on, and she sees me. Well, curiosity always kills the cat, apparently, because she sees me and doesn't know that I'm the maid. So I shoot back into the room, grab my little vacuum, because I was like, she's got to know that I'm not the problem right now. So I was like, hi, I'm with insert company I work for. I'm just finishing up in here. Is there anything specific you want me to do? She was like, yeah, sorry, I just got back from the airport. I was in California. I didn't know you guys were coming today. I was like, oh, sorry, yeah, I was just talking to your husband. I should be done in the next, like, 30 minutes. And she's like, oh, okay, where is he? And I was like, well, he was in the kitchen. I don't know where he is now. In my head, I'm like, girl, please, just don't go in the bedroom. Just stay out here with me for a second. Just give it some time. Okay, his bedroom door opens, right? Well, out comes mysterious woman from the bed. Now it's me, wife, and the real mistress. Mind you, I'm dressed in all black because that's what I work in, but the woman comes out in all black, so I think she thinks that she's my coworker, which she's not. So that woman sees the wife, and the wife's all over the photos around the house, so like she knows. You know, you dirty dog. I've never been married, okay, but I've been cheated on, and I know how it feels, so I'm gonna be on whoever got cheated on's side. I'm not gonna be part of your little game. Sorry, I know I'm just a maid, but I'm not gonna help you cheat. Always in the wrong place at the wrong time. The wife's confused because she sees 2 of us, and she's like, oh, usually there's only 1 person, and I was like, there is only 1 person. This is what she did, okay? Probably shouldn't have done this, but I definitely made a face to, like, let her know of, like, it's just me kind of thing. So the wife looks at me, and she's like, is this your coworker? And I was like, no. And she's like, excuse me, and goes into the room, right? And now it's just me and the mistress. So this girl just comes and starts talking to me. It's like, how do you create small talk with a bad person? Like, I'm not gonna, no. And then you hear, get the hell up. Oh, shoot! This man is just word vomiting. He's trying to come up with excuses, yada, 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 the whole thing. Mistress girl's just laughing, and I was like, you're a psychopath. So the wife comes out of the bedroom, looks at me and goes, I'm so sorry, excuse me. Looks at the girl and goes, hi, I'm his wife. Who the fuck are you? The other girl looks at the wife and goes, oh, I'm whatever you're lacking, apparently. I took that as my ticket to finish a little early. I was like, I'm just gonna go. I'm so sorry, I'm gonna go. I left that apartment. There was so much yelling going on. Oh, but the wife was holding her ground. You go, girl, get his ass. Ah! I'm so sorry, though. Oh, God.
After 18 years of marriage, I just found out that my children are not mine. My wife, Kelly, and I have known each other for over 20 years, and I have been married to her for 18. We have 17-year-old twins, a boy and a girl. And I found out that they aren't mine 2 days ago. My kids got those ancestry tests for the family, and we found out that I'm not their father. Kelly and I met each other as coworkers at a job right out of college. We both were very ambitious, so after working for a couple of years, we decided to start our own business. We fell in love, and a year after starting our business, we got married. A couple of months into our marriage, we had a massive fight over the direction we wanted to take our business in, and I left our home. She came to me a couple of weeks later, and we compromised. We've been inseparable ever since. Kelly got pregnant around that time. We've been through thick and thin. Our business has been through several hardships, but we weathered them together. We were always there for each other. We could always depend on one another, and I loved her so much. She was a part of me, and I couldn't imagine a life without her. I trusted her absolutely until this happened. Kelly has been crying and apologizing constantly. She told me that during the time we had that fight at the start of our marriage, she got drunk one night and slept with a random guy, and that she has not cheated on me since. The betrayal has left me disoriented. I told Kelly I needed some time to process this, and I'm currently staying at a hotel. I don't know what I'm even doing anymore. The last 2 days have been a blur. I feel like a zombie, completely unable to feel or process anything. I don't intend to abandon my kids. I might not be their father, but I'm still their dad, and I love them dearly. My thoughts are a mess, so I'm writing this down to help me process. Kelly has always been a great wife and an excellent business partner. I don't know if I'll be able to look at her the same again or if I'll be the same person. I don't know how to move forward or if I even can.
I'm at a loss here, guys. Realistically, I know I'm in the clear. Legally, I'm in the clear. But I'm being vilified by my coworkers, and I'm genuinely considering quitting my job because of this mess. So I work a pretty standard day job, and at night I help my friend at her restaurant, which serves an assortment of Thai cuisine. To be honest, I'm insanely picky, but I fell in love with this peanut sauce the main chef makes, and he showed me how to make it, so about once a week I take either noodles or stir fry to my job for lunch. People know this, and a handful have tried it. It smells nutty, it tastes nutty, it's a white girl pad thai basically. Lately, my lunches have been disappearing, or I'll open my lunchbox and find half of my food missing. I've tried addressing it, but nothing has been changing, and I was pretty sure one of the new hires was doing it, but I had no proof. Until now. The other day I took my noodles and my entire Tupperware was missing, which hasn't happened before. I'm pissed, but what can I do? A coworker shared her pizza with me and that was that. Until today. My boss confronted me and accused me of poisoning my noodles because his daughter, one of the new girls, borrowed my lunch and had to be hospitalized. Turns out she's severely allergic to nuts, ate some and boom, anaphylaxis. She used an EpiPen, had to be hospitalized, and now her dad is trying to hold me accountable for her bills and condition, but I don't see it. Why should I pay? I don't mark my food as an allergen because I'm not allergic to it. She was just dumb enough to steal from me and eat something that she can't have. But he's being hateful and some of my old coworkers are icing me out because I warned him I'd report any harassment to HR if he tried anything funny. Brown nosers, I guess. My friend is aware and offered me a full-time job, but I just can't help but feel it's unfair. At the same time, I could have killed his daughter though, so... Am I the asshole for sending my coworker into anaphylactic shock?
Am I wrong for making a joke about my brother's affair at his wedding? When I was in elementary school, I was the type of kid who got disrupted class often on the report card, so I never focused much on school. My district had this system where they would pair high school students with younger kids to help them with their school, etc. And my mom made me do that after I kept getting in trouble. So my tutor was a freshman, Abby, so she would come to our house after school to help me with my homework or something. My brother John was the same age as Abby, so they would talk to each other and ended up dating. She stopped tutoring me officially after like a month, but since she was at our house a lot, I also talked to Abby a lot and we were close. Fast forward 10 years. Abby and John got married and had a kid together. 5 years later, John tells me that he's getting a divorce because he's met someone new. It sucked because I like John and Abby together a lot, but whatever. Then he tells me he had an affair with his new girlfriend. Also sucks, but I told him he shouldn't have hurt Abby like that, but whatever. I also asked Abby how she was doing, and she wasn't doing well, but she told me she didn't want her to be the reason I have a bad relationship with my brother. However, 2 months before my wedding, Abby calls me and tells me that my brother's girlfriend has been harassing her nonstop. She showed me the text, and his girlfriend has been saying some pretty disturbing things about how she's so much better than Abby, taunting Abby for having to share custody of her kid now, just making fun of her and bullying her. I told my brother about this, and he said he would ask his girlfriend about it. A month later, I asked him if he ever never brought it up, and he said he did but saw nothing wrong with the text, which pissed me off. I later confirmed that he saw the same text I saw. Abby apologized for involving me in the whole thing in the first place and encouraged me to still go to the wedding, where my brother asked me to make a speech. The speech went well until I made a joke. The gist of the joke was me turning to his new wife and telling her that if she's learned anything from this, she should know that my brother will never let his wife stop him from finding the love of his life. I like that. That's a really good joke. Yo, high five. I love it. This got my brother and his wife really mad, and they kicked me out shortly after. And my brother has been calling and texting me nonstop, yelling at me. So, am I the asshole here? I think, honestly, this is like one of the only acceptable asshole posts I've ever read. Like, asshole. Like, this is the only time it's okay to be an asshole.